Clientelism thus provided stability and legitimacy in post-colonial Africa. Yet this system of legitimacy relied too heavily on material provision. As will be seen in Chapter 10, once the patronage began to dry up due to economic difficulties in the 1980s and 1990s, so did the legitimacy supporting personal rule. Without the distribution of resources, presidential monarchs could no longer offer African peasants any reason to support them, apart from the threat of violence. In terms of this book's underlying theme, the process of centralization clearly advantaged the state at the expense of civil society. Gone were the pluralist institutions. 122. Table 6.1 Chapter Summary, Characteristics of a Centralist State, Personal Rule, and Clientelism. Characteristics of accumulation of power in the executive branch, often in the office of the centralist state president or prime minister. Political mobilization initially through just one official party that is ultimately sidelined. Civil society excluded from influencing state decision-making. Sources of political opposition co-opted, harassed or eliminated. Limited respect for human rights. Absence of competitive elections. Local government, parliament, and the judiciary bypassed by ruling elite. Strong security laws at the disposal of state leaders. State plays a dominant role in the economy. Elements of a command economy. State often led by one dominant charismatic individual exercising personal rule. Legitimacy generated by neo-patrimonialism and clientelism. Characteristics of state led by one dominant charismatic individual. Personal rule. State institutions and authority treated as private, rather than public. Property relies on clientelism to generate legitimacy throughout society. Ostentatious display of wealth by leaders. Arbitrary rule replaces the rule of law. Factional competition rife within ruling elite. Inefficient government, more about nurturing the client, patron network than managing public policy. Characteristics: a relation of exchange between unequals of clientelism. Positions of power within the state used to generate patronage. Chain of patrons and clients extends deep into society. Generates minimal levels of legitimacy. Left by the imperial powers at decolonization. Power was drained from civil society and peripheral institutions of the state, and amassed instead within the core executive. This would be the foundation on which presidential monarchs would exercise personal rule. Africa's neo-patrimonial political structures did, however, maintain a modern state system after independence. Several countries did occasionally descend into periods of chaos and anarchy, but, on the whole, Africans lived under governments that offered a degree of stability and order. Indeed, in societies where national identities were fragile and resources scarce, it was argued that a highly centralist state was appropriate. Leaders reasoned that alien liberal democratic institutions would most likely only serve to tear apart the freedom and self-determination that Africans had won at independence. Under a centralist system, fragmented societies could be bound together, enabling all to enjoy the benefits of the modern state. These benefits, however, failed to materialize. Civil society was particularly disadvantaged. Indeed, all alternative political mobilization was promptly co-opted or brutally crushed. The patronage offered in lieu of this civil society representation was odd. Clientelism cannot work without the exploitation of clients by patrons. The political elite, in this respect, preyed on the vulnerability of their people. Patrons distributed some of their wealth into the network, but the priority was to serve their own personal needs. The state bureaucracy prospered while civil society remained constrained. it was not a relationship of equal exchange. The centralist state also failed to produce consistently strong government. Healthy states reap the needs of their people, and seek advice and expertise from civil society. Conversely, centralist states destroy many of their links with society. Institutions that could have provided advice and feedback on policy, suggesting alternative approaches, as well as acting as a safety valve for dissent, were dismantled soon after independence. Instead, core executive institutions, and their leaders, relied on their own counsel and expertise. This is how the most powerful personnel at the heart of the African state often lost touch with their people. The gulf between state and civil society grew. In states blessed with a sufficient resource base, such a gulf between the rulers and the ruled may not have been a problem. Resources could have been provided through client-patron networks to offset any misgivings Africans may have had about their governments. On a continent, however, where wealth is limited, this lack of linkage between state and civil society often proved fatal. Inefficient and corrupt regimes that did not have the resources to buy off civil society experienced regular crises of legitimacy. Coercion could be used to plug this legitimacy gap, but even with this violence, African governments were not always successful in hanging on to power. In this respect, witness the number of military coups on the continent during the 1960s, 1970s, and 1980s. By the end of the 1980s, the game was up. As a consequence of economic failure, there were no longer enough resources to maintain requisite levels of legitimacy. Patron-client networks shrank, and as a consequence some territories spiraled into state collapse. In others, presidential monarchs attempted to liberalize their regimes. Multi-party competition was reintroduced in a last-ditch effort to retain power, see Chapter 11. The era of the centralist state and personal rule, at least in its extreme form, was now at an end. 123. 124. And case study, personal rule in Côte d'Ivoire. Côte d'Ivoire is home to some 18 million people in West Africa. Located on the Gulf of Guinea, its environment ranges from lagoons on the Atlantic coast and rainforest in the south, to plains in the north. After being formally colonized by the French in 1893, this territory gained its independence in 1960. The most striking feature of Côte d'Ivoire in the post-colonial period has been its economic growth. The country outstripped the performance of most of its neighbors, and was second on the continent only to South Africa in the per capita income it raised. This Ivorian economic miracle, however, became somewhat tarnished in the 1980s and 1990s as a result of unstable cocoa and coffee prices. Worse was to come with the turn of the 20th century, when the country dramatically succumbed to devastating political unrest. Politically, the RST 3 decades of independence in Côte d'Ivoire were dominated by one individual, Félix Houphouët-Boigny. He was the focus of all state activity, masterminding the centralization of the state. Houphouët-Boigny exercised personal rule from the office of the president, gaining legitimacy for his regime through a complex patron-client network that cast his influence into all areas of Ivorian society. Plate 6.1 Portrait of Félix Houphouët-Boigny, President of Côte d'Ivoire and Skilled Manager of Patronage, 1976. Photographer Richard Meluel. 125. Preparations for the one-party state started early. The Parti démocratique de la Côte d'Ivoire, PDCI, purposefully went about absorbing significant opposition groups into its ranks between 1952 and 1957. Consequently, the PDCI became Côte d'Ivoire's ruling party when it won a large majority in the independence elections. It was helped by the fact that the electoral system involved only national party lists. There were no regional constituencies, which would have allowed smaller, ethnically mobilized parties to establish a regional power base. Instead, each party had to compete for electoral support nationally. The PDCI leadership also kept secret who had been selected as official candidates from among its ranks until just before polling day. This ensured that rejected nominees would not stand as independent candidates, or collectively organize as a separate opposition party. Once in power, the PDCI followed classic tactics of establishing a one-party state. It absorbed elements that could challenge its political monopoly, while, at the same time, eliminating lesser sources of opposition through electoral manipulation and intimidation. However, once the PDCI had successfully mobilized mass nationalist opposition against colonial rule, and had then seen off any residual opposition after independence, creating a de facto one-party state, Houphouët-Boigny let the PDCI atrophy. Elections for party posts became increasingly infrequent, while little effort was directed at maintaining the PDCI's links with the Ivorian people at a grassroots level. Indeed, party structures degenerated merely into sources of patronage. As the Africa Contemporary Record reported in the early 1970s, the PDCI acted as a kind of British House of Lords, where the old party faithful could be retired with dignity and a source of income, but without extending them too much political power. 18 of the PDCI's membership, only the elite leadership within the political bureau retained any real power, and this bureau consisted of Houphouët-Boigny's trusted lieutenants who already occupied high offices within the core executive. The party was becoming, in Frantz Fanon's phrase, a skeleton of its former self. 19 Côte d'Ivoire displayed all the characteristics of a centralist state between 1960 and 1990. Any source of opposition was rapidly absorbed if possible, or suppressed. Houphouët-Boigny declared that competition is healthy for sport, but in politics, what must triumph is team spirit. 20 In this respect, no independent source of political power was allowed to develop. Associations within civil society, for example, were either co-opted or dismantled by the state. Trade union leaders, for instance, were given positions in the government, but labor campaigners who continued to operate outside the state were imprisoned. Similarly, the PDCI's youth wing co-opted organizations of younger Ivorians, while traditional leaders were urged to join the Syndicate des Chefs Coutumiers, a state-sponsored talking shop with Houphouët-Boigny as its honorary president. 21 The banner used as a backdrop at the PDCI's first conference after independence summed up the Ivorian political environment well. It read, "A single party, for a single people, with a single leader." 22 The legislative and judicial branches of government, as well as local government, also lost out to the core executive as a result of Houphouët-Boigny's centralization of the state. Local councils fell into disuse, replaced by regional administrations directed from the center. Similarly, the National Assembly became more a forum to legitimate. 126. Houphouët-Boigny's policy choices, rather than an institution willing to debate and resolve differences over proposed public programs. Following this pattern, the judiciary was also usurped, in this case by the establishment of special courts to hear political cases. The level of judicial independence that these courts observed is apparent by the fact that these trials took place in the president's own residence. At the epicenter of this centralist political system was Félix Houphouët-Boigny himself. He did not relinquish this personal control over the PDCI, and his private monopoly over Côte d'Ivoire politics in general, until his death in 1993. Jackson and Rosberg described Houphouët-Boigny as an anti-politician. This is because he was a ruler who attempted to remove politics from the public realm. 23 Any individuals occupying a position in the state below the president were merely Houphouët-Boigny's personal administrators and clients. As such, politicians or bureaucrats who sought high office in Côte d'Ivoire could only achieve this with Houphouët-Boigny's explicit approval. The president's lieutenants would be issued with conditional licenses to do his bidding. They used Houphouët-Boigny's patronage to build their own fiefdoms and client bases, but if they failed to serve the leader loyally, then they would soon lose their position in the state and the wealth this generated. Indeed, Houphouët-Boigny's court was a very tight-knit community. Many individuals held interlocking posts within the three key institutions of state, the PDCI's Political Bureau, the National Assembly, and the Economic and Social Council. Tessalimi Bakery has calculated that just 320 individuals held 1,040 positions within these institutions between 1957 and 1980. 24 As every young Ivorian knew, being adopted by the system, and maybe even reaching the higher echelons of the executive, were only possible if they conformed to the rules of the political game. Above all, loyalty had to be expressed at all times to the paramount patron, Houphouët-Boigny himself. This is where Houphouët-Boigny gained his legitimacy. After all, the Ivorian state offered very little to civil society by way of legal rational institutions. Democratic structures had been dismantled and public participation in the policy process curtailed. Instead, Houphouët-Boigny's system of personal rule relied on distributing rewards for continued political support. In this respect, the president believed that patronage, funded from economic growth, could be a substitute for political participation. Legitimacy would come from material provision. Hence, Houphouët-Boigny placed himself at the apex of a client-patron network that permeated deep into Ivorian society. The longevity of Houphouët-Boigny's regime, 1960 to 93, is testament to the presidential monarch's ability to maintain these networks. Perhaps the most obvious evidence of Houphouët-Boigny's patronage system can be seen at a local level. State resources were offered to local communities who supported the president. After a period of transient political dissent elsewhere, the town of Ajame, for example, received a publicly funded marketplace in the mid-1960s. At the market's opening ceremony, Minister of State Auguste Denis thanked the local population, on behalf of our president, the government, and the political directors of the party for the loyalty they had shown during this wave of anti-government protests. 25 Similarly, the annual independence celebration, the Fête Nationale de l'Indépendance, was moved each year in order to reward, or seek favor from, a particular region. 26 Of course for a 127 local community to really benefit, they had to promote one of their number into the cabinet itself. Ministers of construction and town planning, for example, frequently awarded their hometowns lucrative development schemes. 27 It was Houphouët-Boigny's own village of Yamoussoukro, however, that benefited the most. It became Côte d'Ivoire's new capital, and the location for the president's own gift to his country, a multimillion-franc basilica, which, when constructed, was the largest church in the world. Towards the end of Houphouët-Boigny's life, however, more and more Ivorians began to demand representation from their state. Patronage could no longer buy off this more coherent challenge to personal rule. The people of Côte d'Ivoire joined civil societies elsewhere on the continent in demanding a return to multi-party democracy in the late 1980s and the 1990s. This was a direct consequence of poor economic performance, on the back of falling coffee and cocoa prices, which resulted in shrinking client-patron networks. Houphouët-Boigny no longer controlled a large enough state income to keep his patron-client networks in good order. Houphouët-Boigny, at first, as he had since 1960, argued that multi-party competition could not come to Côte d'Ivoire until the nation was fully united. In 1985, however, political liberalization began. Open competition was allowed for PDCI National Assembly nominations. Despite this concession, the campaign for multi-party democracy expanded, and by 1990, Houphouët-Boigny had been forced to compete in his RST multi-party contest for the post of president, after holding this office for 30 years. Although he won this poll by a landslide margin, confirming his position as the paramount patron and presidential monarch, the Centraliste state had been weakened and notions of legal rational legitimacy advanced. Marking the end of an age, Houphouët-Boigny died in 1993. The immense political skill displayed by Houphouët-Boigny became even more apparent in the years after his death. No individual or party has been able to generate sufficient legitimacy, or coercion, to calm the chaos that underpins the politics of Côte d'Ivoire. Although Houphouët-Boigny's successor, Henry Konan Bedi, managed to win disputed multi-party elections in 1995, he could only maintain his authority by intimidating opposition parties, and by altering the constitution to give the president draconian powers. Bedi ruled a country subjected to regular political protests, ethnic tensions, labor strikes, and student demonstrations. Eventually, in 1999, a military coup removed Bedi, and unleashed a period of even greater political uncertainty. While the politicians squabbled over the terms of a reconciliation, political violence grew. This developed into a full-scale rebellion in 2002, which was only quelled by the intervention of French and Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, peacekeepers. Although a government of national reconciliation was formed in 2003, it is evident that the politics of Côte d'Ivoire have deteriorated considerably. Factions continue to jostle for power within the government of national unity, with the general election now having been postponed 4 times. Amongst this political chaos, some Ivorians are looking back to the Houphouët-Boigny period with rose-colored spectacles. They remember the stability the big man created, rather than the details of the personal rule mixing centralization, patronage, legitimacy, and coercion. And questions raised by this chapter. 1. Were African leaders justified in centralizing their states and imposing one-party rule? 2. How democratic were the more open parliamentary elections found in states such as Kenya and Tanzania? 3. Why did local government and independent judiciaries not prosper in Africa's Central East states? 4. Was African personal rule an efficient form of government? 5. To what extent did clientelism legitimate personal rule in post-colonial Africa? And glossary of key terms. Centralization of the state, a process whereby power is drained from civil society and peripheral institutions of the state, and concentrated instead within the core executive. Clientelism, a largely instrumental political relationship between individuals of higher socio-economic status, patrons, who use their unions and resources to provide protection or benefits, or both, for a person of lower status, the client, who, for their part, reciprocates by offering general support and assistance to the patron. 29. Client-patron network, the series of vertical links that bind patron and client, where the client of one patron often commands their own patronage network lower down the chain. 128. And code d'Ivoire 28. Territory, 322,462 square km. Population, 19.3 million. Colonial power, France. Independence, 1960. Major cities, Abidjan. Ethnic groups, Akan, Bwak, Volek, Yamoussoukro. Capital, Main Nord. Languages, French, Creole. Urban population, 50.1%. Dioula. Life expectancy, 46 years. Bet. Adult literacy, 49%. Infant mortality, 118 deaths. 1,000 inhabitants. Exports, cocoa. Religion, traditional petroleum. Christian. Coffee. Currency, CFA franc. Timber. GDP per capita, $952. Legal. Rational. Political order, political authority built on impersonal state institutions which govern respecting acknowledged patterns of rules. Legitimacy, a psychological relationship between the governed and their governors which engenders a belief that the state's leaders and institutions have a right to exercise political authority over the rest of society. Neo-patrimonial rule, where patrimonial rule, see below, is exercised through the remnants of legal rational institutions. One-party state, where formal political mobilization is channeled through a single state-sponsored party. Patrimonial rule, political authority based on an individual, where the state itself, and the affairs of state, are the personal interests of the ruler. All within this political system owe their position and loyalty to the one leader. Personal rule, a system of government where one individual, commanding the heights of state institutions and patron-client networks, dominates political activity within a territory. 131. Coercion. Military intervention in African politics. And chapter outline. African military coups d'état. 134. Why has Africa experienced so many military coups? 137. Problems facing military rulers. 141. The outcomes of military rule in Africa. 143. State and civil society. 144. Case study, Uganda's 1971 military coup. 146 questions raised by this chapter. 151 Glossary of key terms. 151 Further reading. 151 Notes and references. 152 A state's very existence rests on its authority. Where sufficient authority is present, citizens believe it is in their interests to respect state institutions and conform to their laws. The result is a stable political order where individuals defer to their government. Conversely, if a state loses its authority, confusion reigns, and established channels of conflict resolution decay. Groups take advantage of this situation, and compete with the failing elite, and with each other, in their attempts to mold a new political order. Such an environment often results in the political process being abandoned altogether, with violence as a substitute. Political authority stems from two basic sources: legitimate authority, and the power of coercion. The previous chapter discussed the concept of legitimacy, where 132. Chapter 7. Citizens voluntarily defer to the state. As Max Weber pointed out, they may do this as a result of tradition, charismatic leadership, or as a mark of respect for legal rational institutions. In addition, legitimacy can also be enhanced by a state's provision of material goods and services, the welfare state in Western Europe, for instance, or in Africa's case, provision through client-patron networks. In short, individuals are persuaded to support the state due to the positive benefits this form of social organization brings them. The other side of the authority coin, however, is coercion. Violence is a tool that states can use to retain control over civil society even when there is an absence of legitimacy. The state's agencies of coercion can be unleashed against citizens in order to force them, rather than persuade them, to accept a certain political order. As civil society can rarely match these coercive resources, state violence, or the threat of such violence, will result in citizens obeying their political rulers for fear of what would happen if they did not. Coercion in this instance can therefore be deemed as the use or threat of violence to achieve a political or social purpose. The reality is that all states use a combination of these two basic sources of authority. In the West, legitimate authority is relied upon far more than coercion, but even here coercion is still utilized as a tool of government. Armies, police forces, courts and prisons, for example, will all be used to deter and punish lawbreakers. The rule of law has to be maintained, and, at times, violence may be required to ensure this. Elsewhere in the world, state coercion is more widespread, with violence readily being used as a substitute for legitimacy. This is often because state authority is being used to secure narrower group interests rather than the national interest. The ruling elite withholds goods and services that could have been used to generate legitimacy amongst citizens, with violence deployed to maintain order instead. The fact remains, however, that, whether they serve the many or the few, all states need institutions of coercion in order to preserve their authority. This reality has proved to be of particular significance in the evolution of post-colonial African politics. Coercive agencies may be a necessity of government, but it is essential in democratic regimes that the military and the police, as the custodians of state violence, remain subservient to political leaders. This has not been the case in Africa. On numerous occasions, soldiers have used their access to violence in order to instigate military coups d'état. In effect, those who were employed to manage violence on behalf of the state chose to turn this violence on the state itself, to capture political power for themselves. Given the frequency of these military coups, any book introducing the politics of post-colonial Africa has a duty to analyze this intervention in detail, and this is the task of the current chapter. Structurally, three vital questions are asked: why have so many coups occurred, What problems arise when military, rather than civilian, personnel take up the reins of government, and what have been the outcomes of military rule? The answers to these three questions show how the military had few political rivals on the continent that could match their power. Yet, toppling the old regime proved much easier than establishing an effective replacement government. The military soon found out that, despite their resources of coercion, government cannot be based solely on the capacity to enact violence. Coercion may result in a population's acquiescence in the short term, but a more stable political order requires the state to 133. Generate legitimate authority as well. Most of Africa's military governments struggled to do this. Consequently, yet more political instability followed. An African military coups d'état. The military is an integral part of any government. Yet, as noted above, it is imperative, in a democratic society, that the military should act solely in the public interest. As soon as this immense power is used to further private interests, of the military itself or those of an allied political elite, then democracy is lost. Democratic, legal rational, rules demand that the military is politically neutral, and its institutions are subordinate to civilian government. Despite this professional ethic of impartiality and obeying civilian superiors, all security forces participate in the political process to some degree. Even in democracies, high-ranking officers are involved in making defense policy, as well as engaging with budgetary matters concerning the funding of their forces. Similarly, liberal democracies have also seen members of the military attain high office. Examples include U.S. President Dwight Eisenhower and French President Charles de Gaulle. The difference between professional soldiers with political ambitions in the West and their African counterparts, however, is the fact that officers such as de Gaulle and Eisenhower, before they took office, resigned their military command. They then went on to participate in the electoral process, as civilians, conforming to democratic norms. In short, de Gaulle and Eisenhower relinquished their access to the coercive powers of the state before they competed for political power. African coup leaders, by contrast, became heads of state illegally. Usually, their sole credential for gaining political power was the threat of violence they still retained as active military officers. A military coup d'état can be deemed as a sudden illegal displacement of government in which members of the security forces play a prominent role. Coups can be reactionary or revolutionary, bloody or bloodless. They must, however, be sudden, lasting a matter of hours or days, rather than weeks. Two military coups, in this respect, differ from other types of political succession. They should not be confused with regime change instigated by democratic election, foreign invasion, more widespread internal rebellion, or any combinations of these. There were 71 military coups d'état in Africa between 1952 and 1990. These resulted in the toppling of governments in 60% of the continent's states, see Table 7.1. Some of these countries, such as Cape Verde or Equatorial Guinea, experienced just one coup, most were subjected to 2 or 3, while other states, such as Benin, Burkina Faso, Ghana, and Nigeria, were locked into a regular rhythm of coup and counter-coup. Exaggerating, to wreak the mood of this era when military rule became the norm instead of the exception, U.S. diplomat George Ball wrote in his memoirs, "During the years I was in the State Department, I was awakened once or twice a month by a telephone call in the middle of the night announcing a coup d'état in some distant capital with a name like a typographical error. Relief from these military takeovers only came in the 1990s. During this decade, the number of coups reduced significantly, with regime change now more likely to be prompted by mass rebellion or democratic elections. 134. The pattern was familiar in the 1960s, 1970s, and 1980s. A faction of the military, usually led by middle-ranking or junior officers, or very occasionally non-commissioned officers, would seize government buildings and communication centers, and then detain the president and the cabinet or force them to flee. Once these symbols of the state had been captured, the coup plotters would then use the radio station to broadcast to the nation. They explained how the civilian government's corruption and ineptitude had made it the military's duty to intervene, and promised to withdraw to barracks as soon as a just and disciplined society had been restored. In this respect, African military coups were relatively peaceful affairs. Casualties were usually confined to the small participating factions, while many were entirely bloodless. This was because few in society were prepared to defend the outgoing, usually illegitimate, administrations. Other forms of regime change in Africa, insurgency campaigns, or civil war, for example, or even democratic elections, have often prompted far more violence. The military coup d'état was quick and simple: get the keys to the armory, turn out the barracks, take the radio station, the post office and the airport, and arrest the person of the president. Given the impact that the military has had on post-colonial African politics, it is right that this book should investigate these coups d'état in detail. However, it should also be noted that such an analysis does tend to mislead, bolstering a continent of coups stereotype. The military may be influential in Africa, but at no time have they enjoyed a total, continent-wide monopoly over the political process. 60% of African states experienced military rule at some point between independence and 1990, but this obviously means that 40% did not. Morocco and Mauritius, for example, have remained under civilian control for the entire post-colonial period, as have Kenya and Tanzania and southern African states. Even those countries that did succumb to military rule often enjoyed long periods of civilian government, either prior to the takeover or after the army had returned to barracks. The Gambia, for example, maintained a multi-party democracy for 30 years before a coup in 1994. In short, it should be borne in mind when reading this chapter that not all African countries are, or have always been, the domain of a uniform dictator. And why has Africa experienced so many military coups? All coups involve a short circuit of the normal political process, creating an opportunity for violence to become the deciding factor. The military takes advantage of this opportunity, and captures the state for itself. Drawing accurate comparisons beyond this simple reality, however, proves to be difficult. This is because every military coup d'état is different. They affect all forms of government, democracies, personal regimes, and even existing military administrations. They are a consequence of different motives: altruistic nationalism, selfish desire, or ideological zeal, and they result in numerous types of rule: autocratic/democratic, liberal/socialist, conservative/revolutionary, and many that defy simple categorization. Yet, Since military coups have influenced so many political systems across the globe, political scientists have tried hard to isolate common factors that lead to these regime displacements. One such typology of coups d'état involves three categories: the guardian coup, the veto coup and the breakthrough coup. 5. A guardian coup is where the military intervenes in order to rescue the state from civilian mismanagement. The men in uniform consider it their duty to replace their incompetent civilian predecessors. Under the military guardians, corruption and inefficiency are targeted, and politicians of the old regime are purged. In many cases, the military then, eventually, live up to their promise of returning to barracks, once they consider that discipline has returned to the political process. Despite this political upheaval, the guardians usually leave society and the economy largely unchanged. Nigeria could be considered to have experienced several guardian coups in the post-colonial period. Veto coups, on the other hand, are prompted by social changes that directly threaten the interests of the military and their allies. The security forces calculate that they cannot stand idly by while a new group in society takes over the state. This type of coup has been more common in Central and South America, where the military has prevented leftist movements from capturing state power, but Africa has examples too. The 1992 takeover in Algeria, for instance, can be classed as a veto coup. Here, the secular military intervened because it feared the outcome of multi-party elections. An Islamist movement was poised to win, and to form the next government. The military, concerned about its position within such a regime, opted to eliminate this risk, aborted the democratic process, and took power itself. The last of these three broad categories is the breakthrough coup. This is where the military ousts an outdated, authoritarian or traditional, regime, seeking to change society entirely. The coup d'état becomes a revolutionary break from the past. In effect, the army becomes the vanguard of this revolution. Ethiopia experienced a breakthrough coup in 1974, where the military, allied to other movements, established a socialist state in the wake of Emperor Haile Selassie's 44 years of traditional rule. This simple typology of coups, however, has to be expanded. Political scientists have dug deeper in an attempt to explain why military takeovers occur, and two major schools of thought have come to dominate. The RST group of scholars emphasize the state's socio-political environment. These environmentalists, such as Samuel Huntington and S.E. Feiner, argue that coups d'état are most likely to occur in states lacking institutionalist political cultures, which also suffer economic hardship and social division. 6. The second school of thought concentrates more on the organizational ability and character of the military itself. Academics such as Morris Janowitz point to the patriotism, discipline, professionalism, and cohesion found at the heart of military service. He argues that these factors eventually compel soldiers to intervene to rid their state of inept and corrupt civilian governments. 7. 138. It seems very artificial to separate these two contributing factors. Military coups occur in Africa, RST, because the socio-political environment encourages this, and second because there exists on the continent military establishments which are organized and motivated enough to take advantage of this situation. What is more, patriotism and professionalism are not the sole determining factors. Soldiers also rebel to further their own corporate and personal interests. Ultimately, the military intervenes in the political process because it can. In terms of coercive power, soldiers control the most puissant institutions of the state. They are, after all, the individuals who have direct access to instruments of state violence. Many coups may be bloodless, but this should not disguise the fact that the military has the organizational ability and technology to take on any other group within the state, or, indeed, within civil society. Consequently, if the military is willing to use violence to secure political goals, then few can stand in its way. Yet this fact alone does not explain why military coups have occurred so often in Africa. Globally, the vast majority of modern states maintain armies, but only a few of these have broken their professional ethic of non-intervention. This is why Huntington and Feiner argue that the military not only needs the ability, but also the right socio-political environment, before it is persuaded to intervene. Particularly relevant, in this respect, is the fact that most African economies throughout the post-colonial period failed to meet expectations of development. This often left Africans discontented, and damaged levels of legitimacy. Ruth First, for example, argues that Kwame Nkrumah's regime was brought down by the plummeting price of cocoa in the mid-1960s, just as much as it was by Ghana's army and police force. 8. Similarly, social division, especially the ethnic and class conics discussed earlier in chapters 3 and 4, will also act to destabilize many African governments. Then there is the question of political culture. Owing to their social and economic problems, African states need strong institutions to manage the political conflict found on the continent. However, as it was seen in Chapter 6, African regimes tend more towards personal rule rather than legal rational structures. Consequently, most Africans are excluded from the political process. This puts the continent into Feiner's category of minimal political culture, compared with the mature political cultures of the West. 9. As such, African regimes are left particularly vulnerable to crises of legitimacy, when these emerge. In the West, such crises see politicians resort to legal rational channels of political renewal, a general election or national coalition government, maybe, but in pre-1990s Africa, with no electoral mechanisms available to ensure a stable change of government, nonviolent regime renewal was not available. And as soon as violence becomes the deadening mechanism of regime change, then the military, with its superior access to the resources of coercion, becomes a key political player. As Huntington argued, in a state lacking authority, competing social groups employ means which wreak their peculiar nature and capabilities. The wealthy bribe, students riot, workers strike, mobs demonstrate, and the military coup. In the absence of accepted procedures, all these forms of direct action are found on the political scene. The techniques of military intervention are simply more dramatic and effective than the others because, as Hobbes put it, when nothing else is turned up, clubs are trumps. 10. 139. This is where Huntington's and Feiner's environmental causes of coups run into Janowitz's emphasis on the character and professional ethics of the military. With a crisis of legitimacy threatening the very existence of the nation-state, soldiers feel they have to act. The military is not only a strong institution within the state because of its capacity to invoke violence, armed forces are usually also highly organized, cohesive, loyal and hierarchical organizations. Their command structure ensures that a disciplined army can get things done. This is why the military holds failing civilian governments in contempt. In this respect, Janowitz talks of the Army's ethos of public service and national identity, which combines managerial ability with a heroic posture. 11 The military is forced to intervene in the political process as no other group can govern effectively. The patriotism and nationalism that keep the military away from the machinery of political administration in Western states are the same characteristics that require officers to rebel in African countries. A body entrusted with the defense of the realm cannot sit idly by while civilians destroy the state as effectively as any invading army could. Under such circumstances, a guardian coup ensues. There is no doubt that the characteristics of the military can certainly encourage rebellion when a government's legitimacy is lost, but, again, this does not entirely explain why the military intervenes. Almost all African countries have experienced economic and social problems in the post-colonial period, yet not all of them have encountered military takeovers. Similarly, the guardian coup is often too romantic a concept to explain actual events. The army does not always operate solely in the national interest. In the null analysis, a coup will only occur if members of the military feel it is in their interests to overthrow political leaders. Certainly they command the organizational ability and technology to do this, and need to be prompted by the right social environment, but, ultimately, military takeovers stem from the military's own interests. In this respect, despite its professional ethics, the military in Africa has to be regarded as just another faction of the ruling elite. Indeed, Christopher Clapham describes it as the armed wing of the bureaucratic bourgeoisie. 12 Due to the continent's lack of legal rational institutions, the military has to compete to protect its own corporate interests among the day-to-day political maneuverings of other factions within the state. The military simply cannot afford to divorce itself from this political exchange, as nobody else will protect its interests within the political cauldron where all groups are seeking to maximize their share of state power. As a result, from time to time, the military may have to put pressure on civilian groups to recognize its demands. This pressure may turn into a full-scale military coup if the men and women in uniform feel that their interests are so threatened that the only way to protect them is actually to take over the state itself. Typical threats to the military's welfare include cuts in the defense budget and a restriction of the army's organizational autonomy. The 1994 Gambian coup, for example, came in the wake of barrack food and accommodation problems, and pay not getting through to Gambian peacekeeping units serving in Liberia. The Gambian army's most pressing grievance, however, was the continued presence of seconded Nigerian personnel serving as commanding officers. Gambian soldiers wanted the opportunity to run their own military. 13 They achieved this goal when junior officers overthrew President Dada Jawara's 29-year-old multi-party state in 1994. Earlier, a 1968 coup in Mali was prompted by President Modibo Keïta's 140 establishment of a separate special forces unit. Keïta assembled this brigade as a personal presidential guard to specifically act as a counterweight to the regular army. As this move dramatically threatened to weaken the military's position within state structures, a coup d'état followed. As anal note in this examination of why Africa has experienced so many military interventions, the foreign angle of these coups also has to be acknowledged. Although African coups d'état were largely a product of domestic politics, international agents also occasionally played a role. British troops, for example, helped quell army mutinies in East Africa during the early years of independence, while the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency was also active on the continent, if not on the same scale as it was in Central and South America. It was France, however, that intervened most in African politics. Several coups were supported by Paris, while others were defeated by French unions. Gabon, for example, saw the French Foreign Legion restore the government of Léon Mba after it had been ousted in a military coup d'état in 1964, while, conversely, the 1979 military overthrow of Emperor Bokassa of the Central African Republic closely resembled a French invasion, rather than just a local military coup, this after previous governments in Paris had protected the Bokassa regime. Such evidence suggests that plotters are wise to assess the likely reaction of key international agents before instigating a coup d'état. This theme of international intervention in the African political process is expanded in Chapter 8. And problems facing military rulers. Few Africans missed their deposed governments once the military had intervened. Indeed, with their apparent discipline and sense of national purpose, the men in uniform were often welcomed. Certainly, military regimes, with their simple hierarchical structures in which officials are expected to obey orders rather than bargain over policies, had a head start in tackling problems such as bureaucratic corruption and inefficiency. The notion that soldiers can bring parade ground precision to institutions of government, however, proved to be somewhat optimistic. In reality, the military introduced an additional set of problems to the administration of post-colonial African states. The obvious predicament faced by all military regimes is the fact that a precedent has been set. Now, with the professional ethic of non-intervention violated, future generations of officers consider themselves to be quite within their rights to topple governments they judge to be acting against the national interest, or, indeed, against the military's own corporate interests. The threat of a counter-coup is very real, even to an existing military government. Officers leading the junta, therefore, have always to sate their colleagues left in barracks. Austerity drives initiated by the ruling Army Council to stabilize economies, for example, would not usually include army cuts, for fear of how junior officers may react. Despite this accommodation, several African countries fell victim to a succession of coups and counter-coups during the post-colonial period. Once the military had taken the initial decision to intervene in the political process, it is very difficult to keep future generations of soldiers conned to barracks. 141. The second basic problem that the military had in ruling was that soldiers had little training for, or experience of, government. Army organizational structures were not sufficiently sophisticated to manage an entire state. Coup leaders soon realized that it was much easier to topple a government than it was to build its successor. To endure, military governments therefore had to learn the arts of political persuasion quickly, deploying these alongside their more familiar skills of coercion. The army's natural ally, in this respect, was the civilian bureaucracy. Although the African military usurped politicians, they nearly always retained the bureaucrats that served under the previous administration. After all, these individuals had experience of the day-to-day running of the country. Indeed, having purged selected politicians, coup leaders then often invited opposition gers, or even individual former cabinet ministers, into their own regime, those representing a particular ethnic group, maybe. Ultimately, the army could not cope without these professional bureaucrats and politicians. They were required as a substitute for the military's own decencies in the practice of politics and public administration. This is why it is often misleading to talk of post-coup governments as strictly military regimes. They were more often hybrids consisting of both civilian and army personnel. The third key dilemma faced by the military when they took power was the problem of legitimacy. Like all political leaders, these officers had to build and maintain links with civil society. Since those who seized power were usually few in number, their links to the rest of society were limited. As a result, they had to set about reviving or replacing the client, patron networks of the old regime. Again, this often involved co-opting major patrons from the previous administration. Normally, new regimes were initially popular because they ousted the former corrupt elites, but once the honeymoon period was over, legitimizing links to civil society became vital in ensuring the stability of government. Yet as soon as the military started dealing with established social groups within the country, or reviving the old clientelism, then the old inefficiencies of political bargaining returned. Then there was the question of delivering promises. In their initial radio broadcasts to the nation, the military talked of curbing corruption and developing the economy. This was easier said than done. Effectively, a successful military administration had to produce more from the same resources available to the previous regime. Military coups occurred in the RST place because of dire socio-economic conditions, and this situation did not change simply because soldiers were now in control. Inefficient government in Africa stemmed from ethnic balancing, the servicing of a bureaucratic bourgeoisie, and client-patron networks generally. Once they occupied the presidential palace, the military soon found out why the old regime tolerated these political relationships. Support from these social groups was required to maintain political order. Again, it is easier to overthrow a bad government than it is to create a good one. The null key dilemma the military faced when it captured power related to what exactly the men in uniform were going to do in the future. Should they hold elections and return to barracks immediately? If they are to form a caretaker administration in order to build the right environment for a just society, how long should they stay in power? Should the leaders of the coup resign their commissions and carry out their political duties as civilians? Alternatively, they could use the army as a support. 142. Base, but recruit from wider civil society, to create a new mass participatory one-party state. Most coups were instigated in Africa without their participants devising a clear blueprint for the future. Once they took power, however, the army had to end the answers to all the above questions rapidly. And the outcomes of military rule in Africa. Just as the reasons behind each military coup are different, so are the outcomes of these events. No one type of regime results. Soldiers preside over administrations as diverse, both in nature and in success, as their civilian counterparts. Sometimes the ideals behind an original takeover, especially in the case of guardian or breakthrough coups, resulted in very distinct governments. More often, however, with the military forced to forge close links with the bureaucracy and wider civil society, these regimes came to resemble their civilian predecessors, personal rulers and client-patron networks included. One common outcome of military rule was that, once in power, soldiers tended to increase public spending on themselves. Military budgets rose noticeably in post-coup Africa. Initially, the corporate interests that prompted the coup in the RST place were addressed. Then, those in government had to look after their colleagues left in barracks, for fear of a counter-coup. Pay, conditions and the equipment of the armed forces improved markedly. Ghana's defense spending, for example, increased by 22% after 1966. This was despite ongoing economic hardship that resulted in social services to the countryside being cut by 28% in the same period. 14. Using the simple typology introduced earlier, guardian coups went one of two ways in post-coup Africa, either intermediate or longer-term military rule. Immediately after taking power, the guardians in both cases vowed to return to barracks when an appropriate political order had been restored. A few did this. Ghana, for example, demilitarized its government in 1969 and 1979. Nigeria, too, went through this hand-back process in 1979 and 1999. Yet, the military do not abdicate political unions at this point, reaffirming their professional ethic of non-interference. They remain in the background as self-appointed political referees. The military, after all, determined the rules of the game whilst in power, having drafted the new constitution that the civilian successor regimes have to abide by. Likewise, once the direct caretaker phase is over, the military also reserves the right to retake control, via yet another coup, if its civilian successors fail their probation. And apparently most do fail in the eyes of the soldiers. Several African states were locked into a repetitive cycle of civilian and military regimes from the 1960s through to the 1990s. Military power is never far from the surface in this particular type of former guardian coup country. Other guardian coup states endured longer-term military rule. Despite their guardian pretensions, most post-colonial African military regimes simply refused to hand back power voluntarily. Caretaker governments commonly evolved into more permanent institutions, resulting in the military-civilian hybrid regimes discussed later in this chapter. Breakthrough coups often have slightly different outcomes. The regimes that result from them abandon old political structures altogether and attempt to create their own. 143. Institutions building links between the state and civil society. More often than not, a new, single, party is established. This becomes the tool to unite the army and the masses, and, apparently, to instill a new national spirit and a society in which development will emerge from graft and discipline. People's militias and people's courts are also part of this process. The early years of Mariam Mengistu's Ethiopia are a good illustration of a military-led revolution. See also Thomas Sankara's and Jerry Rawlings's military populist ideologies recounted earlier in Chapter 3. Yet even breakthrough regimes fall foul of Africa's underlying political realities. The new mass party, for example, often atrophies like its civilian counterparts did before it. After all, Africa's single parties existed more to heighten a sense of participation for civil society, rather than to provide a mechanism to allow the masses to actually become involved in the making of public policy. Given these circumstances, it is easy for these radical breakthrough governments to descend into centralist personal rule, in which client-patron networks become the predominant mechanism of political exchange. Post-colonial Africa saw the vast majority of its military coups, whether their pretensions were guardian, breakthrough, or veto, result in a stalemate between civilian and military power. Armed forces felt no compulsion to keep out of the political process, yet they could not rule effectively without civilian support. The outcomes were hybrid governments. Military leaders were forced to civilianize themselves to a degree, co-opting individuals from the old regime in order to maintain control, but, in Kunalamuwo's words, as soon as the soldiers waded into the murky water of politics, they found themselves more or less submerged in the internal dynamics of civil society. 15 Similarly, the restraints of the international economy were no less pressing simply because the president now wore a uniform. The average performance of Africa's post-colonial military regimes, in this respect, proved to be no more successful than their civilian counterparts. In terms of this book's central theme of analyzing the relationship between state and civil society, military coups did little to alter the overall balance between these two parties. On the state side of the equation, however, these coups d'état were dramatic. Military intervention helped speed the circulation of elites and the realignment of factions. 16 In this respect, military coups were a reaction of the internal jockeying for power among the bureaucratic bourgeoisie discussed in Chapter 5. It was simply that, since soldiers had greater access to the state's resources of violence, it was the military, the armed wing of this ruling elite, which usually came to dominate. However, once they had taken power, the ruling officers were usually forced to accommodate at least some of the factions active within the former civilian regime. It was only with the support of these powerful factions, ethnic, regional, economic, bureaucratic, etc., that the military government could retain power. Again, this illustrates the fact that, beyond the short term, the power of coercion alone cannot underpin government. 144. In terms of civil society, the vast majority of military coups did little to alleviate the exploitation of groups outside the state within post-colonial Africa. In most cases, the men in uniform, just like their civilian predecessors, failed to involve the masses in the political process. Breakthrough administrations came closest to doing this, but even here it was largely a state elite that retained control. And, as long as political administrations remained under the control of a bureaucratic bourgeoisie, then personal rule and clientelism remained substitutes for more positive methods of generating legitimacy. Corruption and inefficiency were the consequence of this, leaving Africans under military governments no better off than those ruled by civilians. It was not until civil society itself, rather than the army, began to regulate regime change, in the 1990s, through multi-party elections, that African states became more responsive and accountable to their people. And case study, Uganda's 1971 military coup. Uganda sits on a massive plateau in eastern Central Africa. It is a lush and fertile country, with large freshwater lakes and a number of towering mountains. This country's physical beauty, however, was not reached by standards of political rule during the independence period. Indeed, to the outside world, one particular Ugandan regime, that of Idi Amin Dada, confirmed stereotypes of the perceived instability and brutality of Africa's post-colonial politics. This case study investigates the 1971 military coup d'état that brought Amin to power, plotting both its origins and its outcomes. Immediately prior to imperial rule, this part of East Africa was home to the polity of Buganda, along with a number of other smaller kingdoms. In 1891, the British East Africa Company signed a treaty with the Kabaka, king of Buganda, bringing the territory under European administration. When this company collapsed as a consequence of financial problems, the British government itself took over, and Buganda became a formal British protectorate in 1894. 2 years later, the neighboring kingdoms of Bunyoro, Toro, Ankole, and Bugosa also gained a similar status. All these territories would later be consolidated, with Buganda, to form the inclusive state of Uganda. The colonial authorities, however, failed to build a single nation from these separate political units during the 70 years of imperial rule. This left a pressing problem at independence. How would Buganda sit within the post-colonial Ugandan state? Bugandans saw their future as separate from the rest of Uganda. Indeed, the British exiled the Kabaka after he instigated a campaign demanding that Buganda be granted its independence as a distinct sovereign state. The removal of the Kabaka, however, did not quell the demand for Bugandan autonomy. Protests on this issue ensured that 95% of Bugandans heeded the call to boycott Uganda's 1961, pre-independence, National Assembly elections. 17 This boycott persuaded the British colonial authorities to end the Kabaka's exile, and to suggest that Buganda enjoy a semi-federal status after decolonization. On his return, the Kabaka Yeka Royalist Party was established, and, in an alliance with the Uganda People's Congress, led by Milton Obote, it won a majority in the elections that paved the way to independence in 1962. This coalition formed Uganda's RST post-colonial government, with the Kabaka as president and Obote serving as prime minister. This alliance, however, proved to be fragile. Ugandan politics, in the 9-year period between independence and Amin's military coup, was marked by an ongoing power struggle among Uganda's political elite. Factional politics were the dominant feature. First, Obote wrestled power away from the Kabaka, with the help of Amin and the military. Then the military itself asserted its power, eventually toppling the Obote regime in January 1971. Using the office of the Prime Minister as his power base, Milton Obote followed the well-worn path of post-colonial African politics by centralizing the state. One-party rule was Obote's goal, with his own Uganda People's Congress, UPC, as the one party. In this respect, the Kabaka and his Kabaka Yeka movement, as rival sources of political power, had to be eliminated. And this is exactly what happened. By the mid-1960s, 147. Obote had persuaded several Bugandan politicians to defect to the UPC with rewards of patronage. Remaining sources of opposition suffered state intimidation. Yet, in pushing through the centralization program, Obote alienated many in Uganda. In E.A. Brett's assessment, by the end of 1965 Obote was confronted by so much opposition that he would have certainly lost the next elections. He responded by building a base in the army and eliminating this opposition by force. 18 The power struggle between the Kabaka and Obote came to a head in 1966. Obote received intelligence that Shaban Palat, a Kabaka loyalist and the commander of the Ugandan National Army, was moving units loyal to the Prime Minister away from Kampala. This was interpreted as paving the way for military action on behalf of the Kabaka. Obitt acted quickly. He made himself president, cancelled the forthcoming elections, and sent Amin, a colonel in the Ugandan army at this time, to arrest the Kabaka. The Kabaka's palace was overrun, which earned Amin promotion to the post of Obitt's chief of staff. As well as destroying the Kabaka's power base, this action also resulted in the political neutralization of Brigadier Palat. Obitt sidelined Palat into an advisory role, with Amin taking over the army's operational duties. A year later, constitutional amendments were added to Obitt's political maneuverings. He used his majority in parliament to revoke Buganda's semi-federal standing, creating a unitary state. With this act, Obitt's consolidation of power was complete. Obitt's reliance on coercive force, however, proved to be his downfall. In his efforts to eliminate constitutional opposition, he had strengthened the hand of the state's agencies of violence. The military itself now became a prominent player in Ugandan politics. The result was yet another power struggle within Uganda's ruling elite, with Obitt pitted against Amin's faction of the army. This struggle was settled in January 1971, when Amin led a coup d'état, taking advantage of Obitt's absence at a Commonwealth conference in Singapore. How, then, should Amin's coup be accounted for? Can the theoretical analysis of African coups, outlined in the main text of this chapter, ability, environment, organization, and motivation, be identified in the specific case of Uganda? The events of January 1971 certainly prove that the Ugandan army was capable of mounting a military coup. At independence, the small Ugandan army, with its origins in the British colonial king's African rise, gained symbolic importance as the defender of the state's newly won sovereignty. The Ugandan army's political significance, however, was more than just symbolic. As Obitt was forced to rely heavily on the military to underpin his power, large sums of public money were invested in the army, 10% of the national budget, compared with 7% in Kenya and 4% in Tanzania. Uganda's military personnel grew in number, from 700 in 1962 to 7,000 by 1969. By 1971, the Ugandan army clearly had the resources to take on other factions within Uganda's political elite, the RST prerequisite for any potential military coup. Military coups, however, as it was seen above, are precipitated by far more than a well-equipped army with organizational capabilities. They also require an appropriate economic, social, and political environment. Uganda experienced troubles in all three of these areas during the 1960s. As well as Buganda's demands for autonomy, 148. Example, other ethnic groups also stressed their separate identities. Uganda, in this respect, fell far short of being a politically harmonious nation-state. This situation led to unrest. Obitt's clashes with the Kabaka, and his moves to centralize the state, left few channels open for constitutional opposition. Opportunities for institutionalist dissent, operating as a safety valve, were thus effectively absent in Ugandan politics by the mid-1960s. Even Obitt's so-called move to the left later in the decade, by which the president attempted to gain legitimacy for his regime by introducing populist and socialist reforms, failed to win Abd the people's respect. The scene was set. The background requirements for a coup, the right economic, social, and political environment, and a sufficiently resourced and organized army, were in place. All that was needed now was a motive for the military, or a faction of the military, to intervene. This spur came in the form of a personal threat to Amin's position within the state. The power struggle between Abd and his chief of staff reached a climax in January 1971. One of them had to go, and Amin struck RST. After Colonel Amin had become chief of staff, he sought to consolidate his status within the military, and the state in general. He promoted personnel from his own political stronghold of the north, court-martialing rivals from the south. Abd, however, acknowledging the power that his chief of staff had accumulated, tried to reduce his reliance on Amin's faction of the army. He sought to do this by expanding his own personal special forces units. This attempt to marginalize the army, combined with Abd's order to disband a military division loyal to Amin, created a flashpoint. Amin was also under suspicion of murdering Brigadier Okoye, an Abd loyalist and Amin's potential replacement as head of the army. The investigation of Amin for this murder, ordered by the president himself, and rumors of the chief of staff's imminent sacking, forced Amin's hand. He took advantage of Abd's absence and replaced him as head of state. Having come so far, gaining high office and all the rewards that this brought, Amin was unwilling to submit to Abd's command, suffering demotion, imprisonment, exile, or worse. This personal motivation was the last element to fall into place, prompting the coup d'état. Despite the initial popularity Amin gained from ridding Uganda of Abd's rule, and the fact that, in his first broadcast to the nation, he promised to hold democratic elections within years, Amin's regime proved catastrophic for Uganda's political, social, and economic development. Amin dealt with the key dilemma that all military regimes face by simply ignoring it. He made little attempt to build institutions or links with civil society in order to legitimize his government. Instead, he relied heavily on the state's powers of coercion. The National Assembly was dissolved, with Amin ruling by decree, military tribunals replaced judicial hearings, and military personnel were employed as provincial governors. In one of his more absurd acts, Amin, seeking the Africanization of Uganda, simply exiled practically the whole of the country's economically significant Asian community. British economic interests in Uganda were also nationalist. Any opposition, or even any potential opposition, to the regime was brutally eliminated. Amin's personal public safety unit was kept busy perpetrating many of the hundreds of thousands of politically motivated murders committed between 1971 and 1979. 149. Only the army itself benefited from Amin's rule. As with most military governments, the army expanded dramatically after the coup. In 1971, there were 7,680 soldiers in Uganda. By 1974 this corps had risen to 20,000. The military now enjoyed immense power within Ugandan society. It appropriated what it desired, and exercised summary justice when it saw fit. Half of the wealth left by the exiled Asian community, for example, found its way into military hands. 21 Yet being a soldier was not a particularly safe occupation during the Amin years. The military was repeatedly purged of potential opposition by its commanding officers, with many soldiers of Akoli or Langi ethnic backgrounds being massacred. Military factions competed for power, and there was intense distrust between senior and junior ranks. Indeed, towards the end of Amin's rule, the country came under the control of a number of army warlords. Eventually the factional infighting became so intense that Amin had to order an invasion of northern Tanzania in order to restore army unity. He hoped this border war would unite his military. Instead, it proved to be his downfall. The Tanzanian army responded by repelling this invasion with ease, and then marched on Kampala itself. Fighting alongside Ugandan dissidents, the Tanzanian force narrowly succeeded in removing Amin in 1979. Although Amin's government was always weak, having never played 7.2 President Idi Amin Dada of Uganda addressing his troops, 1978. Photographer, William Campbell. 150. Tried to legitimize its rule through linking state and civil society. Its use of the state's powers of coercion had secured for the military the reins of power for 8 brutal years. It is a classic case study of how much easier it is for the military to remove a government than it is for it to govern itself. Bringing Uganda's post-colonial history up to date, the 1980s was also a lost decade for Uganda in terms of economic and political development. Obote's UPC was returned to power through elections held on the eve of the withdrawal of the Tanzanian army. The UPC, however, once again failed to unite the country. Indeed, it is estimated that a further 100,000 Ugandans died in political violence between 1980 and a second military coup which took place in 1985. 22 The instability this coup caused assisted Yoweri Museveni's insurgent force, the National Resistance Army, to take Kampala a year later. The National Resistance Movement, NRM, has been in power since, during which time economic stability has returned, as has a greater respect for human rights. Indeed, despite its policy of no-party government, and evidence of the intimidation of opposition politicians, Museveni's regime was initially held up as an example of good government by both the World Bank and Western governments. Latterly, however, this reputation has become tarnished due to constitutional maneuvering, abolishing term limits to permit Museveni to remain in power, further intimidation of opposition groups, and alleged election irregularities perpetrated by the ruling NRM. Despite this deterioration of Museveni's reputation, what the NRM has achieved, however, is the breaking of the cycle of coup and counter-coup. The military has not enjoyed power in Uganda since 1985. And Uganda 23. Territory, 241,139 square km. Population, 30.9 million. Colonial power, Britain. Independence, 1962. Major cities, Kampala, capital. Ethnic groups, Bagandajinjia Baso Gombal Banyankole. Languages, English. Urban population, 13.3% Kiswahili. Life expectancy, 47 years. Luganda. Adult literacy, 74%. Infant mortality, 76.4 deaths/1,000 inhabitants. Exports, coffee. Religion, traditional gold. Christian. Fish. Currency, Ugandan shilling. Textiles. GDP per capita, $346 US. And questions raised by this chapter. 1. To what extent can African military coups be explained by environmental, socio-economic/political culture factors? 2. Did the professional characteristics of the military force it to intervene in Africa's political process? 3. Can African military coups be accounted for by the personal interests of soldiers? 4. What problems do military governments face once they come to power? 5. How would you rate the performance of military regimes in post-colonial Africa? And glossary of key terms. Breakthrough coup, where the military acts in the vanguard of a revolution, replacing traditional political institutions with more radical structures of government. Coercive power, the use or threat of violence to achieve a political or social purpose. Coup d'état, a sudden illegal displacement of government in which members of the security forces play a prominent role. Guardian coup, where the military ousts a failing government, allegedly in the national interest. Political authority, a psychological relationship between the governed and their governors, which engenders a belief that state personnel and institutions should be obeyed. Political culture, commonly held political ideas, attitudes, and behavior that permeate a society. Veto coup, where the military intervenes to arrest political transition, protecting its corporate interests. And further reading. For those interested in the causes of military coups, Samuel Huntington, Environmental, Morris Janowitz, Organizational Characteristics, and S.E. Feiner, Political Culture, delimit the original debate on this issue. Samuel Dekelow's book is more up to date on this subject, and connects itself to the African continent. Also worth reading are 2 articles, one by Arnold Hughes and Roy May, and the other by David Goldsworthy. They both take an inverted look at the military in Africa, asking why the army has not intervened in a large minority of African states. As to the problems military governments face once they have taken power, and the outcomes of this rule, a good starting point once again is Dekelow's book, as well as the book edited by Christopher Clapham and George Phillip. For a case study, Amy Omarah-Odunnu provides an excellent narrative of the role of the military in Ugandan politics. Clapham, Christopher, and George Phillip, eds. The Political Dilemmas of Military Regimes. London, Croom-Helm, 1985. 151. Dekelow, Samuel. Coups and Army Rule in Africa, Motivations and Constraints. New Haven, Yale University Press, 1990. Feiner, S.E. The Man on Horseback, The Role of the Military in Politics. London, Pall Mall, 1962. Goldsworthy, David. Civilian Control of the Military in Black Africa. African Affairs. 1981, 80, 318, 49-74. Hughes, Arnold, and Roy May. The Politics of Succession in Black Africa. Third World Quarterly. 1988, 10, 1, 1-22. Huntington, Samuel P. Political Order in Changing Societies. New Haven, Yale University Press, 1968. Janowitz, Morris. Military Institutions and Coercion in the Developing Nations. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1977. Omarah-Odunnu, Amy I. Politics and the Military in Uganda, 1890–1985. London, Macmillan, 1987. Sovereignty I. External Influences on African Politics. And Chapter Outline. Inter-African International Relations 156 Superpowers, The Cold War and Africa 157, The Communist Powers 158, The Western Powers 160, Other External Interests 163, The Impact of the Cold War on African Politics 164, Africa and the New World Order 165, The Cessation of Proxy Wars 165, Africa Downgraded Strategically 166, Political Conditions Tied to External Aid 167, A Muted but Continued French Presence 168, A Renewed British Interest 169, China's Diplomatic and Economic Offensive 172, State, Civil Society and External Interests 176, Case Study, Somalia's International Relations 178, Questions raised by this chapter 184, Glossary of Key Terms 184, Further reading 185, Notes and References 186. 154. Chapter 8. So far, this book has concentrated on the internal relationships between state and civil society in Africa. The competition and cooperation between these two protagonists have explained a great deal about the political process on the continent. Yet the introduction of this book identified three parties to be considered. Alongside those of state and civil society, the influences of external interests also have to be taken into account when examining the politics of post-colonial Africa. External interests have already come to the fore in previous chapters with the analysis of colonial rule, economic underdevelopment, and the possible influence of an international bourgeoisie. It is now time, however, to investigate this third party more systematically. The current chapter will do exactly this by assessing political influences on the continent emanating from outside Africa. Given this external intervention, sovereignty is the natural choice for this chapter's underlying theme. This is because the very concept of sovereignty, despite its awes, lubricates the machinery of international relations. One's sovereignty, in this respect, can be deemed as the claim of supreme political authority within a territory. It is about governments enjoying autonomy and freedom of constraint within their own borders. The notion of sovereignty underpinned international politics throughout the 20th century, and is still dominant today. It is a concept that gains respect from governments around the world because it is of mutual benefit. The recognition of State B's sovereignty by State A usually implies a reciprocal recognition of State A's own sovereign status. Consequently, an international system advocating non-interference in the domestic jurisdiction of other states has developed. Each sovereign state is attributed unfettered power within its own territorial borders, being recognized as the sole political authority within these frontiers. This understanding of non-interference has the effect of reducing conflict between states, and has thus been enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations. Yet, despite this international respect for sovereignty and non-interference, in reality, no state enjoys total unconstrained power within its domestic jurisdiction. The state's monopoly of power is challenged by two sources. There is internal opposition to this sovereignty, examined in Chapter 10, but more relevant to the present chapter are the external challenges. Like planets in a solar system, states in the international political arena all exert influence over one another. Small territories bordering larger states, for example, will often succumb to their neighbors' gravitational pull. Similarly, the actions of the most powerful states within the system will have ramifications affecting the whole political universe. In this respect, governments can only hide behind their sovereignty to a certain degree. Even the United Kingdom, UK, for example, a state that has enjoyed sovereign status for longer than most, has its domestic arena buffeted by external events. Take, for instance, the UK's gradual ceding of political sovereignty to the institutions of the European Union, EU. Likewise, the British government has also yielded a degree of its economic sovereignty to foreign transnational corporations investing in this country. Indeed, since the end of the Cold War, respect for sovereignty seems to be declining in the world. The 1990s and the start of the 20th century have seen Western powers violating smaller states' sovereignty on the grounds of humanitarian intervention, the former Yugoslavia and Iraq, for example, or more recently the GHT against terrorism, Afghanistan and Iraq, again. 155. African states know the strengths and limitations of the concept of sovereignty more than most within the international community. The vast majority of African countries, after all, are direct creations of external imperial intervention. Although the continent now enjoys a degree of international respect and non-interference, having won its political sovereignty at independence, economic and political fragility still result in vulnerability to outside intervention. In short, because of their relatively weak position, African governments find it difficult to resist the attentions of other, more powerful states. Consequently, as the following paragraphs show, although the continent has always been on the margins of great power competition, global politics have had a considerable impact on the development of this part of the world. This chapter divides its investigation of this external impact between two time periods, the Cold War era, followed by the New World Order. And in inter-African international relations, the bulk of this chapter concentrates on political intervention from states outside the African continent. This is in no way meant to imply that inter-African international relations are insignificant. The continent's post-colonial history has, in many instances, been shaped by interaction exclusively involving African players. In terms of inter-African cooperation, there is much sympathy on the continent for Pan-African ideals, attempting to build solidarity amongst African states. Consequently, in an attempt to tackle similar ex-colonial experiences, bolster continent-wide security and promote wider economic collaboration, the Organization of African Unity, OAU, was founded in 1963. The OAU's membership subsequently expanded as each newly liberated African state joined at independence. The organization was certainly a powerful symbol of potential political cooperation on the continent. In reality, however, the OAU soon developed a reputation of being just a talking shop. This institution's lack of resources and deference to the internal jurisdiction of member states limited its impact. Indeed, in an effort to revive the potential of Pan-African cooperation, the OAU was disbanded altogether in 2002 and replaced by a restructured African Union, O. The O is meant to be more radical than its predecessor. Its charter makes provision for intervention, against a member state's wishes, in respect of grave circumstances. In other words, should the O judge one of its number to be abusing human rights, members will act collectively to rectify the situation. Likewise, the O seeks to subject member states to peer review regarding the maintenance of democracy on the continent. Again, collective sanctions are meant to be triggered should an African state descend into dictatorship. At the same time as the O's initial development, a parallel initiative was launched by key states on the continent, the New Partnership for Africa's Development, NEPAD. NEPAD aims to bring African states and external partners together to improve both the continent's economic and political performance. Attempting to manage their own development strategies, the NEPAD states have pledged to work towards good governance, attempting to attract development aid and foreign investment as a result. It remains to be seen whether the O and NEPAD will succeed where the OAU failed. Will these initiatives generate new economic investment on the continent? And 156. Break the vested interests that previously held back Africa's political and economic progress? Or will the O and NEPAD, once again, only be symbolic of the potential of Pan-African cooperation? The O's failure to intervene decisively with respect to the Darfur conflict in the Sudan, or rein in Robert Mugabe's authoritarian excesses in Zimbabwe, does not bode well for this new era of African security and democratic self-regulation. Similarly, the state-led NEPAD project has been criticized for failing to consult sufficiently with civil society, whilst also lacking transparency regarding its secretariat's day-to-day functioning. The talking shop and vested interests criticisms of the OAU era have resurfaced. Beyond these Pan-African institutions, political cooperation also emerged at the regional level after independence. Multilateral cooperation could be observed in institutions such as the Southern African Development Community, SADC, and the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS. SADC provided the frontline states with an institutional base for solidarity against apartheid South Africa in the 1980s, before reinventing itself in 1992 as a broader regional organization, with the new, non-racial South Africa becoming one of its number by 1994. Similarly, ECOWAS saw initial economic cooperation later develop into accompanying political and security cooperation. ECOWAS-sponsored peacekeepers have seen service in Liberia, Guinea-Bissau, and Sierra Leone, amongst other conflict zones. Not all inter-African international relations, however, have been positive. As shown in previous chapters, factors such as Somalia's irredentism, Libya's adventurism, and apartheid South Africa's destabilization have all brought interstate conflict to the continent. Additional major outbreaks of violence include both South Africa and Zaire, Congo-Kinshasa, intervening in the Angolan Civil War during the mid-1970s, Tanzania's invasion of Uganda in 1979, troops from Rwanda, Uganda, Angola, Namibia, the Sudan, Chad, and Zimbabwe all being active in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, DRC, Congo-Kinshasa, in the late 1990s and beyond, the Eritrean/Ethiopian border war of 1998 to 2000, and Ethiopia's invasion of Somalia in 2008. Despite these violent examples, however, one should not see Africa as a continent of interstate conflict. This type of conflict has been the exception, not the norm, in the post-colonial period. A similar analysis of interstate violence in other parts of the world would generate a much longer list of hostilities. As it was noted in Chapter 3, African countries have been remarkably successful in maintaining the continent's colonial demarcated borders, which, in turn, has brought a degree of harmony to intercontinental foreign relations. What the current chapter will turn to now, however, is where this peace was broken, not by African states, but by external intervention. And superpowers, the Cold War and Africa. The vast majority of African countries gained their independence in the 20-year period between 1955 and 1975. This was a time when global politics were dominated by the Cold War. Newly created sovereign African states were therefore thrust into an international political system where the capitalist West was engaged in ideological combat with the communist East. At first glance, it would seem that Africa had no reason to be caught up in this conflict. The continent was too poor, with few resources to protect, and too peripheral. 157. Errol, not within either superpower's immediate sphere of influence, to trouble these Cold War warriors. The Cold War, however, was truly global. With the United States and the Soviet Union locked in a nuclear stalemate in Europe, both of these powers reasoned that strategic advantage could be gained elsewhere. Rivalries were therefore extended to the African continent, and, although these peripheral strategic policies may have been of only minor importance to officials in Washington, D.C. and Moscow, their consequences had a dramatic impact within Africa itself. The communist powers. The USSR portrayed itself as a natural ally for the new sovereign states of Africa. This was because Tsarist Russia had not been involved in the colonization of the continent, while the Soviet Union itself shared the African nationalists' anti-imperialist sentiments. Indeed, many African leaders proclaimed their countries to be socialist after independence. With these shared ideological foundations, it was only natural that officials in Moscow sustained a generally sympathetic approach towards Africa. In particular, fraternal links were forged with the more radical governments of Ghana, Guinea, and Mali, and later with the Marxist-Leninist states of Angola, Mozambique, and Ethiopia. Essentially, the Soviet Union sought to promote socialism in Africa. There was no question of the USSR overwhelming African governments, trying to establish a buffer zone on the continent, as it had in Eastern Europe. Instead, Moscow reasoned that any allies it could win through diplomacy and aid would help expand the communist world, denying opportunities to the West. The objective was therefore to reinforce the break between the ex-colonies and their ex-colonizers. Soviet policy towards Africa in the 1950s and 1960s can be described as pragmatic. Although the continent was never high on its list of priorities, Moscow was willing to intervene when opportunities emerged. For example, one of the first instances of Cold War tension on African soil was precipitated when the Soviet Union assisted Egypt in building the Aswan High Dam. This was after relations between Egypt and the West had become strained. The United States and Britain pulled out of the dam project after General Nasser's government had accepted an arms shipment from Czechoslovakia. This gave Moscow the opportunity to win friends in Africa, and in 1956 the USSR took over the Aswan construction program and completed it. Similarly, the Soviet Union also built close ties with Guinea. Moscow became Guinea's patron after this country had deed France's wishes and opted for complete independence in 1958. Isolated from the West, Sékou Touré's government was grateful for any external assistance it could secure. Later, in the 1970s, the Soviet Union took a more active role in African affairs. Officials in Moscow sought to prod from the political instability created by Portugal's withdrawal from Africa, as well as the removal of Emperor Haile Selassie in Ethiopia. They were also keen to assist liberation struggles against the white minority governments of southern Africa. Consequently, Angola, Mozambique and Ethiopia received comparatively large amounts of aid, boosting the capacity of these. 158. New Marxist, Leninist regimes to defend themselves against counter-revolutionary forces. Similarly, arms were supplied to the liberation movements of the South, the ANC in South Africa, SWAPO in Namibia and ZAPU in Zimbabwe. It was hoped that these states would become Soviet allies once the insurgent nationalists had defeated the incumbent white minority governments. The expansion of socialism was the long-term objective of Soviet foreign policy. In the shorter term, however, Moscow also sought to improve its strategic position in Africa. Over time, the USSR gained access to a network of heralds and seaports right across the continent. This advanced the Soviet Union's Cold War capabilities considerably. Flights out of Conakry in West Africa, for example, enabled Moscow to monitor Western shipping in the Atlantic, while defense facilities in Somalia, and then in Ethiopia, enhanced Soviet naval operations in the Indian Ocean. As will be seen later in the chapter, this superpower attention benefited African governments through the rent that they could charge for granting such strategic access. The Soviet Union's primary method of paying this rent was through the supply of arms. Millions of tons of military equipment were shipped to Africa. This was undertaken without charge, or very cheaply. By contrast, the West was in the business of selling more sophisticated arms at a considerably higher price. Although tanks, MiG aircraft, and SAM missiles were reserved for prized clients, Angola and Ethiopia, Moscow was willing to sell arms to almost any country where it considered Indians could be won. Just under half of the continent's governments took up this opportunity in the post-colonial period. As a result, Soviet arms sales to Africa rose from $150 million in the 1960s to $2.5 billion in the 1970s. 2. The Soviet Union was not the only communist power involved in Africa. Cuba was also heavily committed to the defense of socialism on this continent. Cuba, as a third world country itself, empathized with Africa's position. Consequently, African regimes were less suspicious of Havana's offers of assistance than they were of Moscow's overtures. This resulted in thousands of Cuban doctors, engineers, teachers, and other technical advisors serving African governments. Havana was also willing to deploy combat troops to support its allies. Up to 50,000 Cuban soldiers were dispatched to Angola and Ethiopia from the mid-1970s onwards. 3. In Angola, for example, Cuban troops, acting alongside government forces, saw active service against invading South African regiments, who had themselves intervened to support, US-backed, UNITA rebels. Without this Cuban intervention, it is likely that the socialist government in Luanda would have been defeated. The People's Republic of China also involved itself in African affairs during the Cold War era. Beijing, after its ideological rift with Moscow, attempted to export its own brand of socialism to the continent. As well as assisting African regimes, This intervention was aimed at blunting rival Soviet expansionism. Again, Beijing stressed its Third World credentials, something Moscow had difficulty doing, and doctors, engineers and teachers were duly dispatched to the continent. The apogee of China's Africa policy of this period came with the building of the Tazara Railway, completed in 1975. This was a project that Western governments had earlier refused to undertake, considering it too difficult and too costly. It involved a formidable piece of engineering, laying 1,680 kilometers of railway track across Central Africa, linking Zambia to the Tanzanian port of Dar es Salaam, thus giving Zambia access to the sea, avoiding 159. The need to transport goods through white-ruled Rhodesia or South Africa. However, China was not to repeat the scale of cooperation anywhere else on the continent. Indeed, Beijing's Africa policy remained somewhat discreet during the Cold War, when compared with those of the Soviet Union or Cuba. The Western powers. The global containment of communism was the primary foreign policy goal of the United States during the years of the Cold War. Not only did this involve the United States shoring up democracies in Western Europe, with the provision of Marshall Aid and the deployment of U.S. troops, it also led Washington to seek out allies on other continents. Friendly governments in far-off places, it was reasoned, could act as a bulwark against potential Soviet expansion. Although, again, African states were only of minor importance to Cold War strategists in Washington, D.C., no area of the world could be neglected. It was feared that any state going communist had the potential to tip the overall balance of this global confrontation. Therefore, despite the United States' limited economic and strategic interests on the continent, African governments were courted. Washington considered it imperative that the continent's nationalist and anti-imperial regimes should not be converted into Soviet satellites. U.S. administration selected a number of states for special attention. These countries were seen as regionally important. At various times, Zaire, now DRC, Morocco, Ethiopia, Somalia, and Kenya could be identified as U.S. clients. This resulted in economic aid owing to these states, as well as diplomatic support when this was needed. Morocco, for example, received sympathy from Washington over its claims to the Western Sahara, while Zaire was supported in its border clashes with Angola. The United States also sought to back moderate groups, while disabling radical factions, in the continent's disputed territories. In the 1960 Congo crisis, for example, which was precipitated by Katanga's secession, U.S. power was directed against Prime Minister Patrice Lumumba. The CIA's local chief of station reported that he was unsure whether Lumumba was actually a commie or just playing commie, but there may be little time left in which to take the action to avoid another coup before. Consequently, U.S. activity contributed both to Lumumba's assassination and to the subsequent rise of General Mobutu Sese Seko. These actions eliminated any potential gains for the Soviet Union in this particular part of the world. The Congo crisis, and other cases, such as Angola in the 1970s and 1980s, are dramatic examples of U.S. African intervention during the Cold War. The bulk of Washington's policy, however, revolved around the more mundane allocation of aid. Most African governments expressing pro-Western leanings could expect favorable attention. Indeed, it often seemed as if Washington was too eager to assist some of the continent's regimes. In several instances, the United States stood accused of supplying aid to governments that readily violated their own citizens' human rights. U.S. strategic interests, in this respect, were being put ahead of humanitarian considerations. Although U.S. support for Zaire, for example, clearly denied the Soviet Union opportunities, the military and monetary assistance offered to Mobutu's regime allowed him to sustain a brutal and corrupt dictatorship for several decades. 160. 161. Plate 8.2 Mobutu at the White House, meeting Ronald Reagan 20 years later in 1983. Plate 8.1 President Mobutu Sese Seko successfully positioned Zaire as a U.S. client state throughout the Cold War. Mobutu at the White House, Washington, D.C., meeting J.F. Kennedy in 1963. Similarly, although the United States officially disapproved of white minority rule, no administration in Washington was prepared consistently to challenge South Africa over its policy of apartheid. 5. Throughout the Cold War period, U.S. officials marginalized human rights concerns, hiding behind notions of state sovereignty and non-interference in domestic jurisdictions in order to capture the more coveted prize of global containment. Moving on to look at other Western powers, Britain and France took very different approaches towards Africa after decolonization. Britain, considerably less inclined to intervene than France, was content to operate a low-key Africa policy. Indeed, officials in London seemed to regard this continent as a source of trouble rather than opportunity. 6. Britain did help the newly independent governments of Kenya, Tanganyika, and Uganda put down army mutinies in 1964, but these proved to be isolated incidents. Even when pushed by other Commonwealth countries to punish the white settler government of Ian Smith, when Rhodesia illegally declared unilateral independence in 1965, Britain refused to deploy troops. Instead, London was more active in quietly pursuing its not inconsiderable economic interests in the post-colonial era. By contrast, inactivity is not a charge that could be leveled against France. Paris, after decolonization, maintained a particularly close relationship with a number of African countries, much closer than the other ex-colonial powers or the newer Cold War patrons. Although France never managed to construct the Communauté Franco-Africaine, a confederal system with Paris at the center, as envisaged by President Charles de Gaulle at independence, African nationalism was far too strong for this. France did remain the most influential foreign government on the continent. This was because France saw itself as having a particularly rich civilization, with a duty to spread this culture overseas. Just as the mission Civilisatrice, civilizing mission, was at the center of France's original colonial intervention in Africa, this remained ingrained in Franco-African relations throughout the Cold War period. Indeed, France's influence was so successful in Africa during the Cold War that several states from other colonial backgrounds, such as Belgium's, Zaire, Rwanda, and Burundi, also associated themselves with La Francophonie, the French-speaking cultural community/commonwealth. Underlining this point, more states sent representatives to the 1982 Franco-African Summit in Kinshasa than attended a parallel meeting of the Organization of African Unity in Tripoli. 7. Christopher Clapham attributes France's success in Africa to three factors: people, money, and force. 8. In terms of people, diplomatic and financial ties between Paris and the continent's capitals were much more intimate than those offered by Britain, the United States or the Soviet Union. French relationships were underwritten by bonds of mutual trust and friendship. In this respect, several Africanists have likened the Franco-African international community to a family, with Paris acting as a paternal guru, tending to its children, especially when they become disobedient. 9. These personal links stretch back prior to independence. Most of France's colonies remained loyal to General de Gaulle and the Free French during the Second World War, for example, while several African nationalist leaders, such as Félix Houphouët-Boigny of Côte d'Ivoire, served as deputies in the French Parliament and ministers in the national government before going on to rule their own countries. 162. Later, in the Cold War period, Paris continued to pay close attention to its ex-colonies. Africa policy was given the distinction of being coordinated by a dedicated department within the Élysée Palace itself. Regular Franco-African summits were held, reciprocal ministerial and head of state visits were undertaken, and several French nationals served as high-ranking civil servants within African governments. No other state, Western or communist, came close to matching the status and personal attention France accorded its Africa policy. France also offered its African clients financial support. Throughout the Cold War period, Paris consistently gave twice as much aid as any other donor. In 1985, for example, France's contribution measured 70% of sub-Saharan Africa's total development assistance. 10. The French Treasury also guaranteed the Communauté Financière Africaine, CFA, franc. This gave the member states of this common monetary zone a fully convertible currency tied to the value of the French franc. Although, in effect, members relinquished their national sovereignty for this privilege, in return they received a degree of monetary stability absent elsewhere on the continent. Then there was the factor of force. During the Cold War period, Paris negotiated military cooperation agreements with almost all the Francophone African countries. These pacts brought a good deal of security to African governments. France, with some 13,000 troops stationed on African soil, with bases in Côte d'Ivoire, Gabon, Senegal, Togo, the Central African Republic and Djibouti, intervened militarily on numerous occasions. In 1964, for example, French troops helped restore Léon Mba to the presidency of Gabon in the wake of a military coup. The Foreign Legion arrived in Libreville, Gabon's capital, 24 hours before Mba officially requested help. Similar examples of direct French military intervention include Zaire, where incursions from Angola were thwarted, Chad, as a countermeasure to Libyan attentions, the Western Sahara, to help the Mauritanian government repel Polisario rebels, and the Central African Republic, protecting President Jean Bedel Bokassa's regime. This last case proves to be particularly interesting, as French troops also contributed to Bokassa's eventual overthrow in 1979. The self-proclaimed emperor's murderous regime had simply become too embarrassing for officials in Paris to support. Thus, French patronage was an essential element in the politics of Francophone Africa. Personal, economic, or military support came to underwrite many of these regimes. While the more powerful Cold War patrons concentrated their efforts in the Horn and Southern Africa, Paris enjoyed a chasse gardée, private hunting ground, elsewhere. Other external interests. In terms of external states intervening in African politics, the countries analyzed above are certainly those which created most impact during the Cold War period. This is not to say, however, that they were the only instances. Other ex-colonial powers still retained links with their former territories, bilateral trade strengthened contacts elsewhere, most notably with Germany and Japan. Scandinavian countries, after France, led the way in providing development and humanitarian aid. Arab states 163 offered material assistance to the continent's Islamic countries, and, as will be seen in the next chapter, international financial institutions also played a major role in Africa's post-colonial political history. So far, however, this chapter has been concentrating on external foreign policies towards Africa. The next section attempts to assess how African states pursued their own interests in this Cold War environment, and the impact of the Cold War on African politics. The diplomacy conducted with African regimes, and the military skirmishes acted out on this continent, rarely register more than a passing mention in most histories of the Cold War. Conflicts in Korea and Vietnam, and the Cuban Missile Crisis, draw far more attention. What was of little concern to Europeans and North Americans, however, had major ramifications in Africa itself. The Cold War brought both positive and negative challenges for regimes on this continent. With skillful maneuvering, international patrons could be manipulated into providing much-needed external resources and security for African governments. This said, it was also possible for African countries to be drawn catastrophically into the East-West conflict, notably through proxy wars. Opportunities existed for African regimes in that the former colonial powers wished to retain their economic and strategic interests on the continent. Since they could no longer do this by the direct political subjugation of imperialism, Western states now had to work with the new sovereign governments of Africa. Consequently, an international patron-client relationship emerged. African governments, in return for access to economic markets or strategic sites, could demand concessions. If the material, diplomatic and military resources given were considered inadequate, then regimes could use their sovereign authority to play one patron off against another. Given that Cold War protagonists were also now seeking access to the continent, even greater concessions could be secured. Zaire's President Mobutu Sese Seko, for example, was an expert at manipulating international patrons. During his 30-year reign, Mobutu fostered contacts, with the CIA, and then with Belgium, France, West Germany, Saudi Arabia, and even China, not to mention additional negotiations with international financial institutions. Observing these, and other leaders' maneuverings, Tanzania's president, Julius Nyerere, considered there to be a second scramble for Africa underway during the Cold War. 11 African states welcomed the development aid, cheap loans, technical assistance, and other benefits granted by international patrons. This material support made a considerable difference to the continent's regimes, given that there was often a scarcity of such resources produced within their own societies. There was also military support. Direct French and Cuban interventions have been noted above. In addition to this, the majority of African states also received arms shipments from Cold War patrons. Between 1967 and 1978 alone, the USSR supplied $2.70 billion worth of weapons to Africa, while the United States contributed $1.6 billion. 12 Numerous other suppliers, from France and West Germany through to Israel and Czechoslovakia, also found ready takers for their military hardware. In effect, with these weapons, external interests were underwriting the power of the state in Africa. 164. Challenges to state sovereignty could now be countered by coercive agencies well armed with sophisticated weaponry. Superpower patronage, however, did not always prove beneficial for African states. The danger was that if one side of the global divide paid an interest in a particular country, so might the other. On several occasions, rival domestic political camps came to be supported by competing Cold War patrons. This happened in Angola, for example, where the MPLA government was favored by the Soviet Union and the UNITA rebel movement was backed by the United States. Under such circumstances, internal conflicts become internationalist and a proxy war may result. In other words, the Cold War becomes a hot war, and African lives are lost. Conflicts in Africa that became internationalist by Cold War intervention were particularly difficult to quell. Whereas before, the indigenous parties may have been able to come to some agreement based on local bargaining, now a resolution to the conflict also required superpower interests to be served. In the meantime, the fighting continued at an intensity that local resources alone could not have sustained. With access to the armories of the West or the Soviet Union, greater destruction and more deaths occurred. Indeed, external resources fueled these wars, keeping them going where, with no external intervention, local resources would soon have been exhausted, and peace might have been sought. Angola's civil war lasted 27 years. It is true that the Cold War may not have actually caused any conflicts in Africa, it did, however, exacerbate the intensity and duration of these confrontations. As President Olusegun Obasanjo of Nigeria observed, even the most innocuous of conflicts in Africa became intractable and protracted, often resulting in wars of attrition. 13. Africa and the New World Order. The early 1990s saw Moscow lose its grip on its satellites in Eastern Europe. Soon after that, the Soviet Union itself disintegrated, abandoning socialism and splitting into a number of separate sovereign states. The Cold War was at an end. U.S. President George Bush, Sr., accepting the responsibilities his country now had as the sole superpower, declared the commencement of a new world order. This whole transitory period was symbolized in the West by the television pictures showing German citizens breaching the Berlin Wall. The end of the Cold War, however, did not just have ramifications for the people of Europe and North America, there were also major residual effects in Africa. Just as they had adapted to the demands of an international system dominated by the Cold War, African states now had to adjust to the New World Order. The cessation of proxy wars. One of the more immediate effects of the Soviet Union's demise was the ending of proxy wars. In 1990, for example, Moscow ceased its supply of weapons to Ethiopia. This removed both external interests and external resources from this particular conflict. The incumbent Mengistu regime fell to an alliance of rebel forces a year later. 165. Something that would have taken much longer, or may not have happened at all, had previous Soviet backing remained. Similar patterns of events occurred in southern Africa. The unwillingness of external patrons to continue funding proxy wars assisted a number of interlinked negotiated settlements in this region. With global strategic interests waning in Angola, for example, conflict resolution based on local realities now became possible. Previously, the MPLA government could rely on Soviet and Cuban support, while UNITA rebels received US and South African assistance. In a wider regional settlement, brokered by the US government and assisted by Moscow, South Africa agreed to withdraw its troops from both Angola and Namibia, in return for a simultaneous Cuban withdrawal. Now denied external backing, UNITA and the MPLA themselves sought an internal negotiated settlement in Angola. Although national reconciliation collapsed in 1992, the subsequent intermittent clashes between these two forces did not have the ferocity of those of the 1980s. This was because there was no longer access to superpower-supplied military hardware. Angola achieved a more permanent peace in 2002. In South Africa itself, the end of the Cold War accelerated the arrival at the negotiating table of the incumbent National Party government and the rebel African National Congress, ANC. Having lost its weapons supply from Moscow, and with its rear bases under threat from improving relations between the frontline states and Pretoria, the ANC was forced to put its negotiation strategy to the fore. Similarly, the South African government could no longer expect tacit support from the West. The days were numbered when Pretoria could rely on understanding within Western capitals on the grounds that South Africa was a bastion against communist encroachment. The threat of further sanctions was now very real. With external support fading, negotiations became the favored option for both sides. An ANC-led government of national unity emerged in 1994, ending 350 years of white minority rule in this country. Africa downgraded strategically. The end of the Cold War not only extinguished a number of proxy wars, it also dramatically affected the flow of external resources to the continent's governments. With no global connect, the West strategically downgraded Africa. There was no reason to supply African regimes with diplomatic and military aid. As Geoffrey Lefebvre observed, in the New World Order, the days of right-wing and left-wing dictatorial regimes being lavished with aid and excused for their internal excesses were over. 14 For a start, there was no longer the Soviet Union to act as a patron to countries expressing socialist solidarity. And without Soviet Unions on the continent, Washington's attention also declined. The United States had few other interests in Africa. U.S. economic investment on the whole continent, for example, measured considerably less than one-third of its exposure in the single country of Brazil. 15 Apart from a general desire to spread liberal democracy and capitalism across the globe, African affairs troubled few within Washington, D.C. circle of foreign policy makers. Consequently, consulates were closed, assistance programs cut, and CIA agents packed their bags and sought more relevant hunting grounds elsewhere. 166. Tellingly, a number of former U.S. clients were removed from government in the 1990s. Samuel Doe in Liberia, for example, Hissène Habre in Chad, Siad Barre in Somalia, and even Mobutu Sese Seko in Zaire, were all deposed. All these individuals would have stood a better chance of retaining power if the external resource taps had kept owing. Washington, however, made it clear that ex-clients in Africa now had to deal with local realities largely on their own. They could no longer rely on superpower patrons to prop up their regimes. Initially, the United States, buoyed by its single superpower status, did consider intervening in Africa. Somalia proved to be a test case for U.S. foreign policy in the New World Order. The events of this early 1990s humanitarian intervention are discussed in more detail in the case study at the end of this chapter. It is enough to note, at this point, that the mission ended in UN forces becoming embroiled in the country's civil war. When a number of U.S. soldiers were killed attempting to arrest a militia leader, Washington withdrew its troops altogether. With this one incident, full-scale United States involvement in African humanitarian missions had ended. U.S. troops have not returned since to African soil. Not even genocide in Rwanda could persuade Washington, D.C. to deploy ground forces. Indeed, U.S. overt intervention in Africa for the rest of the 1990s was confined solely to the bombing of an alleged chemical weapons factory in the Sudan. This was in direct retribution for simultaneous Islamist-inspired terrorist attacks on U.S. embassies in Tanzania and Kenya in 1998. Covert U.S. operations continued against Islamist terrorist organizations in the Horn of Africa, but it was not until 2003 that the United States was involved once again in overt military intervention. Even here the U.S. Navy conned itself to only providing logistical support for Nigerian troops peacekeeping in Liberia. Africa remains RMLY on the periphery of U.S. interests. Africa has also been strategically downgraded by other Western states. The development of the EU, for example, became much more of a priority for the ex-colonial powers than maintaining links with their former African possessions. Although Britain and France ensured that the EU gave a preferential trading status to their ex-colonies, through the Lomé Convention, this agreement, as a result of preparations for European monetary union, became less favorable to African countries in the 1990s. 16. Political conditions tied to external aid. Western development aid did not dry up totally in the New World Order. Given that Africa is so dependent on external assistance, a humanitarian disaster would have occurred if aid had been severed completely. Aid, however, lost its geopolitical strategic function with the end of the Cold War. Consequently, assistance now came with political conditions attached. Whereas, before, domestic indiscretions were overlooked, African governments now had to do more for their money. As early as June 1990, Douglas Hurd, the British Foreign Minister, was talking about the need for good governance in Africa. Similarly, French President François Mitterrand declared that French aid would not be forthcoming to regimes that have an authoritarian approach without accepting an evolution towards democracy. 17 and the West. 167. Was serious about this conditionality. Paris suspended development aid to Zaire in 1991, and to Togo in 1993. Both of these countries' ruling elites fell foul of their international patrons because they had resisted pressures for democratic reform. It was Kenya, however, that came under most scrutiny during this new era of aid conditionality. Kenya had taken a pro-capitalist, pro-Western stance throughout the years of the Cold War. In return, the West had given generously in terms of development and military assistance. The altered environment of the New World Order, however, made many more demands on Daniel Arap Moi's regime. By 1990, the Kenyan opposition had become more active, and organized demonstrations nationwide. Moi's government suppressed the pro-democracy protesters violently, calling them hooligans and drug addicts, who would be hunted down like rats. 18 This kind of behavior may have been overlooked previously, when the containment of communism, and not human rights, was the primary goal. In the 1990s, however, material assistance was now directly exchanged for good governance. Consequently, Moi came under massive donor pressure to instigate reforms. International financial institutions, the United States, the EU, and Scandinavian countries, all of whom had previously helped sustain Moi's rule, now suspended their aid programs to Kenya. Moi eventually succumbed to this donor pressure, amending the constitution to allow the registration of opposition political parties. Kenya's big man would now succumb to multi-party politics, with his retirement contributing to the ruling party's defeat by an opposition coalition in 2002. Kenya was far from being alone in having to accept external political demands in return for aid. This has been commonplace on the continent in the New World Order. Good governance is the requirement, while the notion of non-interference in the domestic jurisdiction of a sovereign state is now much less in vogue. A muted but continued French presence. French policy towards Africa has not been immune to the wider strategic downgrading of the African continent. Paris has been less active in this part of the world. Indeed, France actually devalued the CFA franc in 1995, reducing by half its skull subsidy of La Francophonie. Similarly, the funeral of Félix Houphouët-Boigny, President of the Côte d'Ivoire, can be seen as symbolizing this changing relationship between France and its former colonies in the New World Order. Although Houphouët-Boigny's funeral in 1994 saw the attendance of 3 former French presidents and 6 former prime ministers, it is unlikely that relations between Paris and current Francophone African leaders will ever be this intimate again. France, despite its more pressing European commitments, however, did not totally abandon its idea of a chasse gardée in Africa. Paris still reserves the right to intervene in order to maintain its unions and interests. Pressure may have been put on clients to hold multi-party elections, but this did not prevent Paris from helping a favored candidate to victory. French aid to Cameroon, for instance, rose from $159 million in 1990 to $436 million in 1992. This increase in assistance can largely be explained by the fact that the incumbent, Paul Biya, fought a presidential 168 election in 1992. These additional funds allowed Biya's government to expand public spending as part of its election campaign. 19 Paris has also been selective in its criticism of authoritarian behavior. Former clients in Chad, 1990, and Mali, 1991, may have been left to their own fate when faced with opposition challenges, but there was little criticism when more favored clients, in Côte d'Ivoire and Madagascar for example, suppressed rival political movements. Similarly, Algeria continued to receive preferential treatment from French policymakers, as it did from all Western governments, despite the military in this country having annulled the 1991 national elections. The West was willing to overlook this annulment because the Front Islamique du Salut, FIS, an Islamist party, had emerged as the polls' victor. External interests, in this case, were apparently only willing to promote multi-party competition if the result of this election suited their own ideas of democracy. France, however, reserved Central Africa as the theater for its most obvious intervention in the New World Order. Paris was particularly concerned about losing its acquired unions in the former Belgian colonies. A chain reaction saw the insurgent Rwandan Patriotic Front, RPF, defeat the incumbent Kigali government, a French client, in 1994. The RPF then, in turn, assisted Zairian rebels to defeat Mobutu Sese Seko, another French client, in 1997. These events were seen as damaging to French interests. Accordingly, French troops mounted Operation Turquoise in Rwanda. This gained UN support as a humanitarian mission offering protection to civilians caught up in the Rwandan genocide. In reality, however, this operation seemed to be more interested in creating a safe haven allowing defeated government forces to regroup. Similarly, France also tried unsuccessfully to arrange a humanitarian mission to Zaire. Whatever assistance may have been given here, this military force would also have served to stall the Zairean rebels' advance on Kinshasa, possibly giving Mobutu time to negotiate a future for his regime. This did not happen. Rwanda's decision to adopt English, alongside French, as an official language in 2008 was the nail in the coffin for French policy in this part of the continent. Paris, with these maneuverings, may have failed comprehensively to retain incumbent clients in Central Africa, but with 10,000 French troops stationed on African soil, and another 800 military advisors serving the continent's governments, France still retains the capacity to intervene rapidly in this part of the world. 20. The intervention of Paris in Côte d'Ivoire during 2002, Chad in 2006 and 2008, and in the Central African Republic during 2006, each time thwarting a potential removal from government of its clients, seeks to underline France's continued activity on the African continent. A renewed British interest. The UK has shown greater political interest in Africa during the New World Order. Moving from its previous low-key commercially led approach to the continent, Britain has become an important diplomatic voice calling for change in Africa. It was ministers in the Conservative government of John Major that RST brought 169. African debt relief to the agenda of the G8 Forum of Industrialist Nations during the mid-1990s, but Tony Blair's new Labour administration, after 1997, widened the British government's focus on Africa. Indeed, at his party's annual conference in 2001, Prime Minister Blair called Africa a scar on the conscience of the world. The UK was of the view that the international community had a moral duty to defend human rights in Africa, alongside an obligation to assist the continent's economic development. Blair even talked about a Marshall Plan for Africa. Britain too now sought to pursue an active African policy. As Foreign Secretary Jack Straw had it, Africa matters. It matters if you want to produce a stable world. You can't have 4 continents going forward and 1 going backwards. 21. Essentially, Britain was very much behind the NEPAD principles. It wanted to build upon the continent's democratic advances of the 1990s. In return for African governments committing themselves to programs of good governance and poverty reduction, the UK undertook to increase aid and provide debt relief. As Blair himself put it, our challenge is to support the good. Africa's challenge is to eliminate the bad. 22. Importantly, London also pledged itself to persuade its fellow industrialist states to support this new partnership. British officials persistently placed Africa on the agenda of the G8 and other international organizations. Alongside moral arguments, Prime Minister Blair, and his successor Gordon Brown, underlined that it was in the rich country's own interests to invest in Africa. Not to do so would endanger security. After all, an impoverished and unstable African continent would potentially become a platform for international terrorism, transnational crime, illegal migration, and disease. The UK made its position plain: it would now be timely to support African democracy and poverty reduction. The most obvious outcome of this new energized position was British troops intervening in Sierra Leone's civil war during 2000. After a decade of rival groups battling for control over Sierra Leone's diamond mines, the Revolutionary United Front, RUF, had nearly gained the upper hand, and was threatening to topple the internationally recognized government in Freetown. It was at this point that London intervened. UK military power was used to assist government forces in repelling the rebel advance. RUF troops were routed by British-trained and supported government troops, acting alongside British units themselves. The RUF's leadership was captured and indicted for war crimes. The UK subsequently invested heavily in programs of reconciliation and reconstruction for Sierra Leone. This investment has been rewarded by a remarkable transition from the brutal conflict of the 1990s. Democratic advances have been consolidated, and Sierra Leone's economy has grown as a consequence. As a case study of how Western intervention can assist African conflict resolution, Sierra Leone was a significant feather in the cap for new British engagement. This feat was repeated in 2002, under different circumstances, in the Sudan. British officials were active in mediating a peace agreement between the northern government and the southern rebel Sudan People's Liberation Movement. This, again, was a significant achievement, given that these two parties had been engaged in a civil war which had roots trailing all the way back to the 1950s. This time, however, British efforts were somewhat tarnished by the Sudanese government's subsequent actions. Khartoum, instead of consolidating the new peace, promptly 170 turned its attention to the west of the country. Government troops brutally repressed dissenting groups in Darfur. Beyond these two specific country intercessions, the UK sought to assist a broader range of African states via expanding its aid regime. Programme allocations of the UK Department of International Development, DFID, rose from £3 million in the RST year of Blair's government to over £1 billion by 2005/06. 23 The most notable successes for this investment program were primary education and access to healthcare, particularly in Tanzania, Ghana, Rwanda, and Uganda. UK lobbying also helped raise international multilateral levels of aid donation to Africa. The most significant international agreement assisted by British activism, however, was the decision to cancel significant sums of African debt. The origin of these debts is discussed in Chapter 9, but it is worth noting here that, with UK officials taking the lead, by 2009 over $110 billion of debt had been written off globally with respect to heavily indebted poor countries, HIPCs. 24 Western creditor governments had collectively agreed to loosen the noose of debt. Potentially all HIPCs could have manageable debts in the near future on the condition that they agree to policies of fiscal responsibility, negotiated with the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and develop poverty alleviation programs, ensuring that funds released by debt relief are spent legitimately. The UK has gone beyond the multilateral HIPC agreement and pledged to write off 100% of all its bilateral debts owed by HIPCs, should they meet these two criteria. Overall, however, it is difficult to gauge the long-term impact of British policy and lobbying on Africa. There is certainly more donor support for African governments, and significant sums of crippling debts have been removed, but assisting African development is a massive undertaking. Western policy initiatives will not necessarily net instant returns. Performance indicators read this. Reporting on its 16 development goals, DFID conceded that there had been zero or negative growth in 2008 with respect to 9 of the 16 goals in sub-Saharan Africa, insufficient progress on VE, with just one indicator categorized as on target 25. However sincere London's moral rhetoric and commitment of funds, there has to be an acknowledgement of the complexity and scale of the issues impinging on African development. Occasionally, the UK's language and approach towards Africa has appeared well-intentioned but naive. Problems also emerged relating to the other side of the NEPAD vision. The UK has had limited success persuading African governments to keep their side of the aid and debt relief for good governance and poverty reduction bargain. In terms of good governance, for example, the idea of fellow African states utilizing peer review as a mechanism for maintaining and improving democratic accountability on the continent never really took off. African leaders remained reluctant to criticize their own, especially when the source of pressure to do this emanated from the ex-colonial powers. President Robert Mugabe of Zimbabwe, for instance, received a relatively easy ride from other African states despite his government's excesses and this peer review mechanism being in place. The UK government's financial and technical investment in institutionalizing this system within the auspices of the African Union has netted few returns. London was also faced with the problem of what to do when key partners in its African strategy resorted to autocratic means themselves to remain in power. Britain. 171. Worked closely with President Yoweri Museveni of Uganda, for example, providing significant levels of aid and writing off most of this country's debts. Museveni's rule initially produced a considerably improved human rights record in Uganda, accompanied by economic development. Yet, London was faced with a dilemma in 2006 when Museveni amended his country's constitution to abandon presidential term limits, ensuring that he himself could stand for a third term and beyond. The Museveni government also started to harass Uganda's opposition parties. Similar events happened in Ethiopia. Prime Minister Meles Zenawi sat on Tony Blair's Commission for Africa. Yet, when Zenawi's own government was threatened by opposition campaigning in 2005, he was quick to deploy his police force and intimidate rivals. This leaves external activists with a problem: should they drop their wayward African partners, and abandon the investments they have made in terms of poverty alleviation programs already established and debt relief granted? Or should a degree of authoritarianism be tolerated in this transition period, preserving the positive infrastructure already created? Is simultaneous progress required in both poverty alleviation and good governance? British activism certainly had an impact across Africa in the New World Order, and helped adjust international attitudes towards the continent, but, despite the new positive and occasionally evangelical language espoused by officials in London, the UK still had to face deeply ingrained obstructive patterns of behaviour and culture that have been a feature of post-colonial African politics. China's diplomatic and economic offensive. Of all the major powers, it is China that has concerned itself most with African affairs in the New World Order. Beijing has expanded its engagement with the African continent dramatically. Gone are the earlier ideological-driven relations of the Cold War era, which had the aim of demonstrating political solidarity. Today, China has a very different agenda: capitalism. Although notions of anti-imperial cooperation can still be found in the rhetoric of Chinese diplomats, these representatives are present on African soil to ensure that Africa plays its role in China's emergence as an economic superpower. As a consequence, the volume of trade between China and Africa rose tenfold in the decade to 2008. Statistically, Beijing is soon to become Africa's most significant commercial partner. 26 Much of this growing trade can be explained by China's global search for raw materials. Among other commodities, Beijing is involved in extracting copper from Zambia, chrome and platinum from Zimbabwe, timber from Cameroon and the Congo Basin, iron ore from Gabon, and cotton from Tanzania. It is, however, China's thirst for oil that lies at the heart of this country's new engagement with Africa. As a consequence of its economic expansion, China, in 1993, moved from being a net exporter to a net importer of oil. Beijing had become vulnerable. An inability to secure sufficient hydrocarbons from foreign suppliers would halt the economic miracle. This reality was compounded by the fact that Middle Eastern oil production is dominated by U.S. corporate interests. It therefore became a priority for Beijing to 172. Locate and develop previously untapped reserves of this commodity, providing better security over the supply and price of this input. China has thus become a major partner in oil exploration and production on the African continent. Its corporations have major drilling operations in Angola, the Sudan, Nigeria, Gabon, and Algeria, and are involved in development ventures with a wide range of states, including Niger, Congo-Brazzaville, Kenya, Equatorial Guinea, Ethiopia, and Madagascar. Angola became China's single largest supplier of oil from 2006, when it surpassed imports from Saudi Arabia. Observing this reality, academic Ian Taylor is of the opinion, it would be difficult to overstate the importance of Africa to China's own development. 27 Africa is also important to China as a destination for its manufactured goods. A visit to even the most remote market on the continent will reveal Chinese products for sale. The bulk of these commodities are cheap household items, textiles, clothing, footwear, and lower-end electrical goods. Chinese nationals have also emigrated to African countries in large numbers to establish small shops selling these items. These entrepreneurs can be found both in urban and rural communities. In 2006, Africa imported goods to the value of $26 billion from China, the largest volume of inward trade from any single country. 28 Again, it is becoming clear that Beijing is emerging as the continent's prime economic partner. In many ways, Africa is benefiting from this new attention. China is providing much needed foreign investment and access to cheap consumer goods. This sort of economic stimulation was not previously forthcoming from Western transnational corporations. Oil fields are being developed, mining operations have been rejuvenated, and income generated for African states. China has also embarked on a generous program of infrastructure and public works projects right across the continent. This activity seeks to provide visible assets symbolizing the advantages of this new cooperation. Pristine parliament buildings have been constructed, in Uganda, for example, as have national stadiums, Sierra Leone and the Central African Republic, along with presidential palaces, Zimbabwe and DRC. Likewise, China has built or repaired numerous schools, roads, and railways. Inevitably, comparisons have been made with the less dramatic and more measured Western development programs. Beijing's cooperation is decisive and rarely involves political conditions. As one African diplomat observed, China is able to build a railway before the World Bank would get round to doing a cost-benefit analysis. 29 Yet, this economic activity does come at a price. It can be argued that China's approach to the continent is neocolonial, while, at the same time, undermining potential liberal democratic gains. In terms of the neocolonial charge, China portrays its relationship with Africa as one based on mutual respect and benefit. As with their Western corporate competitors, however, there is little evidence of Chinese companies attempting to stimulate economic development that will benefit domestic African economies. As before, productive capital tends to be exported, rather than invested locally. The objective is the expansion of the Chinese economy, not a strategy of developing African manufacturing instead. With respect to the goodwill public works discussed above, for example, it is often the case that Chinese construction companies will import their own materials, and even their own labor force, to complete these projects. These corporations do not turn to African business partners. 173. Or the local employment market. There have also been complaints that Chinese corporations have little respect for health and safety, or for the environmental impact of their drilling and mining. Such low standards are a feature of Chinese society as well, so are not neocolonial per se, but they do contribute to a growing perception amongst Africans that China, whatever its former socialist credentials, is just the latest in a long line of foreign resource grabbers. Has not Beijing created the same unequal exchange relationship endured under European colonialism? It is China's clothing and textile exports that have done most to fuel charges of neocolonialism. African manufacturers simply cannot compete with the flood of cheap Chinese goods entering their domestic markets. The consequence has been the devastation of what was previously one of Africa's most successful economic sectors. In recent times, some 800 South African textiles factories have been forced to close, for example, costing 60,000 jobs, while Nigeria has lost upwards of 80% of its factories, putting 250,000 workers out of employment. This is a story repeated continent-wide. Indeed, the situation became so bad by 2006 that China, concerned about the knock-on effect on its standing in Africa, voluntarily imposed a quota on textile exports to South Africa. Likewise, Beijing started to be more sensitive over the domestic economic impact of its trade. It is currently working closely with local manufacturers in Benin, Mali, and Togo. 30 Beyond neocolonialism, China's renewed interest in Africa has also been accused of undermining the liberalization objectives of Western aid regimes. Beijing is offering an alternative to Western conditionality, putting little emphasis on skill restraint and democratic reform. Whereas, As it will be shown in the following chapter, this conditionality had its faults. An international environment had been created in the 1990s where African leaders understood that they would not receive external assistance unless they reformed their regimes. China has altered this understanding. Once again, African leaders can play foreign patrons off against one another. China, for example, offered Angola a $2 billion loan in 2005. This permitted Luanda to walk away from parallel negotiations with the IMF. The IMF's alternative assistance package contains strict economic and political conditions. By contrast, Beijing's sole rider was the option to buy 10,000 barrels of oil a day from Angola. 31 Similarly, China is willing to sell arms to governments on the continent, even if these regimes are subject to formal or informal Western embargoes. Nigeria, for example, one of Beijing's major oil partners, was able to purchase patrol boats in 2006 to deploy in the politically sensitive Niger Delta. 32 Beijing is not necessarily taking an immoral position on African trade and aid. Instead, it is an amoral stance. Like the protagonists of the Cold War era, China believes in non-interference in the domestic jurisdiction of a state. It is up to Africans to determine how they govern themselves. This is nothing to do with China. Beijing will do business with any recognized sovereign authority representing a state. In this respect, China leaves issues of humanitarian intervention and conditionality, and hand-wringing in general, to the West. For pariah states, China has provided a lifeline. External resource taps, originally blocked for political and moral reasons, have been turned on once again. Similarly, for more legitimate governments, but those still with autocratic rexes or weak democracies, Beijing represents a welcome countervailing force to the conditionality. 174. Demanded by the West. Should a particular set of aid negotiations not be to the liking of these illiberal states, diplomats can turn to China instead. In both instances, external resources secured can rejuvenate patronage networks, whilst arms bought can shore up the state's coercive powers. Consequently, as it will be seen in Chapter 10, enclave states are back in business. Raw materials are exchanged for external patronage, bypassing the need for a state elite to have local accountability. The Sudan and Zimbabwe provide the two most extreme examples of African states benefiting from China's amoral approach to international relations. With the Sudan coming under criticism after 2003 for its brutality in suppressing rebel groups in Darfur, Western aid was suspended. The Sudan, however, produces some 600,000 barrels of oil a day, with 2/3 of this output being exported to China. Indeed, Beijing invested $15 billion in Sudanese refineries, roads, and railways between 1996 and 2006 to ensure it had access to this oil. The Darfur crisis did not interrupt this cooperation. China and the Sudan engaged in $3.9 billion of trade in 2005 alone, whilst Beijing advanced a $3 million preferential loan to Khartoum the following year. Without this Chinese support, President Omar al-Bashir's regime would have struggled. It would have been difficult to sustain patronage networks and the state's coercive power in the face of this Western opposition. Yet, China has enabled the al-Bashir government to continue, including its security operation in Darfur. Beijing has provided revenue, diplomatic protection in terms of its UN Security Council veto, and even assistance to build a light arms factory to circumvent the effects of the Western arms embargo. 33 Zimbabwe, likewise, has received external patronage from China. With Western governments suspending aid and imposing sanctions as a consequence of the Mugabe regime's descent into authoritarianism, China has kept the resource taps turned on. Zimbabwe had nowhere else left to go. Even Gaddafi's Libya, previously a champion of anti-Western African governments, had reduced its association with Harare. Beijing stepped in with loans, transport regeneration, food aid, and weapons. In return, Chinese corporations were awarded significant shares in Zimbabwe's mining operations, particularly coal, manganese, and platinum, its tobacco plantations, and the opening up of the country to imports, crippling the local textile, clothing, and shoe manufacturing industries as a consequence. Chinese companies even received access to land previously confiscated from white farmers during Zimbabwe's land reform program. Just like the big men of the Cold War era, Mugabe now owed his political survival to an external patron, and not to the democratic will of his own people. Zimbabwe's assets were sold off to ensure the regime's continued existence. China, of course, is not alone in taking an amoral stance on Africa's economic and political plight. Western transnational corporations have worked with autocratic regimes throughout the post-colonial period. Likewise, Western governments have, from time to time, also found themselves uncomfortable bedfellows with African partners accused of anti-democratic practices, and on the wider stage, the United States has been silent over Saudi Arabia's illiberal governance in order to protect its own oil interests in the Middle East. Yet, post-Cold War, Beijing's Africa policy has become unique in its willingness to ignore what governments do in their domestic jurisdiction. At a time when the West had collectively signed up to promoting the 175 NIPAD values of good governance, accountability, and fiscal responsibility, China was willing to deal with autocrats in order to secure its own economic advantage. Beijing does not share the West's liberal democratic vision for Africa in the New World Order. China is adhering to a different model of economic development. This reality, contradicting Western aid strategies, has thrown a lifeline to African state elites still seeking to survive on the back of patronage networks and coercion. And state, civil society, and external interests. In terms of this book's central theme of the relationship between state and civil society in Africa, it can be seen that external interests had a major impact on the continent's post-colonial politics. It should also be noted that most of this support was channeled. Cold War period. The Soviet Union limited strategic interests on the continent sympathetic to national liberation and socialist ideologies seeking military bases on continent provides limited amount of aid cells / provides large amount of weapons to allies large commitment of weaponry to several hotspots, e.g. Angola, Ethiopia, assistance to national liberation movements in southern Africa, ANC, SWAPO, ZANU, however, no large-scale or long-term involvement on the wider continent United States. Limited strategic interests on the continent seeking allies on continent who would help to contain communism willing to overlook authoritarianism of anti-communist allies, e.g. Zaire and South Africa, provision of aid to allies, some assistance to client rebel groups. United Kingdom relations largely to consolidating and expanding economic interests. France continued intimate contacts with ruling elites, underpins monetary system in ex-colonies, intervenes militarily to defend allies, large aid donations, strong economic links, expands unions in former non-French colonial countries, ramifications of end of proxy wars, New World Order, Africa. Strategically downgraded political conditions attached to aid, Cold War clients lose support, United States attempts humanitarian intervention, but hesitant after Somalia debacle. France continues to seek to expand unions on the continent. Britain encourages fairer aid and debt regime for Africa. China builds strong diplomatic relations to secure economic resources. Africa's international affairs become more Africanized through sovereign governments. This automatically gave state elites an advantage over their civil societies. If sovereignty is deemed as enjoying supreme political authority within a territory, then many African countries did not meet the basic theoretical requirement of statehood. They were simply not powerful enough. Not only was this because external interests violated this sovereignty relatively easily, but it was also because many African regimes struggled to assert their sovereignty internally. In this sense, the African state often did not have the resources, legitimacy, or penetrative power to command complete control over its own territory or all its population. As much as the centralist state attempted to monopolize political, economic, and social activity within its jurisdiction, there was insufficient means to transmit power to the periphery. Just as in pre-colonial times, state power tended to wane the further one traveled from the capital city or from major economic assets, discussed further in Chapter 10. Given this failure to meet the empirical requirements of statehood, Robert Jackson regards such countries as quasi-states. 34 External interests, however, supporting the notion that international politics is conducted within a network of sovereign governments, are nevertheless willing to recognize these quasi-states. They accord these territories a level of sovereignty above that of empirical reality. This explains why microstates incapable of supporting themselves, such as the Gambia and Lesotho, survive in a competitive world, and why regimes such as the Civil War MPLA government in Angola are accorded international recognition as a territory's sole legitimate authority, even when large tracts of this territory are held by rebel forces. Given that many African countries fell into Jackson's category of quasi-statehood, such international recognition proved to be an invaluable asset for state elites during the post-colonial period. The trappings that accompanied this international sovereignty went a long way to secure the survival of these regimes. External resources, after all, owed to those who represented a particular state, and given that African countries produced relatively little economic wealth internally, the controllers of these donated external resources gained considerable power. After elites had secured their own commission on this wealth, they then used the remaining resources to bolster public services, to buy legitimacy from civil society, or to expand the state's coercive capacity in order to suppress opposition. The longer surviving regimes of post-colonial Africa, such as Mobutu Sese Seko's Zaire and Houphouët Boigny's Côte d'Ivoire, were those that could manipulate most from their international patrons. Indeed, in several cases, it was almost as if regime survival actually relied more on securing external backing than it did on building internal legitimacy. 35 However, the end of the Cold War saw a change in the pattern of Africa's foreign assistance. No longer driven by ideological rivalry, external interests were now more precise in how they spent their money. Whereas, before, strategic imperatives had persuaded foreign donors to turn a blind eye to domestic excesses, now recipient state elites were made accountable for how they governed their domestic jurisdictions. Consequently, political conditions attached to aid programs contributed to the pressures that produced political reform in the 1990s. Multi-party elections followed. In effect, with the New World Order, civil society joined state elites in becoming a beneficiary of the attentions of external interests. Indeed, some aid projects 177 specifically encouraged sub-state political activity in Africa. Foreign donors bypassed state elites, and engaged in assisting civil society directly. The United States, for example, funded an extensive program of voter education and voluntary sector management in Ghana during the 1990s. 36 Political conditionality, therefore, changed the nature of the political game in Africa. All the continent's governments remained reliant on external aid, yet to receive this aid they now had to serve their citizens, and not just their own, interests. Good governance was the demand. There were certainly numerous deceptive practices adopted by rulers to ensure that the elite still benefited most from the distribution of this aid, but they could no longer hide behind Cold War interpretations of sovereignty and non-interference in domestic jurisdictions. China sometimes accepted, donors no longer blindly handed over resources to state elites, simply because they were the representatives of sovereign power. To conclude with Christopher Clapham's observation, African states, certainly, have continued in most cases to survive, and some of them have a remarkable capacity to reconstitute themselves from a condition of apparently terminal decay. If they are to sustain themselves, and to gain the capacity to carry out the functions for which no effective substitute for statehood has yet been devised, they will, however, have to do so on the basis of their relations with their own citizens, rather than the support of international convention. 37. 178. An case study, Somalia's international relations. Occupying 3,000 kilometers of coastal territory where the Red Sea owes into the Indian Ocean, Somalia forms the Horn of East Africa. It is a country of arid plains which rise to mountains in the north. Traditionally, the Somali are a nomadic people whose subsistence relies on the herding of goats, cattle, sheep, and camels. Arable cultivation, however, can be found in a fertile region located between the country's two permanent rivers, the Juba and the Shabelle. Ethnically, Somalia is one of Africa's most homogeneous countries. References to the Somali people go back as far as the 15th century. It was not until the arrival of colonialism, however, that these people were gathered into modern nation-states. Britain declared a protectorate over the north of this territory in 1887, while Italy completed the pacification of the southern Somali people in 1927. Significantly, colonial boundaries left other Somalis outside these two main colonies. Many found themselves under French jurisdiction, in modern-day Djibouti, others were stranded in northern Kenya, and yet more were left in the Ogaden region of the Ethiopian Empire. This problem of a divided people was only partly solved by decolonization. In 1960, the former British and Italian territories merged by mutual agreement, within days of independence, to form the Somali Democratic Republic. Nationalists of both 179 North and South united behind the leadership of the Somali Youth League. Most Somalis, however, saw this instance of unification as only the beginning. They desired a greater Somaliland which would include all their people. Consequently, the new government supplied arms to insurgent movements in both northern Kenya and the Ogaden region of Ethiopia. That the Republic also rejected the OAU's 1964 Declaration on Acceptance of the Colonial Boundaries clearly identified Somalia as an irredentist state, see Chapter 2. The Somali Republic was dependent upon external actors at independence, and remained so throughout the post-colonial period. Decolonization may have left Somalia with the political trappings of a modern state. It bequeathed it very little, however, by way of a modern economy. With a large proportion of the population engaged in subsistence herding, and no industrial base or mineral reserves to speak of, the government had to attract capital from abroad, both to develop the economy, and to enhance the capacity of the state itself. Somali leaders proved to be quite adept at this. With respect to military assistance, for example, the government tapped into a number of external sources. Although wary of Somalia's irredentist ambitions, the superpowers jostled for unions in the Horn of Africa. Initially, for example, Western powers offered a small military program amounting to $10 million. The Soviet Union responded by outbidding this offer with a $30 million package. 38 Paradoxically, Cold War competition resulted in a situation where the USSR supplied and trained the army during the 1960s, while the West did the same for the country's police force. Economic assistance was also sought from equally diverse sources. Having very little domestic capital to invest itself, most of the costs of Somalia's development projects were met by foreign donors. Italy provided $190 million of aid between 1953 and 1975, the Soviet Union $152 million, China $133 million, the United States $75 million, and other Western countries a total of $64 million. 39 After 1969, however, the diverse nature of these external patrons came to an end. This was prompted by a military coup led by Major General Syed Barre. Seizing power, the military responded to the fragmented nature of Somali politics. Although Somalia can be described as an ethnically homogeneous state, its people are divided into major clan families, and can be further divided into numerous sub-clans. Between 1960 and 1969, Somalia had resisted the trend elsewhere in Africa to form a one-party state. Consequently, pluralist competition mobilized along ethnic lines. In the 1969 election, for example, 1,002 candidates representing 62 parties competed for 123 seats in the National Assembly. 40 Barre justified his coup d'état on the grounds that this interclan competition wasted scarce resources and bred corruption. Indeed, the military simply took advantage of the fact that it had become the most organized force in Somalia's fragmented society. External aid, after all, had made it the fourth biggest army on the African continent, next to those of Ethiopia, Nigeria, and Ghana. The range of external patrons shrank in post-coup Somalia because Barre's regime adopted scientific socialism as its ideological guide. Domestic and foreign businesses. 180 were nationalist, land became strictly controlled by the state, political pluralism was suppressed, and a single Somali Revolutionary Socialist Party was established. Although the banana plantations, Somalia's biggest cash crop, remained in private hands, Barre's experiments in Marxism, Leninism won the backing of the Soviet Union. This alliance was confirmed with the signing of a Treaty of Friendship and Cooperation in 1974, whereby, in return for external resources, the USSR gained access to the Indian Ocean port of Berbera and several Somali emeralds. Moscow considered its presence in the Horn of Africa as a vital counterbalance to the U.S. arming of Emperor Haile Selassie's regime across the border in Ethiopia. It was the army itself that benefited most from Soviet patronage. Military aid owed into Somalia during the RST half of the 1970s. The army, for example, increased in size from 12,000 soldiers in 1970 to 30,000 by 1977. These personnel had at their disposal Soviet-built tanks, as well as surface-to-air missiles, coastal patrol vessels and MiG aircraft. Similarly, over 1,000 Soviet military advisors were dispatched to Somalia during this period, while 2,400 Somalis traveled in the opposite direction to be trained in the USSR. Although Moscow concentrated on giving military aid to Somalia, as it did with most of its African clients, economic assistance was also forthcoming. Soviet aid helped build meat canning plants, irrigation systems, and fisheries. 41 Although Somalia now relied heavily on the Soviet Union as its primary patron, the government in Mogadishu was careful to keep its options open. External resources, after all, were invaluable whatever their ideological origin. For this reason, Barre made efforts to court fellow Islamic countries, joining the Arab League in 1974. Somalia also had potable relations with China and North Korea. In hindsight, it was fortunate that these alternative diplomatic and aid channels remained open, because, by 1978, Soviet assistance had ceased. The break with Moscow came as a response to Somalia's invasion of Ethiopia. The border between these two states had never been precisely defined, and under colonial rule nomadic Somalis had retained grazing rights across the frontier. The irredentist government in Mogadishu had consequently always claimed the Ogaden to be an integral part of a greater Somaliland. In 1977, Barre, taking advantage of the political instability created by a revolution in Ethiopia, decided to strike. The Somali Regular Army, trained and equipped by the Soviet Union, crossed the border in large numbers to GHT alongside the insurgent, ethnic Somali, Western Somali Liberation Front. These events posed something of a dilemma for officials in Moscow. The ousting of Haile Selassie by a Marxist, Leninist-oriented regime, led by Mariam Mengistu, had made Ethiopia a potentially valuable ally to the Soviet Union. In effect, Moscow was now forced to choose between Barre in Somalia, a country that the USSR had invested heavily in since 1969, and Mengistu in Ethiopia, a new client state with more revolutionary potential. The USSR attempted to defuse the conflict by persuading all parties to abandon their nationalist claims and build, instead, a socialist federation in the Horn of Africa. Barre, however, refused Moscow's advances, and responded by unilaterally breaking the Treaty of Friendship and Cooperation, revoking the USSR's access to Berbera, and expelling all Soviet advisors from Somalia. 181. At RST glance, Barr's decision to abandon the patronage of the Soviet Union seems odd. How could Somalia afford to lose these external resources? It would have seemed more prudent for Mogadishu to reel in its irredentist ambitions in favor of retaining Moscow's assistance. There was, however, a strategy behind Barr's actions. Somalia was seeking to switch Cold War patrons. In April 1977, the United States had suspended its military aid to Ethiopia. Although Washington had continued to court the government in Addis Ababa after the revolution, U.S. officials soon faced ideological incompatibilities. This left the United States with no clients in this strategically important region. Barr's plan was to offer the services of Somalia in this role. If Washington accepted these advances, Somalia, he gambled, could both still receive external, now U.S., backing, and also be able to prosecute its irredentist war in Ethiopia. This, however, proved to be one gamble too many. Initially, it looked as if Barr had succeeded in his diplomatic volte-face. A deal involving $460 million of U.S. arms was negotiated between the two countries in June 1977, with Saudi Arabia acting as mediator. 42 This was the breakthrough that prompted Barr's expulsion of the Soviet Union from Somalia. Yet, back in Washington, D.C., the administration of President Carter placed a good deal of emphasis on human rights in its foreign policy. As part of this arms deal, the United States insisted that Somalia should withdraw its army from the Ogaden. This, Barr refused to do. From having almost succeeded in manipulating historical events and Cold War competition to Somalia's advantage, Barr was now left with no major external backers. Consequently, although the Somali army had made impressive progress in its invasion of the Ogaden, it was now no match for Soviet-supplied Ethiopian forces, reinforced by Cuban combat troops. The Somalis, outnumbered and outgunned, finally withdrew from the Ogaden in March 1978. Defeat in Ethiopia threatened the very future of said Barr's regime. His government's overriding concern became the need to secure external patronage once more. Foreign assistance, in this respect, represented the regime's best hope of restoring vital legitimacy and prestige. Resources were needed to feed Barr's client, patron networks. Mogadishu sought help from Saudi Arabia, Iran, Egypt, China, France, the UK, West Germany, Italy, the United States, and reconciliatory advances were even made towards the Soviet Union. 43 Although economic assistance was forthcoming from some of these countries, none was prepared to rearm the irredentist Somali army. For Barr, however, military aid was essential. Arms were required not only to keep any idea of a greater Somaliland alive, they were also now desperately needed to maintain domestic order and protect the regime itself. Barr's government spent 2 years in the wilderness. In 1980, however, Mogadishu came to an agreement with the United States whereby U.S. forces gained access to the military facilities of Berbera in return for military aid. Washington was persuaded to extend this assistance in the light of Cold War developments, where the United States had lost a client state in Iran, and the Soviet Union had invaded Afghanistan. Barr's softer rhetoric, talking about creating a greater Somaliland only by peaceful means, clinched the deal. And once the United States was back in Somalia, other donors 182 followed suit. Alongside Washington's $51 million of military assistance and $53 million of development aid, Italy gave $9 million for irrigation and hydroelectric projects, while European community institutions gave a further $53 million. 44 In terms of external resources, the state of Somalia was now back in business. Barre's regime, however, was never able to secure the levels of patronage it had enjoyed in the 1970s. Western donors were too aware of the government's deteriorating human rights record, and the ever-present threat of irredentist adventurism. Eventually, with the Cold War waning, the United States suspended its aid to Mogadishu in 1988, and, in 1991, reacting to the collapse of Barre's regime, dispatched naval vessels to evacuate its citizens and diplomats. As T. Frank Krigler, a former U.S. ambassador to Somalia, put it, the United States turned out the lights, closed the door, and forgot about the place. 45 With the imperatives of world politics having changed with the absence of a Soviet threat, Western governments were now no longer particularly interested in Somalia's fate. Without these external resources, the regime in Mogadishu could no longer assert its authority over the entire territory of Somalia. Since the Ogaden defeat, Barre had attempted to retain power by arming loyal sub-clans, and encouraging them to pacify other factions. Sources of opposition in rival clan lines were thus destroyed via harassment, exile, assassination and, towards the end, even the bombing of whole villages. 46 Barre's forces were pitted against the secessionist Somali National Movement in the north, the Majeerteen Somali Salvation Democratic Front in the northeast, the Somali Patriotic Movement in the south and west, and the United Somali Congress around Mogadishu. Essentially, as power in the center faded, local factions based on clan allegiances carved up Somalia. Civil war was the result, and, defeated, said Barnali the country in 1991. Somalia's former patrons had few remaining interests in the state, and had no wish to be embroiled in the civil war. Global strategic factors that may previously have fueled a proxy war were now absent. As a result, clan warlords were left to fight among themselves. The world looked on as the state of Somalia disintegrated. This position did briefly change in 1992. With non-government agencies, NGOs, reporting some 50,000 deaths in the Gding, and a further 4.5 million Somalis at risk through famine, the UN decided to act on humanitarian grounds. UN emergency aid, and troops to protect it, were subsequently dispatched. Significantly, this operation coincided with the declaration of the New World Order envisaged by U.S. President George Bush. Wanting to show the potential for conflict resolution that this new international order offered, Bush agreed to bolster the UN operation with up to 30,000 U.S. troops. The peace enforcement of Operation Restore Hope commenced in December 1992. Initially, this humanitarian intervention went well. Emergency aid reached the needy, cease-res came into force among the clans, and there was even progress made at a conference of national reconciliation. The UN, the United States in particular, however, overstretched itself in terms of peace enforcement. Rather than mediating between factions, the UN operation suffered from mission creep, and began to dictate terms. 183. to the parties involved. U.S. officials, for example, tried to marginalize a militia led by General Mohammad Farah Aidid, who was seen as an obstacle to negotiations. When 23 Pakistani peacekeepers were killed trying to disarm Aidid's supporters, the UN sought to arrest the general. Months of raids against militia strongholds followed. U.S. Special Forces, ferried by helicopter gunships across the skies of Mogadishu, exacted a high death toll on the city's population. The UN had lost its neutrality in the conflict. Then, in October 1993, the tables were turned. During yet another raid against Aidid's militia, a U.S. Black Hawk helicopter was shot down. In the ensuing raid, 18 U.S. Rangers were killed, alongside some 300 Somalis. The television pictures of dead U.S. troops being paraded in the streets of Mogadishu proved too much for the American public. Washington, D.C.'s brief appetite for New World Order humanitarian peace enforcement was at an end in Africa. By March 1994, U.S. forces withdrew from Somalia, as did most of the UN mission. A decade and a half later, Somalia still has no central authority. The state has collapsed. No potential government has been able to generate sufficient legitimacy either internally, among all Somalis, or externally, benefiting from international patronage. In terms of internal legitimacy, protracted negotiations to build a government of national unity have been constantly stymied by competing factional interests. Similarly, other groups attempting to use Islamist values as a unifying force have also failed to get sufficient popular support. Violence and instability have been the result as these groups have resorted to military power in an effort to assert their authority. External legitimacy is also absent. Since 1994, the major powers have steered clear of Somalia. The West gave tacit support for the Ethiopian Army's brief intervention during 2008 to prevent Islamists from gaining control, but overt intervention has been limited to backing the continuation of the floundering national reconciliation negotiations. The consequence of this power vacuum is that Somalia today is an atomized country run by warlords mobilizing on the basis of clan and religious loyalty. More positively, in the north, clan alliances have sought to restore the state, founding a smaller secessionist Republic of Somalia. This proto-state follows the borders of the old colonial British Somaliland, but not the territory of southern Italian Somaliland. This new republic, however, has not received external recognition. The international community, protecting the traditional sovereign state system of international relations, prefers to recognize only the original space that is Somalia. Despite its lack of leadership or functioning institutions, 47 external powers still await a single, unit government of national reconciliation to the whole space of Somalia on existing maps. This leaves anarchy in the south. Militias dominate here, along with the associated factional politics and violence. International terrorist and criminal groups have also come to use Somalia as a safe haven from state power. Likewise, it is no coincidence that piracy has become one of Somalia's most productive industries. Having had its engines burnt by the failed humanitarian intervention in 1994, the international community is now coming to realize that there is also a similar price to pay for non-intervention with respect to Somalia. And questions raised by this chapter. 1. Did African states benefit from the international political environment of the Cold War? 2. To what extent have external patrons differed in their policies towards African states? 3. Would you describe the New World Order as a positive development for Africa? 4. Has the intervention of external interests merely served to underwrite the power of the African state in the post-colonial period? 5. Are external interests ever justified in violating a state's sovereignty? And glossary of key terms. Chasse gardée, a term, meaning private hunting ground, used to convey the extent of France's diplomatic, economic, and military activities within Francophone Africa. Containment of communism, the primary goal of U.S. foreign policy during the Cold War, which aimed to restrict opportunities for communist expansion globally. Humanitarian intervention, diplomatic and military activity more common from the 1990s onwards, where state sovereignty may be violated in order to protect a population's human rights. La Francophonie, a reference to the French-speaking group of states or commonwealth. Non-interference in domestic jurisdictions, a convention among states, respecting each other's sovereignty, where it is agreed that no state has the right to interfere in the internal affairs of another. 184. And Somalia 48. Territory, 637,635 square km. Population, 8.7 million. Colonial power, Britain/Italy. Independence, 1960. Major cities, Mogadishu, capital. Ethnic groups, Somali Hargeisa. Infant mortality, 116 deaths/1,000 inhabitants. Kismayo. Religion, Islam. Languages, Somali. Urban population, 37.4%. Italian. Life expectancy, 46 years. English. Adult literacy, 24.1%. Currency, Somali shilling. Exports, bananas. GDP per capita, $283. Livestock. Hides. Political conditionality, the demands of good governance to which aid donors required recipient states to conform. Proxy war, a local conflict which has been internationalized, effectively making the protagonists surrogates of competing superpowers. Quasi-state, a state that is too weak to meet the empirical demands of a sovereign territory, but is still recognized as a full member of the international system of sovereign states. Sovereignty, the claim of supreme political authority within a territory. And further reading. For a comprehensive overview of Africa's place in the global political system, Christopher Clapham's book is an excellent place to start. His focus on international relations from the African side of the fence is a welcome addition to the available literature. After this, there have been a number of good books and articles concentrating on the New World Order. Tom Porteous concentrates on UK policy, Guy Martin and Tony Chafer address France's adventurism, Gorm Olsen studies European actors in general, F. Ugboja Ahigbilam is enlightening on the United States, Chris Alden and Ian Taylor assess China's impact, while Edmund Keller and Donald Rothschild's book takes a more global look. In terms of case studies, although it was published in 1982, before the end of the Cold War, Marina Ottaway's work on the Horn of Africa was invaluable to the writing of this chapter, while, for a more racy read, John Stockwell's memoirs of being the CIA's task force leader in Angola is very revealing. Alden, Chris. China in Africa. London, Z. 2007. Chafer, Tony. Franco, African Relations, No Longer So Exceptional? African Affairs. 2002, 101, 404, 343-63. Clapham, Christopher. Africa and the International System, The Politics of State Survival. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1996. Keller, Edmund J., and Donald Rothschild, eds. Africa in the New International Order, Rethinking State Sovereignty and Regional Security. Colorado, Lynn Renner, 1996. Martin, Guy. Continuity and Change in Franco-African Relations. Journal of Modern African Studies. 1995, 33, 1-20. Ahigbulam, F. Ugboja. The United States and Africa After the Cold War. Africa Today. 1994, 19-34. Olson, Gorm Rai. Western Europe's Relations with Africa Since the End of the Cold War. Journal of Modern African Studies. 1997, 35, 299-319. Olson, Gorm Rai. Europe and the Promotion of Democracy in Post-Cold War Africa, How Serious is Europe and for What Reason? African Affairs. 1998, 97, 388, 343-67. Ottaway, Marina. Soviet and American Indians in the Horn of Africa. New York, Praeger, 1982. Porteous, Tom. Britain in Africa. London, Zed, 2008. Stockwell, John. In Search of Enemies, A CIA Story. London, Andre Deutsch, 1978. Taylor, Ian. China's New Role in Africa. Boulder, Lynn Renner, 2009. 187. Sovereignty 2. Neocolonialism, Structural Adjustment and Africa's Political Economy. And Chapter Outline Burdens of the International Economy 191 The African Debt Crisis 193 The Era of Structural Adjustment 196 The Consequences of Structural Adjustment 198 The Economic Impact 199 The Social Impact 200 The Political Impact 202 Debt Relief and Continued Conditionality 203 State, Civil Society and External Interests 204 Case Study, Ghana's Structural Adjustment 205 Questions raised by this chapter 211 Glossary of Key Terms 211 Further reading 212 Notes and References 212. In terms of economics, there is no getting away from the fact that Africa is relatively poor. The last 2 decades of the 20th century saw many parts of the continent come close to financial collapse. In terms of gross national product, GNP, this region clearly produced less wealth for its people than other parts of the world. This meant, for instance, that an average African economy in 2000, such as Mauritania, generated only $460 for each of its citizens. The United States, by comparison, enjoyed $26,980 per person. Mozambique, Africa's poorest country, was 188. Chapter 9. Even more disadvantaged. It had to make do with a per capita GNP of just $80. Today, despite a reasonable economic recovery since the millennium in most African countries, the relative statistics are still damning. See Table 9.1. The per capita gross domestic product, GDP, of sub-Saharan Africa in 2007 was still 56 times smaller than that of the United States. One macroeconomic indicators such as GDP and GNP, however, fail to get across what this poverty actually means for individuals in Africa. When a country fails to develop its economy, hardship inevitably results. A quick survey of contemporary social statistics illustrates this point. Sub-Saharan Africans die, on average, in their mid-40s. Europeans and North Americans, on the other hand, have a life expectancy well into their 70s. At the other end of life, babies in Africa have 10 times more chance of dying before their RST birthday than do those born in the West. Even in the eld of Africa's post-colonial success story, education, the comparisons remain distressing. In 2005, approximately 40% of Africans remained illiterate, with women particularly disadvantaged. In the West, literacy is almost taken for granted. Nor is this situation improving. In many parts of the continent, life expectancy is actually falling, mainly due to the AIDS epidemic. In 2002, for example, average life expectancy in Botswana fell below 40 years for the RST time since the 1950s. By 2007, the average Botswana lifespan measured just 34 years, with an estimated 40% of this country's adult population being HIV positive. 3 In sub-Saharan Africa as a whole, 22 million people are living with HIV/AIDS, with 1.5 million of this number dying each year. 4 Africa does not have the resources to deal with a medical emergency on this scale. Development becomes even harder when so many of the most economically active within a population have their lives cut short. AIDS and HIV, however, should not be seen as the sole contributor to Africa's poverty. This disease has merely compounded the continent's disadvantaged position. Indeed, if African states were more prosperous, they would command the resources to ease this epidemic. In order to explain how it is that Africa, several decades after independence, still NDS itself in economic poverty, one therefore has to dig deeper. Africa is poor due to a combination of factors both internal and external to the continent. A neoliberal school of thought tends to internalize the problem, focusing blame on corrupt and inefficient African governments. Others disagree. They claim that Africa's problems can be more accurately explained by the nature of the international economy. These scholars consider the underdevelopment discussed in Chapter 2 to have continued into the post-colonial era, with the West still exploiting African economies through unfavorable terms of trade and unequal exchange. Both of these schools make valid points. Consequently, both sides of the debate need to be explored. This chapter, however, will focus solely on the external factors hindering African development, as the internal constraints are discussed in the next chapter. Given this focus on external factors, it is useful to continue to use sovereignty as our guiding concept for this chapter. 2 central questions will be posed. First, to what extent have external powers influenced the economic development of Africa in the post-colonial era, and, second, what has been the political impact of this intervention? In answering these 2 questions, the chapter will examine how underdevelopment adapted itself to the post-colonial era. Is it true that, after independence, the West merely substituted imperial rule with neocolonial exploitation? Next, the I-189. I-190. Continent's debt crisis will come under scrutiny. Why did African states come to owe the West such colossal sums of capital? The null section of the chapter then brings the continent's post-colonial economic history up to date by exploring the phenomena of structural adjustment and conditionality. Again, is this a case of foreign political agencies dictating terms to African governments? Is this intervention warranted? In particular, the political consequences of the external input will be explained. And burdens of the international economy. The imperial inheritance, as documented in Chapter 2, left Africa somewhat disadvantaged in the modern international economy. During the colonial years, limited development based on the continent's primary sector had been undertaken, in agriculture and mining, and a basic infrastructure was built to support this. Yet, the actual level of economic growth enjoyed in Africa was scant reward for this activity. Products, on the whole, were exported to the West, rather than being invested locally. This left independent Africa with highly specialized export economies, a minute manufacturing base, a lack of access to technology, and populations where few were trained in the ways of modern business, social services, or public administration. In short, Europe had indeed underdeveloped Africa. As Walter Rodney put it, the vast majority of Africans went into colonialism with a hoe and came out with a hoe. 5. Exploitation of African economies did not end, however, with the ag-lowering ceremonies at independence. Decisions made in the West still continued to have a considerable influence over Africa's potential to develop. Indeed, Kwame Nkrumah, Ghana's RST president, argued that colonialism had merely made way for a type of neocolonialism. He explained, "The essence of neocolonialism is that the state which is subject to it is, in theory, independent and has all the trappings of international sovereignty. In reality, its economic system and thus its political system is directed from outside." 6. Hence, although formal political control had now ended, Africa still had to contend with the old colonial inequalities. One of the major structural problems of this international economy, in African eyes, was unequal exchange. Colonial rule left almost all African states with highly specialized monocrop economies, usually producing just 1, 2, or 3 commodities for export. The Rwandan economy, for example, was dominated by coffee, while Malawi concentrated almost exclusively on tobacco and tea, see Table 9.2. These countries had no other sources of major economic activity with which to generate additional income. Nor was there a substitute export available to mitigate against a bad harvest or a slump in a particular commodity market. What is more, given that there was little local demand for merchandise such as tea and coffee on the continent, all this produce had to be exported. Africa, as a result, was totally dependent on the West to buy its products. This put Western buyers at a considerable advantage. They operated so-called closed markets, which were used to depress prices. In 1988, for example, the French transnational corporation, SUCDEN, bought Côte d'Ivoire's entire cocoa harvest. 7. Given that the GNP of Côte d'Ivoire was almost totally dependent on this sale, and that there were few alternative companies to sell to, SUCDEN was always going to receive this I. 192. Table 9.2 African export concentration, 1982-86, countries where 1, 2, 3, or 4 primary products account for over 75% of a state's total export earnings. 1 product, 15 countries. Algeria, oil and gas Angola, oil Botswana, diamonds Burundi, coffee Congo, oil Gabon, oil Guinea, bauxite Libya, oil Niger, uranium Nigeria, oil Rwanda, coffee São Tomé, cocoa Somalia, livestock Uganda, coffee Zambia, copper 2 products, 14 countries, Cape Verde, SH, fruit Chad, cotton, livestock Comoros, vanilla, cloves Congo Kinshasa, copper, coffee Egypt, oil, cotton Equatorial Guinea, cocoa, timber Ethiopia, coffee, hides Ghana, cocoa, bauxite Liberia, iron ore, rubber Malawi, tobacco, tea Mali, livestock, cotton Mauritania, iron ore, SH Réunion, sugar, SH Seychelles, oil, SH 3 products, 8 countries, Benin, oil, coffee, cocoa Burkina Faso, cotton, vegetable oil, livestock Cameroon, oil, coffee, cocoa Central African Republic, coffee, diamonds, timber Guinea-Bissau, cashews, ground nuts, palm oil Kenya, coffee, rend oil, tea Senegal, SH, ground nuts, phosphates Sudan, cotton, vegetable oil, livestock 4 products, 4 countries, Côte d'Ivoire, cocoa, coffee, rend oil, timber Madagascar, coffee, cotton, cloves, SH Sierra Leone, diamonds, cocoa, coffee, bauxite Togo, phosphates, cocoa, cotton, coffee. More diverse export economies, 11 countries, Djibouti, Gambia, Lesotho, Mauritius, Morocco, Mozambique, South Africa, Swaziland, Tanzania, Tunisia, Zimbabwe. Source, Brown, Michael Barrett. Africa's Choices, After 30 Years of the World Bank. London, Penguin, 1995. 28. Cocoa at a bargain price. This helps to explain why the value of Africa's exports fell on average by 20% between 1980 and 2000. See Table 9.3, a situation that only exacerbated Africa's problem of a lack of access to investment capital. This structural inequity meant that the continent had to buy expensive Western manufactured goods with the income generated by the export of these cheaper primary products. In effect, Africans had to buy back their own raw materials, in a manufactured form, at an unaided rate. A United Nations report estimated that 85% of the value of manufactured goods was kept in the West. Only 15% of this capital found its way back to the country that had provided the raw materials. 8. What is more, over time, prices paid for primary commodities fell, while the price of manufactured imports increased. Consequently, the West's terms of trade improved, while those of the developing world declined. See Table 9.3. Until Africa is able to diversify its economies and manufacture its own raw materials, it will be difficult for it to escape this trap of unequal exchange. It is not, however, an impossible task. The so-called Asian tigers have made considerable economic progress since independence. Starting, apparently, with similar imperial legacies, economic diversification has occurred, and wealth has been generated. Compare, for example, the GRs for Sub-Saharan Africa and East Asia in Table 9.3. This would seem to point to the importance of additional factors, both external and internal, not just unequal exchange, when explaining the African continent's poor economic performance in the post-colonial period. And the African debt crisis. African states were not passive victims of unequal exchange. Independence gave governments a degree of political autonomy with which they attempted to diversify their economies and break the continent's dependence on problematic primary exports. Each state drew up its own development plan, striving to build on what it could salvage from its colonial inheritance. Many adopted policies of import-I substitution, for example. They tried to establish local manufacturing plants to produce goods previously imported from the West. African states also invested heavily in infrastructure, roads and power generation, for example, as well as human resources, education and health. Development requires investment capital, however, and since little economic surplus was generated within Africa itself, governments took the decision to borrow from the West in order to kickstart their economies. Unfortunately, this strategy backfired. By the 1990s, Africa was crippled by these debts. In the 20 years to 1994, Sub-Saharan Africa's total indebtedness had increased from the equivalent of 15% to 90% of its GNP. Just paying the interest on these loans had a debilitating effect on local economies. The service on the $221 billion continent-wide debt cost Africa the equivalent of 21% of its export income each year. With so much capital being drained from the continent, further development was almost impossible. 9. But how did the continent get into such a precarious financial position? Why was Africa so indebted to the West? The answer to these questions again lies in a combination of internal and external factors. Externally, it was a result of the continent's declining terms of trade, the massive increases in oil prices during the 1970s, and a rise of interest rates in the early 1980s. Initially, African governments borrowed investment capital that they thought could be repaid through future sales of primary produce. In effect, they mortgaged future harvests and mining output for funds to launch Africa's development process. They did not, however, bank on the international price paid for these commodities declining as they did. See Table 9.3. Take the case of Ghana. Income from this country's 1981 cocoa exports measure just 1/4 of their 1973/1974 value. A decade later, the price for cocoa had fallen by half again. 10. Given that Africa's monocrop economies had no alternative sources of income, declining commodity prices made it difficult for the governments to repay their loans. In 1973, and then again at the end of the 1970s, the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, increased oil prices dramatically. Economic shockwaves hit the entire world. The West sank into recession, but Africa was pushed even further towards the brink. Where the continent had spent just 1% of its GDP on fuel imports in 1970, 10 years later this had risen to 6% or 11. Put another way, in 1960, a ton of African sugar bought 6.3 tons of oil. By 1982, this same ton of sugar could be exchanged for only 0.7 tons of oil. 12. Consequently, Africa's declining terms of trade sank even further. The OPEC oil price hikes also had further repercussions. The newly enriched oil-producing countries invested large amounts of their newfound wealth in the Western banking system. This gave these financial institutions a surplus of petrodollars, which they then offered to African countries in the form of cheap loans. Starved of foreign exchange by the very same oil price rises, African governments gladly accepted these loans. By the time these liabilities matured, however, they were no longer inexpensive debts. The second oil shock of 1979, combined with the reaction to a rising budget deficit in the United States, saw interest rates soar. What were initially attractive loans had now become impossible burdens on African economies. External factors not of Africa's making, then, had transformed the relatively responsible borrowing of the 1970s into the debt crisis of the 1980s and 1990s. 194. Zambia was one of the countries hit hardest by these economic trends. 13. After decolonization in 1964, the country's economy was relatively prosperous. The RST 8 years of independence saw per capita GNP grow annually at an average of 2.4%. The government used this revenue to invest in human resources, building up welfare provision. Education and health improved rapidly, while poverty was alleviated through state food subsidies. A strategy of import substitution was also implemented, with relative success, and Zambia's manufacturing sector grew at 9.8% per annum. In 1973, however, Zambia, as a fuel importer, was hit by the OPEC oil rises. This was compounded by a fall in the price of copper on the international commodity markets. 14. Copper was Zambia's monocrop. Previously, copper, along with cobalt, had accounted for 97% of Zambia's export income, and 58% of government revenue. With no alternative economic activity to fall back on, Zambia was forced to seek loans from the West. The country's debt spiraled upwards. By the millennium, Zambia owed $6.3 billion, more than double its annual GDP. 15. The drain of capital created by servicing this debt reduced a previously impressive public welfare service to almost nothing. Susan George asked in 1993, "What logic can there be for grinding down a whole continent?" 16. By that time, it was obvious that Africa, in all probability, was never going to be able to repay its accumulated debts. Despite the vast sums of capital leaving the continent in debt service, little impact was made on the total owed. The more the West demanded its pound of ash, the less chance Africa had of developing and generating income to clear these debts. In the meantime, there was a human cost. UNICEF calculated that the debt crisis killed 500,000 children annually. 17. As discussed in the previous chapter, it was not until 2005, and the formulation of a multilateral debt relief initiative, MDRI, that African economies began to be released from this debt burden. At the Gleneagles Summit of this year, G8 members pledged to cancel the external debts of 17 of the world's most heavily indebted poor countries, HIPCs. More than $37 billion owed to the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and the African Development Fund were written off. 18. The summit also undertook to consider similar debt forgiveness for the remaining HIPCs, should they make progress against stipulated structural adjustment requirements, discussed below, good governance targets and poverty alleviation. By the end of 2008, over 3/4 of eligible countries, 35 out of 41, had qualified for HIPC assistance. The immediate benefit for these states was the reduction of their debt service payments by half. Of these HIPCs, 24 have met the requirements for full MDRI debt relief. $75 billion is due to be written off under this program over a 40-year period. 19 for those African countries eligible, the removal of this crippling debt has already had an impact. In Uganda, Tanzania, and Zambia, for example, poverty alleviation programs have expanded dramatically. But not all African countries do qualify. States such as Kenya still allocate the same amount of their budget to debt service as they do to health, water, roads, agriculture, and NANS combined. See Table 9.4. Then there is the question of conditionality. Those states benefiting from the MDRI have relinquished a degree of their sovereignty. To continue to receive debt relief, these countries have to implement I. 195 policies approved by international financial institutions, IFIs. They are not free to formulate their own public policy. This externally imposed conditionality, discussed below, had been a feature of the earlier era of structural adjustment. And the era of structural adjustment, with African economies struggling against an international economy based on unequal exchange, running balance of payments deficits, and then imploding as a consequence of their debt burden, something had to give in the 1980s and 1990s. I. 196. Table 9.4 The Heavily Indebted Poor Country Initiative, year-end 2008. First step, decision point. To be considered for HIPC initiative assistance, a country must fulfill the following 4 conditions. 1. Be eligible to borrow from the World Bank's International Development Agency, which provides interest-free loans and grants to the world's poorest countries, and from the IMF's Poverty Reduction and Growth Facility, which provides loans to low-income countries at subsidized rates. 2. Face an unsustainable debt burden that cannot be addressed through traditional debt relief mechanisms. 3. Have established a track record of reform and sound policies through IMF and World Bank supported programs. 4. Have developed a poverty reduction strategy paper through a broad-based participatory process in the country. 11 countries have reached the decision point: Afghanistan, Central African Republic, Chad, Congo, Brazzaville, Congo, Kinshasa, Côte d'Ivoire, Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Haiti, Liberia and Togo. Second step, completion point. In order to receive full and irrevocable reduction in debt available under the HIPC initiative, a country must, 1. Establish a further track record of good performance under programs supported by loans from the IMF and the World Bank. 2. Implement satisfactorily key reforms agreed at the decision point. 3. Adopt and implement its poverty reduction strategy paper for at least 1 year. Once a country has met these criteria, it can reach its completion point, which allows it to receive the full debt relief committed at decision point. 24 countries have reached the completion point: Benin, Bolivia, Burkina Faso, Burundi, Cameroon, Ethiopia, the Gambia, Ghana, Guyana, Honduras, Madagascar, Malawi, Mali, Mauritania, Mozambique, Nicaragua, Niger, Rwanda, São Tomé and Príncipe, Senegal, Sierra Leone, Tanzania, Uganda, and Zambia. Countries yet to participate in the HIPC program: 6 countries remain potentially eligible for HIPC debt relief: Comoros, Eritrea, the Kyrgyz Republic, Nepal, Somalia, and Sudan. African countries ineligible for the HIPC program: 21 African states are not categorized as HIPCs: Algeria, Angola, Botswana, Cape Verde, Djibouti, Egypt, Equatorial Guinea, Gabon, Kenya, Lesotho, Libya, Mauritius, Morocco, Namibia, Niger, Nigeria, Seychelles, South Africa, Swaziland, Tunisia, and Zimbabwe. Source: data taken from World Bank. Debt relief Bren. March 2009. http://web.worldbank.org/website/external/news/0 content MDK20040942 menu PK34480 page PK34370 the site PK4607,00.html accessed, July 14, 2009. The continent's governments were ending it increasingly difficult to raise new loans to service their previous borrowing. In most cases, the IMF and the World Bank had become the only sources of credit left. It was at this point that these IFIs introduced structural adjustment programs, SAPs. SAPs were programs of conditional lending. In return for further loans, recipients were obliged to make changes to their economic policy. IFIs required African countries to liberalize their economies, opening them to international and domestic private capital, while at the same time reducing the role of the state in economic governance. African governments had very little choice but to go along with this structural adjustment, as there were no alternative sources of credit available. Kenya, Malawi, and Mauritius were the RST states to introduce SAP reforms at the start of the 1980s, and by the mid-1990s almost all other African countries had followed suit. Even resistors, such as Zambia and Tanzania, which initially tried to continue their African socialism development strategies, had succumbed by this date. Despite there being no strong African constituency for structural adjustment, Western financial institutions were now dictating the basics of the continent's public policy. After independence, African governments adopted status development strategies. With only very small indigenous private sectors, governments decided that public institutions should be constructed to drive the development process forward. SAPs, however, were about dismantling these developmental states. IFI officials sought to introduce free market discipline to African economies, mimicking the neoliberal reforms of the Western economies at this time. Placing the blame for Africa's previously poor performance squarely on inefficient state-centered development strategies, IFIs decreed that the continent should change tack. Now the market, not the state, would determine the pattern of Africa's economic progress. Each SAP was specifically tailored to the individual country concerned, but there were 3 universal pillars at the heart of all these programs. Lending was conditional on RST, that development strategies should favor agricultural production; second, that governments operate more realistic trade and exchange rate policies; and third, that the public sector should be made more efficient. 20 Given the impact that these SAPs had on African politics during the 1980s and 1990s, it is well worth exploring these three conditions in more detail. The key concern of the IFIs was that the continent's development strategies prior to the 1980s had resulted in a significant urban bias. Despite rural areas being the most productive sector of the economy, and African governments relying on this agricultural income to fund the bulk of their spending, it was urban districts that had benefited most from the state's allocation of public resources. Effectively, capital was being drained from the countryside to subsidize the activities of town and city life. The state, dominating the marketing of agricultural produce, for example, consciously paid farmers below market prices for their harvests. They then used the difference between this low price and the income they received for these crops on the international market to bolster urban interests. Import substitution industries, other state enterprises, known as parastatals, and bloated bureaucracies all benefited from this state investment. An urban constituency of bureaucrats, industrial workers, business people, and the politicians themselves, in effect, all the most powerful social groups within African society, came to take this privileged position for granted. 197. The consequence of rural areas losing out in this manner was that agricultural production performed badly in the post-colonial period. Farmers, given the low prices paid, had little incentive to increase their output. This situation eventually resulted in Africa importing, rather than growing, the majority of its food. It was this neglect of agricultural production, as well as the inefficient investment in urban areas, that the structural adjustment program sought to address. SAPs demanded that farmers be paid the full market price for their crops. This rise in price would have the effect, it was predicted, of encouraging greater agricultural output, which, in turn, would increase African export revenues. In effect, IFIs were directing African countries to concentrate on exporting agricultural goods, and to abandon their inefficient investments in state development enterprises such as import substitution, see below. The second pillar of structural adjustment was the reform of trade and exchange rate policies. A neoliberal approach requires state restrictions on imports and exports to be lifted. The IFIs argued that administrative command over Africa's international trade proved costly. Not only was the system of issuing import and export licenses too bureaucratic, it was also open to corruption. Similarly, SAP directives also required governments to remove tariffs protecting import substitution industries. The World Bank's 1981 Berg report considered African manufacturers who had previously enjoyed the state protection to be, on the whole, inefficient. These state corporations were portrayed as parasitic, bleeding the economy of capital, rather than being able to pay their own way. Despite years of protection, a competitive indigenous manufacturing sector had not emerged in African states. IFIs therefore reasoned that, if these organizations were not competitive, they should be liquidated, as Africans would benefit more from having access to cheaper foreign imports instead. 21. The third, and null, SAP condition related to making the public sector more efficient. The Berg report argued that previous African development strategies had resulted in too much state intervention. Instead, the IFIs required that state unions be rolled back, and economies opened up to more efficient private sector investment. 22. A primary goal of the SAP reforms, therefore, was a significant reduction in government spending. Administrative budgets were to be cut, and services, where appropriate, handed over to the private sector. Again, it was a case of subjecting as much economic, and social, activity as possible to the discipline of the free market, as opposed to central planning. In short, African states had previously enjoyed a virtual monopoly over economic activity. Structural adjustment was about eliminating this monopoly. And the consequences of structural adjustment. Structural adjustment had widespread repercussions across the African continent, and these were not solely con to the economic eld. The West's requirement that African states change their economic policies had major knock-on effects on the continent's social and political processes as well. 198. The economic impact. Research on the economic results of structural adjustment has produced a variety of opinions. Back in 1994, the World Bank suggested that African countries have made great strides in improving policies and restoring growth. Using 6 countries that had fully implemented their SAPs as case studies, the bank showed how these states succeeded in transforming previous negative economic growth into positive growth, 2% annually over the 1987 to 91 period. 23 other researchers are more skeptical. The United Nations Economic Commission on Africa, for example, considered the results of structural adjustment to be dubious, at best. Its report suggested that non-adjusting African economies had performed just as well, if not better, than their SAP counterparts. 24. The reality of the situation is that some countries experienced modest improvements under the SAP regime, achieving a degree of economic stability, while others continued their decline. No economy returned any outstanding improvement or degeneration as a result of structural adjustment. As a World Bank report itself concedes, of all the sub-Saharan countries monitored, 6 have enjoyed obvious improvement, 9 small improvements and 11 deterioration. 25. Even here, opinions are mixed. Is it true, for example, that decline continued in some countries because of the ill-conceived nature of the SAPs? Or did this decline merely result from poor implementation of these programs by host governments? Similarly, could it be that, although economies continue to deteriorate, this would have been far worse without the implementation of structural adjustment? No clear pattern emerged. Structural adjustment's envisaged strategy for raising much-needed foreign capital was also questioned. The Berg report clearly suggested that Africa should concentrate its efforts on increasing income from the export of primary produce. As the World Bank's 1995 report confirmed, SAPs are about putting exporters RST26, yet the problem with pushing export-led growth is that this simply reproduces the disadvantages of unequal exchange experienced before. Also, where African countries succeeded in increasing output, this was often offset by other SAP countries doing likewise. IFIs, after all, were encouraging a multitude of SAP countries worldwide to expand primary production. Since all these states had devalued their currencies and increased production, there was little relative advantage to be gained. International markets reacted to the increased availability of primary goods by lowering commodity prices. Consequently, increased production did not realize greater income. Africa was running in order to stand still, still plagued by falling commodity prices and unequal exchange. Percy Mystery, a former senior manager at the World Bank, commented, to the extent that Africa continues to rely on primary commodities to generate further export earnings, it is cutting its own throat. 27 Future development, as the World Bank agrees, will emerge from the production of non-traditional primary produce and manufactured goods, for both the export and domestic markets. This, however, requires capital, most likely in the form of foreign investment, and a fairer world market. SAPs were meant to attract this external capital. This simply did not happen. Transnational corporations, TNCs, will not invest in fragile economies, whose governments, partly due to the impact of SAPs, cannot guarantee a stable currency, the maintenance of infrastructure, public order I. 199. Or administrative continuity. TNCs were therefore more attracted to Latin American and Asian operations. 28 Similarly, despite structural adjustment calling for the liberalization of African economies, Western states remained protectionist in vital areas of their own trade. Even if Africa was to loosen its reliance on tropical cash crops, tea, coffee, cocoa, etc., to diversify its agriculture into more generic foodstuffs, vegetables, meat, cereals, it would come up against the Western states' prohibitive tariffs and subsidies in this sector of the economy. The West protects its own agriculture, preventing cheaper foreign exports, at the expense of free trade and opportunities for the Third World. Continued unequal exchange is writ large if you consider that the United States government pays its farmers a subsidy of $1,057 per cow, yet the average income of Ethiopia is just $100 per capita. 29 In terms of a development strategy, then, structural adjustment was odd. As the World Bank pointed out, development cannot proceed when inflation is high, the exchange rate overvalued, farmers overtaxed, vital imports in short supply, prices and productivity heavily regulated, key public services in disrepair, and basic financial services unavailable. 30 SAPs, in this respect, at least started to address constraints on growth, such as the urban bias and the inefficient bloated state. They did not, however, provide a strong enough foundation. Export-led growth through traditional primary products was misguided, while there was little investment available to develop non-traditional economic activity, especially given the continued drain of debt service. Africa received little that was positive, by way of long-term development, in return for its loss of economic sovereignty. This sad reality is all the more apparent when the social and political consequences of structural adjustment are considered. The social impact. If the economic impact of structural adjustment in Africa was somewhat uncertain, the social outcomes were very apparent. Reforms of the public sector resulted in widespread increases in unemployment and cuts in public services. In Zambia, for example, the SAP required reduction of state protection for the country's import substitution. Textile industry resulted in 8,500 workers losing their jobs. In Livingstone alone, 47 clothing manufacturers ceased production. The remaining factories operated at between 15 and 20% of capacity. Similarly, many of Zambia's loss-making parastatals were also liquidated under the SAP regime. Among the casualties were Zambia Airways, the United Bus Company of Zambia, the National Hotels Development Corporation, Manza Batteries, and the National Import and Export Corporation. Over 25,000 redundancies resulted. This, combined with 60,000 job losses in the civil service between 1991 and 1995, increased the country's already swollen ranks of unemployed. 31 Structural adjustment also required government spending to be curtailed. Zimbabwe, for example, halved its budget deficit between 1989 and 1995. In order to do this, however, public services were hit hard. For instance, expenditure on medical staff and drugs was cut significantly. Similarly, education budgets were 200 reduced. Fees for all secondary schools and urban primary schools were introduced, where previously education had been free. 32 This reduction of services brought the greatest disadvantage to the most vulnerable. Perhaps the most contentious social consequence of structural adjustment, however, was the removal of state food subsidies. The urban poor, in particular, had come to rely on these subsidies in order to simply survive. They had few other sources of food, unlike their rural compatriots, who could grow their own. In Zambia during 1977, the maize subsidy amounted to 71% of the market value for the staple. By 1983, Zambians were expected to pay the full price themselves. 33 such subsidies were revoked right across the continent, making the SAP reforms deeply unpopular. By the mid-1990s, even the World Bank was forced to admit, more could have been done, should have been done, to reduce poverty in the context of structural adjustment programs. 34 When the extent of the suffering became apparent in the late 1980s, the IFIs began to build poverty alleviation programs into their SAPs. These were designed to combat the worst excesses that the switch towards neoliberal economics brought. By this time, however, it was too late for many. Millions of 201. Plate 9.1. SAPs required reduced government spending on education, resulting in the withdrawal of free schooling for many Africans. Zimbabwean school children, Mwangi, Zimbabwe, 1994. Photographer, Gideon Mendel. Africans had experienced hardship or worse. Consequently, the social impact of structural adjustment had already begun to have major repercussions on Africa's political process. The political impact. An IMF condition for a SAP loan to Sierra Leone in the mid-1980s demanded that the government cut its rice subsidies. President Siaka Stevens warned the IMF that it was asking his administration to commit political suicide. 35 He felt his government's already strained legitimacy would collapse totally if it was forced to raise prices on this chief staple. In this respect, Stevens' comment highlights that what may be rational in terms of economic change is not necessarily rational politically. Most African governments had great difficulty building constituencies in favor of the SAP reforms among their people. Indeed, many failed miserably in this task, and the price of failure was their removal from office. The problem was that structural adjustment directly attacked Africa's political status quo. The political process on this continent, more so than other parts of the world, revolved around the state. Government institutions were recognized as the key providers of employment, services, and resources. In effect, the state was the gatekeeper to opportunities of social mobility and welfare. This is how a political system based on client-patron relationships emerged in the post-colonial period, discussed in Chapter 6. Clients would offer their support to governments in return for benefits such as jobs in the public sector, administrative favors, new schools for their region, a well for their village, the medaling of a local road, and so on. It was this client-patron interdependence that provided the societal glue that bound the whole political system together, thus generating a degree of stability. SAPS consciously aimed to break these client-patron relationships, as they were judged to be economically, if not politically, inefficient. A key element of structural adjustment, in this respect, was rolling back the state. It aimed to keep the state's intervention in the economy to a minimum, promoting civil society activity instead. Consequently, government budgets were cut, parastatals liquidated or privatized, and public services reduced. The political consequences of this rollback were nothing short of traumatic. The shrunken state simply could not command the resources it had enjoyed previously. Patronage, as a consequence, also shrank. Clients lost their jobs in the liquidated parastatals and diminished civil services. Favors could no longer be given to importers and exporters, as international trade was now less controlled by state administrators, and governments did not have budgets from which they could offer new schools or wells to supporters. In short, SAP reforms resulted in the state elite being able to look after fewer of its existing clients, and having less ability to recruit new supporters. The result was declining government legitimacy, and growing political instability. This instability was most apparent in the urban areas. It was here, after all, that most of the disaffected resided. These included unemployed industrial laborers, laid off when their import substitution factories closed, redundant civil servants and I-202. Parastatal workers, students, protesting at reduced education funding, doctors, teachers, and other professionals, hit by scaled-down public service provision, and most threatening, the urban poor, whose standard of living had been dramatically affected by the removal of food subsidies. These urban groups operated in a conned area, which made mobilization simpler, and in close proximity to the actual apparatus of government, parliament buildings and ministries. This made it all the easier for them to challenge their former patrons, calling for a change of government. The consequences of this political instability were unique in each of the countries concerned. Common manifestations, however, included sustained strikes by public sector workers, ethnic tensions, as states often did not now have the resources to commit to ethnic arithmetic, and, more violently, food riots, with the urban poor in particular registering their distress at the removal of state subsidies. In more extreme cases, SAPs contributed to an environment where the military or armed rebel groups were encouraged to topple the struggling incumbent governments, Sudan and Liberia, for example. Elsewhere, elites continued in their exploitative ways in a scaled-down state, risking complete state collapse, Zaire and Somalia, see Chapter 10. More frequently, however, this instability assisted campaigns which sought a transition to multi-party democracy, Zambia and Malawi, see Chapter 11. Whatever the outcome, the external structural adjustment intervention left state elites struggling to plug the gap created by declining legitimacy. IFIs had seriously undermined the old political status quo of centralist states based on clientelism and debt relief and continued conditionality. At the 2005 Gleneagles Summit, the G8 nations agreed that it was no longer sustainable to insist that the poorest African economies should structurally adjust whilst simultaneously continuing to service their debts. Likewise, there had been a growing acknowledgement amongst Western governments that the neoliberal excesses of the SAPs had caused considerable social hardship in the developing world. The era of structural adjustment, in its crude form, had come to an end. Agreement at Gleneagles offered debt relief to the HIPCs, with recipient states directed to use the capital released by this initiative to fund poverty alleviation. Yet, conditionality did not cease with this 2005 summit. African governments, in return for debt forgiveness, are still required to operate economic and governance policies approved by the IFIs. IFI intervention on the continent has certainly become less intrusive since the SAPs ended, with the IMF and World Bank making a conscious effort to consult more with the HIPC governments and their populations, but conditionality does remain. The performance of HIPC states is measured against a number of criteria, which favor liberal approaches to macroeconomic, fiscal, and trade policies, alongside tight public spending. 36 countries wishing to receive continued debt relief, or remain on the right side of the international donor community generally, are expected to operate within this IFI-determined framework. The reality is that, in order to receive the full benefit of the multilateral debt relief initiative, African states have mortgaged their sovereignty with respect to key public policy decisions for several decades to come. 203. And state, civil society, and external interests. The continent's debt crisis, and the structural adjustment and IFI conditionality that followed this, had a considerable impact on the three-way relationship between state, civil society, and external interests in post-colonial Africa. The 1980s and 1990s saw external interests become more influential, and civil society expand, while the state lost a significant amount of power. The debt crisis allowed the Western interests to annex a good deal of economic sovereignty from African states. With the continent's governments forced to accept conditional lending, IFIs succeeded in imposing their preferred neoliberal economic order on African economies. Consequently, African politicians lost considerable control over setting their own exchange rates, establishing price controls, organizing budgets, and determining what services should be offered to citizens. Decisions of public policy now had to be made in consultation with IFI officials back in Washington, D.C. Civil society was one of the main beneficiaries of this external intervention. Where once the state was truly a leviathan, now it no longer had the resources to maintain all the political space it once occupied. This enforced rollback of the state allowed 204. Table 9.5 Chapter Summary, Africa's Recent Political Economy. Economic Decline. Disadvantages in the neocolonialism compounding the underdevelopment of colonialism. International economy. Unequal exchange. Monocrop economies. Debt crisis. African states borrow to kickstart economic development. Repayment hampered by interest rate rises and two oil crises. Crippling debt service requirements mount on African states. IFI imposed remedies. Structural adjustment. Neoliberal economic reforms imposed by IFIs on African, and other, 1980s and 1990s, Third World, states. African states accept SAP conditions, as IFIs are the only remaining source of credit left. States required to increase producer prices to farmers, and food subsidies, reduce tariffs, privatize parastatals, and reduce public spending. Economic impact of stabilization of economies, but little growth. Structural adjustment. Social impact of cut in public services, e.g. education and health. Structural adjustment. Mass unemployment created by job cutbacks in the public sector. User charges imposed on citizens for basic services. Increased poverty. Political impact of state cannot now patronize its urban constituency, i.e. removal of structural adjustment. Food subsidies and public services. State has fewer opportunities to bestow patronage to clients within the bureaucracy. SAPs prompt food riots and industrial strikes, which, in turn, lead to campaigns for multi-party democracy. Debt relief. For heavily recipient states receive relief in return for meeting economic criteria. Indebted poor countries. Good governance goals and delivering poverty alleviation, 2005 onwards. Civil society to expand. Rival sources of power, for example, emerged in the private sector. Private businesses emerged to replace disbanded parastatals. Similarly, local associations and non-governmental organizations took on some of the public services terminated by the state. Even in the political eld, which was once so dominated by the apparatus of the one party, civil society once again became active. Sustained pro-democracy campaigns precipitated the holding of multi-party elections in most of the continent's territories during the 1990s. As for the state elite itself, the last 30 years have proved to be difficult times to navigate. The lack of economic development during this period always meant that resources available for political bargaining were scarce. The conditions imposed by the SAPs and the MDRI, however, severely compounded this problem. Empires once commanded by state patrons were now under direct attack from the neoliberal demands of the IFIs. Parastatals and civil services were downsized, to use the parlance of the day, and budgets and public services cut. Patronage opportunities diminished as a result. To remain in power, elites had to adapt to these new conditions. Some successfully managed this by manipulating the move towards multi-party competition, while others, such as those in Zaire and Somalia, lost control, and their states spiraled towards complete collapse. It would be wrong to think, however, that state elites were completely emasculated by IFI conditionality. Even today, state institutions remain the best opportunity for social advancement on the African continent, and the state itself continues to be the main prize of political competition. Given these facts, those in power have not given up their privileged position lightly. They have sought, instead, to tame the intrusion of external interests into their domain. The results of this elite survival strategy are discussed in the following chapter. 205. And case study, Ghana's structural adjustment. 1957 saw the end of imperial rule in Ghana, when the former British Gold Coast colony and British Togoland merged to form Sub-Saharan Africa's RST independent black state. As one of the wealthier colonial possessions, Ghana's economic future seemed secured. It was the largest producer of cocoa beans in the world, it had considerable reserves of minerals, vast timber supplies grew in its tropical forests, there was a relatively good transport infrastructure, and there existed the potential to generate hydroelectric power. 20 years later, however, Ghana's economy had virtually collapsed. Food production failed to keep pace with population growth, cocoa and timber output had fallen, a solid manufacturing sector was yet to emerge, and the country's health, education, and transport services were in disarray. 37 This case study examines the reasons behind this economic decline, as well as chronicling the attempts to reverse this deterioration with structural adjustment and debt relief reforms implemented from 1983 onwards. Ghana's post-colonial political history mimics that of many other African countries. Once in power, the nationalist government centralized the state, and the political eye. 206. Process became personalized around the chief executive, in this case President Kwame Nkrumah. Nkrumah was ousted from government in 1966 by a military coup, and during the next 15 years Ghana underwent further coups and counter-coups, interspersed by transfers to civilian rule. A greater degree of stability entered Ghanaian politics, however, with the arrival of the military government of Flight Lieutenant Jerry Rawlings. Coming to power in 1981, it was this regime that oversaw the country's structural adjustment. Rawlings went on to remain at the helm of the Ghanaian state until he retired in 2000, having successfully won multi-party elections in 1992 and 1996. As ever, both external and internal factors conspired to limit Ghana's economic development prior to structural adjustment. Despite being one of Africa's wealthiest colonies, Ghana still inherited a monocrop economy distorted towards the export of primary produce. The country was locked into selling cocoa, timber, and minerals to the West, and importing manufactured goods in return. As a result, regular economic crises arose when the cocoa harvest failed or international prices dropped. Even in good years, primary produce still had to be bartered for manufactured goods on the international market of unequal exchange. With relatively little capital to invest in economic diversification, Ghana found it difficult to loosen this dependency on primary exports. Ghana's decline, however, cannot be attributed solely to an exploitative international market. There were also internal constraints to development. Most of these arose from an urban bias created by the government's chosen strategy of import substitution. Understandably, Ghana wished to rely less on the international market and more on domestic manufacturing. It therefore invested heavily in forging a fledgling manufacturing base, largely managed by parastatals and protected from outside competition by import tariffs. Foreign assets were also nationalized as part of this show of défiance against neocolonialism. State-led development, like all development, however, needs investment, and Ghana's only ready source of domestic capital was its cocoa crop. Prots were therefore squeezed from this sector of the economy in order to foot the bill for Ghana's welfare programs, its import substitution investment, its food subsidies, its general administration, and indeed almost all state activity. Consequently, state marketing boards, who enjoyed a monopoly, paid cocoa producers below the market value for their harvests. The government then pocketed the difference between this low price and the higher international market price, once it had sold this produce on. Effectively, rural producers were being forced to subsidize the state and its development strategy, as well as the elite's expansive and expensive client, patron networks. Market forces, however, were not completely subdued by state intervention. Given the marketing board's refusal to pay realistic prices, the incentive for rural Ghanaians to expand production was minimal. In the case of cocoa, many farmers refused to sell to the state marketing boards, choosing illegal parallel markets, black markets, instead. Cocoa was smuggled across the border to Côte d'Ivoire, where higher prices could be obtained. Other farmers chose to cease production of cocoa altogether. In 1965, Ghana had exported 560,000 tons of cocoa. By 1981, the official yield was down to 150,000 tons. 38 similar declines in output also occurred in the timber, diamond, and bauxite industries. 207. In effect, the government had squeezed its only productive sector too hard, resulting in the entire economy collapsing. There was no incentive to produce when the state retained so much of the product for itself. Yet, despite this reality of economic contraction, the state still attempted to expand. There were now over 235 parastatals, and the civil service was growing annually by 17% or 39%. The supply of capital from the rural areas may have been exhausted, but the state elite was still intent on building its patronage networks. It was at this point, December 1981, that Jerry Rawlings intervened. Fellow citizens of Ghana, as you would have noticed, we are not playing the national anthem. In other words, this is not a coup. I ask nothing less than a revolution. 40. This was the message of Rawlings' first radio broadcast. His Provisional National Defense Council, PNDC, aimed to build a people's democracy in Ghana. In terms of economic policy, Rawlings, like his predecessors, initially blamed his country's poor position on external factors. His revolution therefore attempted to achieve total economic independence by ensuring a fundamental break from the existing neo-colonial relations. 41. This meant trying to isolate Ghana from the influence of the international market. Under the threat of further nationalization, for example, Rawlings negotiated more favorable contracts with transnational corporations operating in his country. Similarly, in an effort to stem inflation, the PNDC tightened its control of domestic prices. The cost of maize, for example, was reduced by 37% and cooking oil by 69%. At the same time, while exhorting Ghanaians to produce more for the revolution, Rawlings also cut the producer price of cocoa by half. 42. These measures did little for the economy. Indeed, compounded by a drought, the situation worsened. Rawlings' lower producer prices resulted in few wanting to sell their produce in the formal market. Consequently, production declined further, while parallel markets and smuggling grew. Ironically, this slump in output occurred at the very time that international cocoa prices reached a historic high. The government, however, could not take advantage of these increased commodity rates, as its own low producer prices had already chased too many farmers out of the formal, state-controlled market. By the end of 1982, attempted coups against the Rawlings regime had become commonplace, foreign investors were threatening to disinvest, and the country had become dependent on food aid from Western relief agencies. Reading the signs, the PNDC changed tack. Rawlings now began to endorse a strategy of structural adjustment. The PNDC, in its 1983 budget, introduced sweeping measures to liberalize Ghana's economy. It portrayed these reforms not as a U-turn, but as a continuation of its revolution. Rawlings implored Ghanaians to produce for their country, and he promised that producers would be justly rewarded for their toil. It was a case of the PNDC embarking on a neoliberal policy program, with a populist spin. Encouraged by the World Bank, one of the RST-SAP measures to be implemented was a 67% increase in producer prices paid for cocoa. 43 cash incentives were also offered for the planting of new cocoa trees, and pesticides were made more readily available. Given that they were now being offered competitive rates in the formal economy, farmers were prepared to produce for the off-chal market. Similar liberalization reforms were applied to Ghana's trading sector and national currency. Price controls, for I. 208. Example, had been abolished by the government on all but VE products by mid-1985, while the Ghanaian cedi had devalued, by 1988, to just 2% of its 1982 value. Major changes also occurred in the public sector. 80 parastatals were immediately earmarked for privatization, and the government let it be known that it would consider bids from the private sector for all other state enterprises, apart from 18 deemed to be too strategic. By 1995, a total of 195 parastatals had been removed from the public sector. 44 many had been sold to transnational corporations. Indeed, the Rawlings regime now actively encouraged TNC investment in its economy. Finance Secretary Kwasi Botchway went out of his way to assure a 1984 audience of international financiers that they would not be frustrated when the time comes to transfer their profits and dividends to their shareholders overseas. 45 The extent to which Ghana adopted these neoliberal reforms made this country a flagship for the IFI's program of structural adjustment. Although the Rawlings regime initially dragged its feet a little with the proposed privatization schedule, due to patronage concerns, the World Bank and the IMF regularly implored other African countries to follow Ghana's example. The result was that the PNDC enjoyed a good credit rating in the West, and development loans were forthcoming on a regular basis. The key question, however, is whether this structural adjustment had actually improved Ghana's economic position. There is little doubt that SAP reforms did much to stabilize Ghana's economy, and pulling the country away from the financial nadir of 1982 was no mean feat. Responding to increased producer prices, the output of primary goods increased dramatically. The cocoa harvest, for example, increased by 65% between 1983 and 1990. Timber, bauxite, manganese, and diamond production saw similar improvements. Consequently, export earnings rose year on year throughout the SAP period, and Ghana's budget benefited as a result, falling from 47% of GDP in 1982 to 0.3% in 1987, and recording several surpluses since. 46 Yet it is arguable that structural adjustment did little beyond stabilizing the economy. There was certainly no take-off into sustained development. The country's economy was still dominated by cocoa, timber, and minerals, and international commodity prices remained volatile. The price of cocoa, for example, fell during the SAP period, due to an increase in production and currency devaluations, not only in Ghana, but also in other adjusting countries around the world. Consequently, Ghana had to increase production each year merely to retain the same income. There were also concerns that this increase in primary produce for export was damaging the domestic food market. Should not farmers be concentrating on growing crops for home consumption? And, all the time, Ghana's debts grew. In 1998, Ghana's external public debt was the equivalent of 76% of its GDP, while the country ran a balance of payments deficit of $806 million. 47. One way to kickstart the economy, of course, would have been an influx of foreign direct investment. International capital, however, remained largely uninterested in the Ghanaian economy because of its continued fragility and lack of long-term growth prospects. 48. Not even the SAP reforms made Africa more attractive to the TNCs. In short, structural adjustment may have turned the Ghanaian economy around, but it had still to end a way to precipitate growth on these shaky foundations. 209. Structural adjustment also had a remarkable impact on Ghana's political system. The SAP reforms hit the PNDC's former clients hard. 40% of the state cocoa board's employees, for example, were dismissed, as were 3,600 civil servants and numerous other public employees. 49. Industrial workers also fared badly as a result of import substitution investments being cut and the removal of tariff protection. Similarly, the professional and managerial classes, doctors, nurses, teachers and university staff, for example, had to cope with the state scaling down public services. Those who had previously benefited from these services also suffered. Numerous students, for example, could no longer afford to continue their higher education, while the introduction of user charges excluded many Ghanaians from schooling and basic health care. The removal of food and other subsidies added to the hardship. The belated Program of Action to Mitigate the Social Costs of Adjustment, PAMSCAD, convinced few Ghanaians of the merits of the SAP reforms. The PNDC faced considerable opposition from these disadvantaged groups. Former clients of the state elite, who before could be relied upon to support the government, now voiced their opposition. Initially, the state was able to contain these groups through suppression and harassment. Pressure for political change, however, continued to mount. The more organized opposition movements channeled this discontent into calls for multi-party democracy, in line with a continent-wide move towards pluralism. Eventually the Rawlings regime succumbed to this pressure, and contested open elections. The PNDC calculated that it could rely on its rural support, winning any poll, while at the same time this would defuse pressure emanating from the urban opposition. Rawlings was indeed victorious in 1992, capturing 58% of the vote. With renewed legitimacy for the regime, and praise from the West for returning Ghana to democracy, the flight lieutenant exchanged his Air Force overalls for an immaculate civilian suit. Securing re-election in 1996, Rawlings remained head of state until his retirement in 2000. 50. With the big man now gone, honoring the presidential two-term limit enshrined in the new Ghanaian constitution, only then did the opposition defeat the PNDC and take office. Structural adjustment had precipitated major political change. Since the millennium, Ghana has kept to the IFI prescription. The government in Accra has maintained an externally approved macroeconomic environment, and has undertaken key structural reforms in the areas of governance, education, and health. Given this cooperation, it is not surprising that Ghana was one of the first African countries to gain from the HIPC program, and is due to continue to benefit from the MDRI. In terms of the 2005 Gleneagles Summit, for example, Ghana's initial reward was $4.2 billion of debt relief, which represents a sizable chunk of the country's total debt of $6 billion. All told, external assistance now accounts for 10% of Ghana's GDP, which has had a positive effect on the country's export industries. Buoyed by high commodity prices, Ghana's economy grew by an average of 5% between 2000 and 2005. This is a marked contrast to the dark days of the 1980s. Stability has also been a feature of Ghanaian politics since the millennium. Following Rawlings' retirement, John Kufuor served 2 terms as president, and then retired himself. In both cases there was a relatively democratic and peaceful transfer of power, despite very narrow margins of electoral victory. Again, this has to be seen as a positive 210. Development, especially when compared to the coups and counter-coups of the 1970s and early 1980s. However, despite this much-needed economic and political stability, it still has to be recognized that Ghana has a long way to go before it will produce sustainable wealth generation. An externally facing export economy may satisfy IFI criteria, but this should not hide the fact that Ghana is vulnerable to the vagaries of commodity prices, and that exports remain locked into an international system based on unequal exchange. What is more, although Accra had little choice in adopting structural adjustment and the conditions of the MDRI, it should be noted that, by doing so, Ghana has relinquished sovereignty over its development strategy. Standard & Poor's assessment of the Ghanaian economy sums up the situation well. Analysts at this U.S. Financial Corporation are of the view that ratings on the Republic of Ghana, B+/stable/B, are constrained by a narrow economic base, low development, and a widening of fiscal and current account balances, despite the considerable support of donors. The ratings are supported, however, by a comparatively stable political system, and the easing of external and fiscal balance sheet pressures following various phases of debt relief. 51. It is to be hoped that an alternative source of internal wealth generation, maybe from new offshore oil production, will emerge. This would enable Ghana to break its dependence on conditional assistance and the export of cash crops. Only in this manner will the key underlying impediment to Ghana's economic growth be addressed, its narrow economic base. And Ghana 52. Territory, 238,305 square km. Population, 23.5 million. Colonial power, Britain. Independence, 1957. Major cities, Accra, capital, ethnic groups, Akan Kumasi Ga Tamale U. Languages, English Guanshui Moshide Gamba Fanti. Urban population, 51.5% Ga. Life expectancy, 58 years U. Adult literacy, 65% Infant mortality, 74.4 deaths/1,000 inhabitants. Exports, gold. Religion, traditional cocoa. Islam. Timber. Currency, Saudi fish. GDP per capita, $532. And questions raised by this chapter. 1. To what extent has the international economy hindered Africa's post-colonial economic development? 2. How did African states become so indebted to the West? 3. What are the key reforms associated with structural adjustment programs? 4. Have structural adjustment programs produced economic growth on the African continent? 5. What has been the political and social impact of structural adjustment and debt relief? And glossary of key terms. Debt service interest due on loan repayments. Import substitution, an economic strategy that seeks to reduce a state's dependence on imported foreign goods, substituting these with domestically manufactured produce. International financial institutions, non-governmental bodies that help regulate institutions, the international economy, such as the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. Marketing boards, state institutions charged with buying goods from producers, and then selling these onto the international market. Monocrop economy, economies that rely heavily on a small number of primary exports for the bulk of their national income. Multilateral Debt Relief Initiative, a program of debt relief for the world's poorest countries agreed by the G8 nations in 2005. Recipient states receive relief in return for meeting economic criteria, good governance goals, and delivering poverty alleviation. Neocolonialism, economic control and exploitation that Western powers still retain over the ex-colonies even after political independence. Parastatal public sector companies or agencies, such as state marketing boards, state manufacturing industries, or state transport companies. Primary sector economic activity, largely mining and agriculture, other than secondary manufacturing industry or the service sector. Producer prices, the price paid by state agencies to primary producers for their harvest/output. Structural adjustment, neoliberal economic reform strategies promoted by international financial institutions during the 1980s and 1990s. Terms of trade, the ratio of a state's income from exports, measured against the cost of its imports. Unequal exchange, a problem where the international economy purchases, third world, primary produce relatively cheaply, compared to the greater costs of, Western, manufactured products in the same market. I. 211. Urban bias, the result of state policies exploiting production, and revenues raised, from the rural sector, used to subsidize government and economic activities in urban regions. User charges, where citizens have to pay for public services at the point of use, prompted by SAP reforms. And further reading. Kwame Nkrumah's original manifesto on neocolonialism is well worth a read. This brings the underdevelopment debate into the post-independence era. For those interested in structural adjustment, the best place to start is two World Bank reports. Both of these are surprisingly accessible, and give an understanding of why the IFIs thought the SAPs necessary. The 1981 Berg report laid the framework for structural adjustment, while the 1994 report makes a preliminary assessment of this economic strategy. A more critical look at the SAPs can be gained by reading Michael Barrett Brown's work. As for the political impact, two articles, one by Jeffrey Herbst and the other by Christopher Clapham, raise some interesting issues. Brown, Michael Barrett. Africa's Choices, After 30 Years of the World Bank. London, Penguin, 1995. Clapham, Christopher. Governmentality and economic policy in sub-Saharan Africa. Third World Quarterly. 1996, 17, 4, 809-24. Herbst, Jeffrey. The Structural Adjustment of Politics in Africa. World Development. 1990, 18, 7, 949-58. Nkrumah, Kwame. Neocolonialism, the Last Stage of Imperialism. London, Thomas Nelson and Sons, 1965. World Bank. The Berg Report. Accelerated Development in Sub-Saharan Africa, an Agenda for Action. Washington, D.C., World Bank, 1981. World Bank. Adjustment in Africa, Reforms, Results, and the Road Ahead. New York, Oxford University Press, 1994. Chapter 10. During the 1980s and 1990s, several African countries experienced state collapse. Many others could be described as moribund. Security was not guaranteed, political institutions had decayed, and public services declined rapidly. In short, a majority of African governments were struggling to administer even the most basic functions of a modern state. Previous chapters help explain the external reasons why this point of crisis had been reached. The colonial inheritance had hindered governments since independence. The continent was disadvantaged by its position in the international economy, and the end of the Cold War restricted opportunities for foreign patronage. These external factors, however, only partly explain this evolving crisis of the post-colonial state. The current chapter is designed to investigate the other side of the coin, the internal contributions to Africa's malaise. Initially, the chapter will concentrate on two crises, respectively, those of accumulation and governance. State elites simultaneously failed to oversee successful economic development while neglecting to represent society adequately. These crises of accumulation and governance prompted, in turn, a third crisis, that of legitimacy. Each of these predicaments is considered individually. The second half of the chapter then moves on to chart how this loss of legitimacy encouraged elements within civil society to disengage from the state. Africans attempted to distance themselves from their exploitative rulers, and the result of this disengagement was a decline of state capacity and control. Given this situation, the political concept of authority has been selected as the underlying theme for this chapter. State authority can be deemed as a psychological relationship between the governed and their governors, which engenders a belief that state personnel and institutions should be obeyed. Such authority, as discussed in previous chapters, can be generated from two sources: legitimacy and coercion. Legitimate authority is built by governors commanding the approval of their people through the provision of security, economic and social welfare, and good governance generally. Legitimate rulers are obeyed because citizens believe they receive reciprocal benefits for doing this. Coercive authority, on the other hand, is secured through the threat of violence. Citizens comply with state demands for fear of what may happen if they do not. All governments around the world use a mixture of both persuasion and force, legitimacy and coercion, to maintain their authority over society. A combination of these two powers helps underwrite political stability. When the state's legitimacy declines, however, and rulers no longer command sufficient resources of coercion, authority is threatened. This is exactly what happened in many parts of Africa in the 1980s and 1990s. And the growing crisis of state, the crisis of accumulation. Even a rudimentary glance at comparative economic curves shows Africa to be the poorest continent in the world. Yet Africa is not short of natural resources. In terms of power generation, for example, the continent houses 40% of the world's 216 hydroelectric potential. It also has 12% of global natural gas reserves, and 8% of the world's oil extraction. Similarly, Africa produces 70% of the world's cocoa beans and 60% of its coffee. Its earth is rich in minerals, and many regions have fertile soils. Why, then, given these resources, did African economies perform so poorly in the post-colonial period? An answer to this question can be found in the continent's crisis of accumulation. 3. To develop, all economies initially have to accumulate capital. This surplus capital is then invested back into the economy to produce further products, which, in turn, can themselves be reinvested. The key to development, therefore, is the accumulation of surplus capital, followed by its productive investment. If this cycle of economic surplus and productive investment continues, then prosperity is generated. Africa's economic problems stemmed from the fact that surpluses were scarce, and productive investments rare. Chapter 9 examined external factors that hindered this process of capital accumulation. Monocrop export economies, unequal exchange, and declining commodity prices all hampered Africa's prospects for development. Yet disadvantage in the international economy cannot be offered as a comprehensive explanation of the continent's position. Even if Africa did not receive its fair share of world products, at least some income was generated from the cash crops and minerals sold, and these funds, together with loan capital, were invested in development projects. The problem was that much of this investment proved to be unproductive. Capital was wasted because post-colonial state investments were largely founded on erroneous policy choices. In retrospect, two misguided development strategies stand out. First, many African governments concentrated too heavily on overambitious import substitution, and, second, they spent too much revenue expanding institutions of the state. Fatally, this strategy of industrial and public sector investment came at the expense of developing agricultural production. Import substitution became the centerpiece of most African development plans. The idea was to diversify economies away from existing primary production, expanding them into the secondary manufacturing sector. This would assist economic self-reliance, reducing the continent's dependence on imported manufactured goods. After all, had not the West itself developed by diversifying its agricultural economies into industrial production? Economists in both the developed and the developing worlds agreed that this was the most appropriate path to modernity. The problem was that many of these import substitution projects were inefficient. They could only survive with state protection. Large, prestigious production units often became white elephants, not sustainable given the underdeveloped nature of their host economies. State-of-the-art assembly plants, for example, were of little use when Africans could not afford to buy the goods they produced. Indeed, ironically, most of the technology and materials needed to run these operations had to be imported from the West, given that the local manufacturing base was unable to supply these needs. With little demand locally, and their goods uncompetitive in international markets, many of these import substitution industries became a burden on African economies rather than their saviors. Political leaders needed to be much more selective in the type and scale of the industries they sought to stimulate. Instead, sectors where genuine competitive advantage could have been built were swamped by projects based more on ambition and prestige. 217. The capital invested in import substitution would have been more profitably invested in the agricultural sector. This, after all, was where most Africans earned their living. Diversifying farms away from export crops into the production of goods demanded locally, such as food, may have generated more wealth for a greater number of people. Instead, the agricultural sector was taxed heavily, bearing the brunt of the whole industrialization project. State marketing boards, for example, who usually enjoyed a monopoly over selling the country's cash crops, often appropriated harvests from farmers at below market prices. They used the difference between the sum they paid the farmers and the income they raised on the international markets to underwrite the bulk of government expenditure, including the import substitution projects. Yet, with state marketing boards offering such low producer prices, farmers had little incentive to increase agricultural output. Consequently, in many parts of Africa, crop yields actually declined in the post-colonial period. State managers, in their desperation to accumulate capital for development, had overburdened the agricultural sector. Year after year, they siphoned away too much of the farmers' prots, effectively strangling the most productive area of their domestic economies. The agricultural sector, however, was not just squeezed to produce investment capital for import substitution. Rural capital was also used to expand the public sector. By the 1980s, African state institutions had clearly become overdeveloped. Bureaucracies simply became too large to be supported by their own economies. In Congo-Brazzaville, for example, by 1985, the wages of the civil service alone accounted for 50% of state expenditure. For even in Kenya, which prided itself on private, as well as public, sector initiatives, the state extended its tentacles into almost all areas of economic activity. Richard Sandbrook, for example, found that in 1980, statutory boards and corporations operated all the conventional public utilities, telephones, electricity, water, ports, etc., as well as transport services, for instance, Kenya Airways and Kenya Railway Corporation. Public corporations were also engaged in productive activities, agriculture, Kenya Meat Commission, Kenya Cooperative Creameries, National Cereals and Produce Board, NANS, Agricultural Financial Corporation, Commerce, Kenya National Trading Corporation, and Industry, Industrial and Commercial Development Corporation. 5. Parastatals of this nature came to dominate almost all large-scale economic activity across the continent. In doing this, they absorbed colossal amounts of public NANS. This capital could have been more productively invested elsewhere. From an ideological point of view, there is nothing necessarily wrong with public enterprise. Those on the left argue that state-controlled economic activity can produce wealth and equity in the workplace, leading to greater social justice, while public services, rather than private enterprise, are better at targeting the needy within society. This was not entirely the case in Africa, however, where the public sector expanded more to meet political demands, rather than social or economic imperatives. Patronage was again the driving force. As was seen in chapters 5 and 6, access to state institutions became the main conduit of power and wealth in post-colonial African countries. Employment in the civil service, the military, or parastatals was used by the state elite to reward clients. 218. In effect, whole bureaucracies were built to service client-patron networks, rather than to manage and deliver public services efficiently. Long-term productive investment was being sacrificed for short-term political gain. Given a post within the state, clients used this office to rent-seek. Income was generated by receiving gratuities for ensuring a favorable or prompt service. Clients effectively added their own private levy to governmental transactions such as providing a driving license, raising an export certificate or permitting a loan from the national bank. Rent-seeking also includes simply using or selling off state assets for private gain. Official government vehicles, for example, could be used for private taxi services, or office equipment requisitioned and sold on the black market. And with clients able to seek rent from their position of employment within the state, political support was guaranteed for the patron, the individual that ensured the client could stay in this beneficial post. Thus, with political considerations overriding administrative or economic needs in these neo-patrimonial institutions, efficiency inevitably suffered. Public servants were often employed because of their loyalty, or faction or ethnic links, not for their skills, experience, or ability to do the job. Indeed, the need to provide patronage often left these institutions considerably overstaffed. In this respect, African bureaucracies were far removed from the legal rational institutions of Western civil services. Overdeveloped bureaucracies may have represented a good political investment for ruling elites. Yet, in economic terms, the investment of scarce resources in this manner was clearly unproductive. These bureaucracies accounted for considerable sums of public nance, yet generated few profits. No capital was accumulated, and no surplus was available for reinvestment. Instead, throughout Africa, bloated bureaucracies became burdens on fragile economies. Max Weber's requirement of a legal rational bureaucracy is that public monies and equipment are divorced from the private property of the official. 6. Again, this was not the case. Corruption became the norm. Corruption is a relative term. It occurs all over the world, and what may be regarded as corrupt in one society may be acceptable, and even expected, behavior in another. There can be little doubt, however, that corruption in Africa was endemic. Officials required bribes before they reached favorable decisions, public resources were misappropriated for private use, and individuals were employed and promoted on the basis of clientelism rather than merit. In many cases, ordinary people who used public services came to recognize only a minimal difference between bribes, gifts and official fees. 7. Chabal Andalaz, in this respect, talk of African corruption not being a case of a few rotten apples or of a venal class. On the contrary, it is a habitual part of everyday life, an expected element of every social transaction. 8. After all, in the absence of a legal rational order, it would have been irrational for individuals not to work the system like those around them. Corruption could be found at all levels within state institutions. An investigation of the Rural Electricity Board of Nigeria, for example, revealed a whole range of malpractices. Board officials acquired privileged access to electricity for their own private concerns. They extracted kickbacks from equipment suppliers. They consolidated their patron-client networks by the preferential allocation of electricity supplies to individuals. 219. RMS and communities who were political supporters. And some of the top officers channeled board revenues to their own enterprises and acquisitions. Indeed, a popular state governor used illegally acquired funds from the board to buy no fewer than 22 farms and several retail businesses. 9. Corruption could even be found at the pinnacle of the client-patron network. In 1980, for instance, Kenya's president, Daniel Arap Moi, sought to purchase 12 jeters for his air force. His RST call was British Aerospace. No deal could be struck here, however, because Bay refused to pay Moi's agent a personal fee. They did, however, offer a £100,000 contribution to assist Kenya's anti-poaching campaign. Instead, the jets were bought from the French RM Marcel Dassault Pergy, even though the French aeroplanes would cost the Kenyan taxpayer considerably more money. More forthcoming, Dassault were prepared to offer Moi a free presidential jet as part of the deal. 10. This private incentive secured the contract, despite the extra public cost. Elsewhere, numerous state presidents spent years siphoning off public money into their own Swiss bank accounts. Perhaps the next exponent of this creative accountancy was Zaire's Mobutu Sese Seko, the subject of the case study at the end of this chapter. It was common practice for leaders right across the continent to make self-authorized withdrawals of foreign exchange from their central banks. The impressive National Reserve Building in Harare, Zimbabwe, for example, is locally known as Big Bob's Takeaway, referring to President Robert Mugabe's regular personal use of the bank. Whether the source was a prestigious but loss-making import substitution industry, a bloated bureaucracy, or money wasted through the demands of patronage and corrupt public officials, there can be little doubt that Africa contributed considerably to its own economic problems in the post-colonial period. Added to the restraints of the international economy, the continent's process of capital accumulation largely failed. With leaner bureaucracies, more appropriate development strategies, and fewer resources disappearing into bureaucratic black holes, African economies would have fared better. This is important in terms of the authority which states commanded. With a healthy economy, the distributive powers of a government are improved. They can tap into the economy, redistributing far more resources and services to citizens. This, in turn, generates legitimacy in the eyes of people, reinforcing state authority. An ailing economy, on the other hand, presents problems for those in power. They have fewer resources to convert into legitimacy. They also have fewer funds to invest in coercive actions, and with less legitimacy and less coercion, authority diminishes. The consequences of this loss of authority are explored in more detail later in the chapter. The crisis of governance. We have two problems, rats and the government. 11. This comment, from a rural community leader in Lesotho, hints that there was not just a crisis of accumulation during the 1980s and 1990s. State authority was also being undermined by a crisis of governance. African elites were not representing their citizens adequately. 220. Chapter 6 explored the centralization of the post-colonial African state. It was shown how, after independence, neo-patrimonialism led to the atrophy of legal rational political institutions. Without this legal rational order, African leaders came to rely instead on extensive client-patron networks to generate legitimacy. This was the main mechanism through which the political leadership represented their people. The problem during the 1980s and 1990s, however, was that there were no longer enough resources to sustain these networks. Economic decline, and the changing nature of external support, due to structural adjustment and the loss of Cold War patronage, meant that governments now had less to pass down to their clients. Indeed, the shrinking distributive capacity of these states resulted in public services breaking down generally. Health centers experienced shortages of staff and drugs, textbooks were scarce in schools, trains did not run because of a lack of foreign exchange to buy spare parts, road systems fell into disrepair, as did electricity generating plants. Consequently, legitimacy declined. This crisis of legitimacy became a crisis of governance because constitutional means of replacing these failing regimes were no longer available. During the earlier centralization period, formal opposition organizations had been systematically neutralized, and political parties other than the one in power had been co-opted, harassed or banned. In many cases, representative local government, and independent parliaments, had also disappeared. Formal political activity was now conned to the core executive, or institutions that were closely controlled by the presidential monarch. All governments, wherever they are in the world, will eventually lose the support of their citizens. In liberal democracies, however, this rarely precipitates a crisis of governance. This is because constitutional mechanisms exist which ensure that unpopular administrations can soon be removed from office. Elections are held, the ailing ruling party is exchanged for an opposition party, and legitimacy is renewed. Political succession occurs peacefully, with the authority of state institutions remaining intact. In post-colonial Africa, this was not the case. The centralization of the state meant that incumbent governments could only be removed by force. Consequently, unless the military intervened with a coup d'état, or a mass rebellion occurred, the same party, and usually the same president, remained in power, however unpopular they became. This obstacle to political succession lay at the heart of the crisis of governance. Simply put, there was no constitutional method of re-legitimizing governments through the removal of unpopular incumbents. The pincer effect of these crises of governance and accumulation meant that Africans were effectively living in vampire states, also known as kleptocratic states, predatory states or pirate states. Resources were sucked out of society by the government, yet the government offered little in return. Neither economic improvement nor political representation were forthcoming. Indeed, in many cases it seemed as if political elites were simply ignoring their duties of government. Many officials were too busy taking care of their own interests. Public money was being invested unproductively, with development projects designed to return political prots, for the elite themselves, rather than economic prots, for the wider national interest. This is not to say, however, that civil society passively accepted the vampire state. After all, constitutional means are not the only channel through which citizens can 221. Challenge and remove their rulers. During the 1980s and 1990s, many Africans registered their discontent by effectively disengaging themselves from the state, and by removing many of their activities from government control. Civil society seriously undermined the state's authority. Indeed, several states were so weakened by this disengagement that they approached a condition of complete collapse. In effect, civil society was taking its revenge upon the vampire state and the loss of state authority. In political environments where governments lacked legitimacy, and where powers of coercion were diminished, Africans did indeed begin to challenge the authority of their states. Given that formal channels of opposition had been destroyed by state centralization, extra-constitutional political action was taken instead. In some cases, this resulted in outright rebellion. Urban riots and guerrilla campaigns became common on the continent during the 1980s and 1990s, discussed below. Violent outbursts of this nature, however, were only the more spectacular examples of civil society confronting the state. More frequently, collections of more insidious individual acts gained greater success in weakening a regime's political authority. Rather than being destroyed by one explosive act of violence, states were slowly ground into submission instead. 12. It is these less obvious, but still powerful, acts of disengagement that will be addressed. RST. Disengagement and exit strategies. In extreme cases, Africans evaded exploitative vampire states by disengaging totally, through emigration. There is no better way to escape the clutches of an abusive government than simply to leave its territory. In reality, however, only a small minority chose to exercise this ultimate form of disengagement. Ties to the local area proved strong, and obstacles to emigration were often significant. This is not to say, however, that those who chose to stay gave up exit strategies entirely. Confronted by predatory states, Africans combined both engagement and disengagement. They tended to work with the state when it was in their interests to do this, but avoided it when it was not. Individuals, to use Eric Hobsbawm's phrase, were working the system to their minimum disadvantage. 13. Opportunities could certainly arise from interacting with state officials and institutions, but often this contact merely led to exploitation. The key, therefore, was carefully to control the level of engagement. If, for example, the government concentrated on extracting revenue from tobacco crops, farmers would switch production to less taxed commodities such as maize. If the state decided to tap into the revenue created by a city's bus companies, entrepreneurs moved into the taxi business instead. In the event of all commercial activity being prohibitively exploited, the extreme exit strategy was to revert to subsistence farming, only producing for the needs of the immediate family. It was about insulating oneself from the excesses of government predation, and removing economic activity to the margins of state control. 222. Declining state capacity also required civil society to increase its self-sufficiency. People could now rely even less on public services for their welfare than they did before. This self-sufficiency, too, should be seen as part of the disengagement process. Africans came to rely on family, kinship, village, community, and professional relationships in place of state provision. As Naomi Chazan observed, The most noticeable changes took place at the local level, where the multiplication of communal associations was everywhere in evidence. Entrepreneurial, credit, banking, and barter groups were established alongside new welfare associations, mutual aid societies, educational initiatives, and self-defense groups. 14. Where formal state institutions had decayed, civil society itself stepped into the breach. Communities built and ran their own schools, for example, and organized tax collections to pay for this. 15. They even formed their own militias to compensate for the state's declining ability to maintain law and order. Even in extreme cases of total state collapse, associational life continued. As Virginia Luling wrote of Somalia in the mid-1990s, the center of Mogadishu may be bombed out, but the markets on the outskirts are busy. There may be no banks, but there are plenty of money changers, and with a well-functioning, privately run satellite service it is far easier to telephone Somalia than it was before the war. 16 states are certainly the most efficient way of organizing and administering a society, but civil societies can survive without them. The above cases of switching markets, withdrawal from the formal economy, and establishing alternative public services within civil society, are all examples of legal disengagement. None of these exit or coping strategies involve a direct challenge to state laws. Most Africans, however, also acted illegally in their efforts to survive the hostile political and economic environment of the 1980s and 1990s. They dealt with atrophy and exploitation by simply ignoring some of the state's regulations. After all, if African leaders were not subject to the rule of law, why should the people they governed be? The following paragraphs highlight some of the most popular illegal disengagement strategies found on the continent. The most widespread challenges to state authority were parallel markets. Instead of buying and selling produce in the formal, state-controlled economy, Africans took to operating in the informal sector instead, also termed the second economy, the shadow economy, parallel markets, black markets, and magendo in East Africa and collabule in West Africa. Throughout the post-colonial period, governments had sought to manipulate economic production to their own ends. Producers, particularly those in rural areas, suffered accordingly. Consequently, many within civil society attempted to avoid the formal economy. Instead, farmers, illegally, sold their crops in the unregulated second economy, and not to the state marketing boards. Similarly, street hawkers sold their wares without a government license or reference to state laws. Landlords rented out property without government authorization, and entrepreneurs, such as illicit brewers, operated largely in the informal sector. By the 1980s, most African countries had considerable second economies. Magendo, for example, measured up to 2/3 of Uganda's gross domestic product, GDP, while more than 90% of Tanzania's grain production was sold through parallel markets. 17. Large-scale economic avoidance of the state reached equivalent levels in other areas of the continent. Smuggling, in particular, was a mainstay of this shadow economy. 223. African borders, given their artificial nature, had always been relatively porous. The illegal flow of people and goods across state boundaries, however, grew considerably in response to the crises of accumulation and governance. For example, instead of submitting to painfully low state-determined producer prices, farmers sought opportunities to sell their crops in neighboring countries instead. Again, the figures are revealing. 2/3 of Ghana's cocoa crop were smuggled out of the country in 1982. Legally, the Ghanaian state was entitled to all the income from this harvest. Similarly, 1/3 of Guinea's coffee harvest was sold in parallel markets. 18. The illegal sale of foreign exchange was another example of individuals undermining the authority of the state. Most African governments operated national policies to keep the value of their national currency artificially high. This was a method of reducing the cost of imports. Parallel money markets developed, however, responding to this artificial price. Instead of exchanging their currency at official state-determined rates, Africans, and many tourists, conducted their business with street traders instead. In several cases, official currencies became virtually worthless, as states could no longer maintain their authority. US dollars often became the dominant means of exchange instead. In war-torn Angola, cans of beer were the preferred currency, with the value of these cans accurately reflecting the fluctuating strength of the United States dollar. 19 other survival strategies included the resort to petty crime and banditry. Noting the state's declining coercive powers, criminal activity became more widespread. Again, it was a case of individuals taking matters into their own hands when the formal economy had failed them. In the worst cases, districts of cities, and even large tracts of rural areas, became virtual no-go areas for the state's law enforcement agencies. Organized crime prospered in this environment. A new wave of insurgency. With disengagement both contributing to, and compounding, a decline of state capacity in the 1980s and 1990s, central authority was severely weakened. Sometimes civil associations and parallel markets led this institutional vacuum, bringing a degree of economic and political order. In other cases, Africans had to take their chances living in areas of insecurity and banditry. A third scenario developed during the 1990s in a smaller, but still significant, number of cases. This involved a new wave of insurgency campaigns. Insurgency or guerrilla movements differ from bandit groups in that, although they operate outside the law, they are politically committed. They seek to overthrow the existing state, replacing it with a new political order. In this sense, although these rebels have disengaged from the state, they are actively attempting to build an alternative political authority. Guerrilla armies had earlier helped defeat colonialism in several countries on the continent, most notably in Kenya, Algeria, Guinea-Bissau, and the southern African states of Angola, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Namibia and South Africa. Rebel groups had also challenged several ruling elites after independence. The governments of Angola, Mozambique, Chad, the Sudan, Uganda, and Ethiopia, for example, all lost territory to rebel groups during this period. In the 1990s, however, guerrilla politics came to the fore once more, this time continent-wide. 224. In Uganda, Yoweri Museveni's National Resistance Army started the trend by taking Kampala in 1986. The Ethiopian People's Revolutionary Democratic Front and the Eritrea People's Liberation Front followed suit in 1991, forming governments in Addis Ababa and Asmara, respectively. 3 years later the Rwanda Patriotic Front took Kigali, and 3 years after that an alliance of democratic forces for the liberation of Congo Zaire ousted Mobutu from the Democratic Republic of the Congo, DRC. Added to these insurgency-induced regime transitions were the defeat of incumbent governments in Somalia, Liberia, and Sierra Leone. Armed rebellion was back in fashion in Africa. The reasons for this rise in insurgency, again, go back to the crises of accumulation and governance. Guerrilla warfare can only be conducted successfully in regions where incumbent governments have lost their authority. With the state unable to project power over the whole of its territory, alternative sources of authority emerge. And given that the centralization of the African state offered few constitutional channels of political regeneration, these alternative centers of authority were often sustained by violent rebellion. Whether insurgents were separatist movements seeking independence for just one region, or they were attempting to capture the state as a whole, they stood more chance of succeeding in the 1990s than they had in previous decades. 20. The road to state collapse. African states had survived in the post-colonial period because they were able to appropriate resources both domestically, minerals and cash crops, and internationally, trade and aid. These resources were then used to sustain institutions of the state, boost officials' private incomes, and also to buy legitimacy through the provision of patronage and public services. By the 1980s, however, the crises of accumulation and governance had badly damaged African elites' abilities to appropriate these resources. Many African territories were on the road to state collapse. Some post-colonial governments had experienced difficulty in controlling their territories prior to the 1980s. Angola had won its independence from Portugal in 1975, yet, from day one, UNITA insurgents ensured that the MPLA government was not to enjoy total sovereignty within this country for the following quarter of a century. Similarly, northern, Muslim, administrations in the Sudan always failed to assert complete authority in the Christian South. The 1980s, however, saw a wider loss of state capacity across the continent. The government of Mozambique lacked control in rural areas when confronted by apartheid South Africa-funded bandits/guerrillas. Ethiopia's leaders lost their authority over parts of Eritrea and Tigray, while the state collapsed completely in Uganda and Chad. Later, in the 1990s, several more states withered away. Central authority disappeared in Liberia, Sierra Leone, Somalia, Rwanda, and Zaire/DRC. The phenomenon of state collapse occurs where national institutions of enforcement, execution, and decision-making fail. As a result, basic functions of the state are no longer guaranteed. There is no rule of law, no security from external aggression, and few public services. What is more, any power remaining at the center can no longer be projected into all the regions of the territory. 225. Often, collapse occurs when opposition forces have been successful in ousting the incumbent elite, destroying its authority, but then fail themselves to generate the necessary authority to reconstruct the state. Uganda's President Museveni does not come into this category. He successfully converted his insurgency movement into a central government that now commands authority over most of what geographically is Uganda. Somalia, however, is a good example of state collapse. Although Somali clans were united enough to bring down Siad Barre's corrupt regime in 1991, These disparate groups collectively failed to reconstitute a national government in its place. Somalia, as a consequence, has not had an effective central authority for the last 20 years. Frequently, collapsed states split into enclaves ruled by militias and charismatic warlords. These private governments survive through the coercive power they command, and through their access to resources. It is no coincidence that three of the most intractable failures of the state in post-colonial Africa have occurred in Angola, Liberia, and DRC. In all three cases, the rebel militias have had access to diamonds, diamonds being a guerrilla's best friend. 21 such resources allow connect entrepreneurs within these private governments to enrich themselves personally and to sustain their authority. More weapons can be purchased, and local legitimacy bought if necessary. A criminal, rather than political, regime emerges, which is often difficult to dislodge. It is not in these warlords' interests to relinquish power to a 226. Play 10.1 Collapsed states. Militias competing for power in Mogadishu, Somalia, 1993. Photographer, Chris Rainier. Reconstituted central government, especially when you consider the example of one militia in DRC which alone exported some $12 million of coltan, a mineral used in the manufacture of mobile phones, and $30 million of gold and diamonds in the single year of 2022. With this sort of income, why would any militia want to advance national reconciliation? The experiences of DRC, Angola, Liberia, and other African states that remain in a state of collapse or semi-collapse, continue to serve as beacons to all other territories on the continent, warning them of the consequences of failing to address ongoing crises of legitimacy and governance. And the state's own survival strategies. The end of the 20th century saw a partial eclipse of state power in Africa. In a few cases, central authority collapsed completely. This was inevitable given the long list of problems facing incumbent regimes. Yet, to paraphrase Mark Twain, the death of the African state has been widely exaggerated. Geographically, for example, maps of the continent still show the same number of states, in the same positions, that were found in 1980, with the exception of the addition of Eritrea. Territorially, all these states survived. There was no case of neighbors taking advantage of state collapse, moving into annexed territory. The political space that is Somalia, for instance, still remains 227. Play 10.2 The human costs of the state collapse. Refugees returning to Rwanda having earlier been displaced by genocide, 1996. Photographer, Howard Davies. Similarly, although several states did collapse in the 1980s and 1990s, many of these are now enjoying a successful afterlife. Central institutions that were destroyed by insurgent, and invading, forces in Rwanda and Uganda, for example, were subsequently replaced. Authority was generated by a new set of institutions, built from the rubble of the old state. Indeed, in the 1990s, Western governments regarded Yoweri Museveni's Uganda as one of Africa's more successful governments. Elsewhere, central authority may have been undermined, but African leaders demonstrated considerable skill in maintaining their grip on state power. Just like civil society, state elites had their own survival strategies during these hard times, and the success of these strategies explains why there was a good deal of political continuity throughout these troubled years. States may have had to adapt, but few went the way of Somalia into total oblivion. The following paragraphs highlight the most common survival strategies employed by political elites. Relegitimization of the state. In the long term, the most effective way to guarantee the state's survival was through the relegitimization of its institutions. If trust was maintained or restored, then authority would be regained. The holding of multi-party elections, as will be seen in Chapter 11, proved the best way of achieving this. Indeed, by the end of the 20th century, most African elites had taken this option. Yet multi-party elections risked everything. Given the ongoing crises of accumulation and governance, it was very possible that incumbent elites would be defeated at these polls. Consequently, democracy was not the initial survival strategy to be enacted. In the short term, more exploitative behavior was dominant. State inversion. The RST reaction of state elites to their predicament was to scale down operations. Like a balloon losing altitude, political leaders jettisoned parts of the state in an effort to keep the remaining structure airborne. It was a case of prioritizing productive or strategic areas, and abandoning the rest. Consequently, scarce resources would now only be invested in the most important conduits of power, valuable economic activity, for example, key clients, agencies of coercion, and critical tracts of territory. Unproductive areas, such as weaker clients or poorer regions, were simply discarded. State managers could no longer afford to uphold the pretense that they controlled all the territory within their national boundaries. Neither did they try to serve all their citizens. This scaling down of the state came at the expense of wider civil society. Many public services were abandoned, and the whole nationalist economic development project was put on hold. Healthcare, welfare, and education provision, in particular, suffered. As Azariat and Chazan point out, the aim was to reduce state responsibility without relinquishing the benefits of state power. 24 It was almost as if the state, to use Joshua Forrest's term, had become inverted. 25 Institutions turned in on. 228. Themselves, supporting areas of the state that served elite interests yet abandoning everything else. A natural gas production plant, for example, would be maintained, as this generated considerable and scarce income for the elite. By contrast, demands for hospital funding would be ignored, as such an investment would bring no direct short-term benefits to the elite. Tapping into foreign patronage. The scaling down of their domestic operations also required elites to maximize resources and legitimacy that could be raised externally. In this respect, although diminished since the end of the Cold War, the International Convention of State Sovereignty was still an advantage. State managers continued to pose as representatives of their people, enabling them to win aid and preferential trade agreements from the outside world. These resources could then be used to shore up remaining institutions of the state, and not necessarily for wider economic development, as the donors had intended. Given the even greater lack of resources now being produced locally, this international lifeline was essential for the survival of the elite and their state. Exploiting parallel markets. Elites, however, could not just make do with consolidating their position within the state and the international community. Opportunities in both of these areas had shrunk considerably. If they were to maintain their privileged existence, hard-pressed officials now had to end the additional sources of power and wealth to exploit. The most obvious target for them was the most dynamic and productive area of their territory, the second economy. Throughout the continent, public officials turned a blind eye to Magento. Indeed, it is doubtful that the second economy could have survived without a degree of state collusion. The whole foundation of the informal sector, after all, was based on bribes, embezzlement, fraud and official theft. Consequently, state managers could maintain their incomes by facilitating these parallel markets. They received money when they chose not to prosecute illegal traders or smugglers. They could divert public goods, food aid, perhaps, into these parallel markets, and they could also issue official documents to illegitimate operations. Again, it was a case of holders of public office being able to extract rent by using their position within the state. Indeed, in many cases, it was actually the officers of the state who were leading these illegal entrepreneurial projects. Just as many KGB operatives moved in to run organized crime in Russia following the collapse of the Soviet Union, African holders of political office also found a home in the strategic niches of the criminal underworld. It is no coincidence that, in the 1990s, African countries such as Nigeria became prime staging posts for drugs smuggled into Western Europe and North America. Bayard, Ellis, and Hibu refer to this development as the criminalization of the African state. 26. 229. The warlord state. In some cases, these self-serving state survival strategies became the sole focus of a regime. Having lost, almost entirely, their bureaucratic power base through state collapse, leaders sought to convert their remaining unions into material gains through commercial activity. William Reno calls these extreme cases warlord states. 27. Warlord politics results in rulers abandoning the whole idea of administrating a state for the collective good. Instead, institutions now merely serve the elite's private interests. Opportunism replaces ideology, legal rational motivations are even harder to end, and governments are no longer in the business of trying to generate legitimacy. In this respect, even client-patron networks are scaled down to a minimum. A warlord state is an inverted, predatory or vampire state, with knobs on. Given that public responsibilities have vanished in warlord states, private syndicates tend to replace the previously more inclusive patronage networks. Political leaders are also much more in touch with market opportunities, and do not just rely on rent raised from political office. For example, warlord governments often enter into partnerships with transnational corporations, TNCs, concentrating their remaining authority on the most productive natural resource that their country has to offer. Loyal remnants of the national army, for example, will be deployed to guarantee the security of this particular region. They then grant concessions to TNCs to extract minerals or agricultural produce. Plots are shared between political leaders, the military and the TNC, with little of this revenue filtering down into civil society. Naturally enough, warlord states generate little legitimacy, and, as such, citizens have few incentives to support such governments, apart from the fear of any remaining coercive powers. Consequently, instability is a hallmark of this kind of state. Often, rebel or bandit groups wrestle vast tracts of territory away from central political control. Yet, the ruling elite is always careful to ensure that those parts of the country that do contain strategic resources remain in government hands. In several cases, elites have even hired mercenaries to guarantee this control, as they were no longer able to rely on their own military. The South African-based private company Executive Outcomes, EO, for example, helped the besieged government of Sierra Leone to protect its TNC partnerships based on diamond production. As William Reno observes, EO and its partners give politicians the option to jettison old, inefficient, but more inclusive patronage networks for efficient, powerful, and profitable commercial networks to boost their personal power. 28 No longer able to control the rest of the country, elites simply give up the pretense that they can serve all the citizens of the state. In the 1990s, Zaire, Liberia, and Sierra Leone came closest to meeting this notion of a warlord state. Central power all but evaporated in these countries, and rebel groups exercised alternative political authority in regions outside government control. Yet these states did retain enough power to look after the elite's private interests. Major cities remained in government hands, as did outlying economic installations, even if mercenaries had to be deployed. The elite was skillful enough in its survival strategies to ensure that political power continued to be converted to economic wealth. In these cases, the state was just as adept at disengaging from civil society as seen above, civil society was at disengaging from the state. 230. This chapter has charted how the post-colonial African state reached something of a watershed in the 1980s and 1990s. The crises of accumulation and governance had gnawed away at the capacity of central institutions to rule society. Legitimacy had declined, and since it is difficult for states to maintain their authority by coercion alone, the political environment was ripe for radical change. The problem was that often no replacement government was available for these ailing regimes. Due to shrinking client-patron networks, scope for the circulation of elites was limited. Similarly, few states harbored an opposition strong enough to topple the political incumbents. Ruling elites therefore limped on, withdrawing into their inverted states. This resulted in many citizens being more or less abandoned. 231. Table 10.1 Chapter Summary, The Crisis of Political Authority in Africa. Crisis of Legitimacy. Crisis of accumulation. Import substitution. Economic strategies usually inefficient. Agricultural sector taxed too hard in order to raise income for state spending little. Surplus capital generated for reinvestment. Crisis of governance. Short-term political imperatives, patronage, override long-term economic investment. Bureaucracies become bloated. Corruption thrives in this client/patron environment. Centralization of the state leaves no avenue open for constitutional regime change. The loss of state authority. Civil society disengagement. Citizens distance themselves from the predatory state, via emigration, the second economy, tax avoidance, and ignoring state regulations. Insurgency. Growth of insurgency movements challenges the state from the 1980s onwards, e.g. Ethiopia, Uganda, Rwanda and DRC. State collapse where central institutions can no longer project authority into the hinterland of the state. No rule of law, no public services. State no longer has monopoly over resources of coercion. Armed militias step into power vacuum. State survival strategies. Re-legitimization of the state. Renewal of government usually through multi-party elections. State inversion where the state limits its activities, primarily looking after elite interests. Strategic resources are still protected, but public services and representation are cut. Shrinking client/patron works exploiting parallel markets. State officials collude with second economy activities for private gain. The warlord state no pretense of public service or representation. Coercive resources used to protect key strategic installations for the elite's private gain. Civil society's response to this turn of events was to disengage. By taking their activities to the margins of state control, citizens avoided the worst excesses of the predatory bureaucratic elite. Parallel markets, smuggling and other illegal activities became well established during the 1980s and 1990s. Some commentators regarded this disengagement as a positive phenomenon. Naomi Chazan, for example, considered that the center of political gravity had shifted on the continent. Viewed from above, she continued, institutional mechanisms have been undergoing a process of contraction and disaggregation. But from below, social and economic niches have been carved out and are beginning to interact and adhere in new ways. From this perspective, political rhythms may lack cohesion. They are not, however, incoherent. As local arrangements come into play, political spaces are being reorganized and diverse links between government structures, specific social groups, and resource bases are being devised. A more diffuse and variegated, but perhaps more viable, pattern of political realignment is slowly taking shape. 29. In other words, civil society was learning to look after itself, and potentially a new political order could be built on these foundations. Yet disengagement was only relatively positive. It may have reduced citizen exploitation, but in achieving this, civil society had to relinquish the benefits of the modern state. History has shown, after all, that legitimate states give individuals an advantage in realizing security, economic gain, and improved welfare generally. As Robert Fatton puts it, the phenomenon of exit should not evoke the utopian image of a brave new world of unalienated villagers discovering within African authenticity a miraculous cure for poverty, exploitation, and tyranny. 30 Life in such an environment may be better than that in a vampire state, but it is certainly no substitute for a well-managed society based on the rule of law, legal rational institutions, and participatory democracy. Disengaged civil societies could only, at best, provide their members with informal imitations of these political benefits. And here lies the true crisis of the post-colonial African state. Civil society was adept at taking its revenge on the predatory state, helping to destroy its capacity and legitimacy. Yet it was often unable to replace this central authority. Consequently, weak, but still exploitative, state structures remained. In the ebb and flow of political power, when the inverted state gained the upper hand, coercion increased. When civil society was in the ascendancy, the state moved closer to disintegration and total collapse. Few on the continent gained any long-term benefits from this stalemate between state and civil society. It was costly both in terms of economic production and public service provision. As such, the last 2 decades of the 20th century proved to be difficult times for most Africans to live through. As the millennium approached, however, a new hope emerged in the form of multi-party elections. The African state was, indeed, reconstructed. Whether these elections created an advantageous balance between state and civil society is the subject of the next chapter. An case study, Zaire, Mobutu's vampire state. Zaire under Mobutu has become almost a caricature of an African dictatorship, wrote Chris Simpson in 1990. It is autocratic to a fault and its resources are shamelessly squandered. 31 In his 32-year rule as president, 1965 to 97, Mobutu Sese Seko oversaw a kleptocracy of the highest order. Once the ruling elite, and their TNC allies, had taken their cut of Zaire's mineral wealth, little prot found its way back into civil society. In Mobutu's pirate state, self-interested extraction amongst politicians and bureaucrats became both an art form and an end in itself. It did not have to be this way. Zaire, formerly the Belgian Congo, and renamed the Democratic Republic of the Congo, DRC, in 1997, is blessed with many natural resources. Straddling the equator in western Central Africa, DRC has an abundance of land, and agriculture should flourish given the good soils and plentiful rains. The country also has excellent mining and hydroelectric potential. Yet the 20th century was not kind to the inhabitants of this part of Africa. Economic development was not only hampered by the vagaries of the international market, but it was also fatally restricted by the actions of domestic political leaders. Post-colonial Congo-Kinshasa got off to an inauspicious start in 1960. Within VE days of independence, the army, led by Colonel Joseph Desire Mobutu, had mutinied, taking and holding power for a number of months. In the confusion, the mineral-rich province of Katanga seceded. It took a costly civil war, and the military intervention of the United Nations, to restore Congo-Kinshasa's territorial integrity. Political unity, however, was not restored. Constitutional deadlock was complete after the 1965 parliamentary elections, when the state president failed to secure a majority in the National Assembly. Mobutu took his opportunity to intervene in the political process for a second time, this time refusing to relinquish power. Initially, Mobutu's rule proved successful. With the state territorially reunited, and a military strongman replacing the squabbling politicians, Congo-Kinshasa could get on with the business of economic development. Good relations with external powers, and the high price of copper on the international commodity markets, also helped. Yet, within 10 years, Zaire, as it was renamed in 1971, had started its journey to state collapse. Like so many other African leaders, Mobutu's political decisions precipitated both a crisis of accumulation and a crisis of governance. Zaire's crisis of accumulation, in classic fashion, was created by a combination of wrong policy choices and naked corruption. In terms of inappropriate public policy, import substitution was pursued at the expense of developing agricultural production. A case in point was the Magliaco steel mill, completed by Italian and German contractors in 1975. Unable to end foreign investors for this project, the $250 million bill for this state-of-the-art factory was met entirely by government funds. Zaire, however, did not have enough capital to develop its own iron ore deposits to actually supply the smelting plant. Magliaco therefore relied on imported scrap metal. This added to the production costs, resulting in its steel being uncompetitively priced on the international market. Indeed, even domestically, the steel produced in this mill cost 8 times more than foreign imports. Consequently, Magliaco never ran at more than 10% center capacity. The whole project was an expensive and ill-conceived white elephant. 32. 234. Similar development mistakes were made throughout the Mobutu years. Take, for instance, the Inga Shaba power scheme. The idea was to transport electricity, generated by the Inga hydroelectric plant, a distance of 1,800 kilometers to Shaba province, where there was a concentration of mining activity. Despite the technical ingenuity displayed to achieve this, the reality was that it would have been cheaper for Shaba factories to generate their own electricity regionally. Other industrialization measures also failed. Locally assembled cars and locally produced tires and textiles, for example, cost between 20 and 40% or more than their imported equivalents. 33. Ultimately, since these projects brought little capital accumulation, the outcome was unproductive investment of public funds. Agriculture was potentially Zaire's most profitable sector of the economy. Government policy, however, consistently squeezed the rural areas excessively. Marketing boards, year after year, bought farmers' harvests at below market prices. The result was a lack of incentive for these farmers to produce. Cotton yields, for example, fell from 60,000 tons of lint at independence to just 8,500 tons by 1976. Similarly, whereas the Belgian Congo had exported a small surplus of food, independent Zaire was forced to import its basic staples. Farmers were simply not prepared to supply the formal economy at the low prices set by the state. Since Zaire has such a conducive climate for agriculture, this was a criminal waste of resources. Unproductive investment in ill-conceived development projects, and the misuse of the country's agricultural potential, however, pale into insignificance alongside the level of corruption found in Mobutu's Zaire. At times, it seemed there was no limit to the greed of this country's public servants. At the pinnacle of government, and of the corruption therein, was Mobutu himself. He amassed between $5 and $8 billion worth of assets, much of it deposited in Swiss bank accounts. 34. It is difficult to see how Mobutu's legitimate businesses could have generated so much wealth. Regular confusion between the president's public and private spending helps explain this discrepancy. Lower down the political hierarchy was General Iluki, Secretary of State for National Defense. His spouse was allegedly once stopped at a roadblock and found to be in possession of 17 suitcases of money. A subsequent search of Iluki's home found $2 million stashed away. Iluki was convicted of corruption, but his 20-year sentence was set aside and he returned as the military commander of Shaba province. 35. Mobutu and Iluki, however, were just two of the more high-profile abusers of public office. From the state president down to the humblest government clerk, from generals through to privates operating roadblocks, corruption was an everyday part of life in Zaire. It became a case of citizens having to buy public services through private negotiations with the official concerned. 36. As Archbishop Kabanga of Lubumbashi wrote in a 1976 pastoral letter, "We bear daily witness to agonizing situations. How many children and adults die without medical care because they are unable to bribe the medical personnel who are supposed to care for them? Why are there no medical supplies in the hospitals, while they are found in the marketplace? How did 235 they get there? why is it that in our courts justice can only be obtained by fat bribes to the judge? Why do our government officers force people to come back day after day to obtain services to which they are entitled? If the clerks are not paid off, they will not be served. Why, at the opening of school, must parents go into debt to bribe the school principal? Children who are unable to pay will have no school. Whoever holds a morsel of authority, or means of pressure, prots from it to impose on people and exploit them. 37. As well as ruling over a state that failed to accumulate capital, Mobutu's Zaire also suffered from a crisis of governance. Zaire followed a familiar path to other African countries in the post-colonial period, with Mobutu overseeing the centralization of the state and a personalization of power. Spurred on by the failure of political parties to stabilize the country in the First Republic, the president abandoned multi-party democracy altogether. This was replaced by a one-party structure, and Mobutu himself came to dominate the legislative and judicial, as well as the executive, roles of the state. Sources of opposition were systematically eliminated by co-option, harassment, imprisonment, exile and assassination. It was also made plain to those members of the ruling party itself that they owed their position specifically to Mobutu's patronage. As one reporter commented, the number of significant political players in Zaire was kept to just 8 or so individuals. Among these, at any one time, 20 of them are ministers, 20 are exiles, 20 are in jail and 20 ambassadors. Every 3 months, the music stops and Mobutu forces everyone to change chairs. 38. No one, friend or foe, was left in any doubt about who held supreme power in Zaire. To challenge Mobutu was to risk losing everything, including one's life. Whereas the political elite enjoyed the wealth that access to state institutions brought, most individuals within Zaire gained little from their government. Members of civil society were the victims of a declining economy, public services were shrinking, and they were often on the wrong end of demanding corrupt officials. Yet there was no constitutional way of ridding Zaire of this kleptocratic elite. No opposition parties existed, and any political challenge that Mobutu perceived to threaten his regime was brutally crushed. Mobutu, until the final resource-diminished days of this regime, maintained agencies of violence that were more than a match for civil society. Lacking the ability to change the incumbent government directly, Zaireans opted for the next best option. They sought to distance themselves as far as possible from the state. The scale of this disengagement is perhaps best illustrated by the growth of Zaire's parallel economy during the 1980s and 1990s. By this time, official statistics showed Mobutu's economy to be a disaster. There was a massive trade deficit, production was declining in all sectors, annual inflation stood at over 1,000%, the national debt was colossal, and wages were at starvation levels. In short, in terms of economics, nothing worked as it should. 39 Yet 35 million Zaireans did get on with their lives. It may be true that the formal economy could no longer meet even the most basic needs of the Zairean people, but this was just the formal economy. Indeed, by the late 1980s, it is estimated that the second economy sector measured up to 3 times that of Zaire's official GDP. 40. 236. A few statistics serve to show the extent of this economic disengagement. From the 1970s onwards, Up to 60% of Zaire's coffee crop annually bypassed state marketing boards and was smuggled into neighboring countries. By 1985, farmers could sell their coffee to smugglers for 42 cents per kilogram, while the state only offered 7 cents. 41 The second economy set about supplying what the official economy could not. Low state-determined prices and transport problems, due to collapsing infrastructure, saw few willing to supply the official market with even the most basic of commodities. Yet in parallel markets, where higher prices could be charged, it was profitable to trade in staple goods. 42 Disengagement, however, did not bring down the Zairean state immediately. Mobutu's regime limped on until the mid-1990s. Indeed, those members of the elite who were able to adapt to the shrinking state were still able to prosper. It was almost as if these individuals welcomed the disengagement of civil society. The growing gulf between the governed and their governors allowed state managers greater political space to operate their own personal survival strategies. They were free now from even the most notional responsibility of government. Among these survival strategies were the scaling down of patronage networks, the nurturing of foreign rather than domestic resources, and tapping into the productive activity within the second economy. Each of these strategies is looked at in turn. The crisis of accumulation began to bite during the late 1970s, grew considerably throughout the 1980s, and then reached a critical mass in the early 1990s. Reacting to this developing crisis, the state elite scaled down its patronage networks accordingly. Naturally enough, to maintain their privileged position, certain stronger clients still had to be placated. State managers, however, no longer had resources to distribute to weaker citizens. Consequently, public services such as healthcare, education, and policing virtually disappeared. Education provision, for example, slumped from 17.5% of the national budget in 1972 to just 2.1% in 1990. Similarly, rural communities were also abandoned. Agriculture's share of the budget fell from 29.3% to just 4% over the same period. Investment in infrastructure was another casualty. Only 15% of roads inherited from the colonial authorities still remained passable by the mid-1980s. Even in the cities, the Mobutu regime was only offering minimal government. Kinshasa itself had only intermittent water and electricity supplies, and even the sickest people refused to attend its hospitals. All this was because state patronage had dwindled to a bare minimum. 43 The disintegration of these client-patron networks, of course, had major ramifications for the government's legitimacy. The state now served fewer people, and those former clients who had been jettisoned were naturally aggrieved. Yet Mobutu and his lieutenants were very careful to retain those that they needed for their own personal political survival. For example, whereas much of the army had been abandoned to its own devices by 1990, Mobutu made sure that his own 5,000-strong presidential guard still continued to be paid regularly. The president could lose legitimacy in the eyes of his people, but he could not afford to lose the support of his most reliable agency of coercion. Once the Zairean state abandoned its welfare and infrastructure responsibilities, as well as much of its rural territory, it was almost as if Kinshasa was content to rule only. 237. Strategic enclaves within the country. The regime sought to maintain its authority in major cities, important trading centers and sites of extraction, such as mines and plantations, all the key areas that could still produce a prod for the bayonet of state managers. It did not matter too much that the government's authority could rarely now be found elsewhere, in the non-profitable regions of the country. Mobutu's regime certainly did not conform to Weber's idea that the state should be able to exercise sovereignty over all its territory. Ironically, however, one of the regime's most successful survival strategies relied directly on this Weberian notion of sovereignty. It required that the international community and TNCs still recognized Mobutu as Zaire's head of state, and thus the chief representative of his people. If this was the case, the general could still gain access to international resources. And this is exactly what happened. There was still an external demand for Zaire's minerals and coffee. Mobutu granted foreign TNCs concessions to extract these commodities, in return for a share of the prods. Even in 1991, when state collapse was imminent and the Mobutu government exercised authority over only the most strategic enclaves within the country, these exports earned the regime $2.1 billion. International aid brought in another $494 million. 44 Given that the government was now spending very little on public services, these sums went a considerable way to allowing the state elite to maintain its privileged position. It was able to shore up its protable enclave operations, and run, albeit reduced, agencies of coercion. And there was also enough money left for Mobutu to employ foreign mercenaries to bolster his own presidential guard. Nor was the international community the only source of wealth into which the state elite could tap. With public sector wages falling behind inflation, and many instances of state employees not being paid at all, officials could not now rely solely on the formal economy to secure their living. They, too, came to need the second economy. For example, state employees used their positions of political power to extract rent from parallel markets. Their largest source of income, in this respect, were the bribes received for turning a blind eye to illegal operations. Customs officers at Zaire's border with Zambia, for instance, regularly agreed only to charge excise duty on part of a lorry driver's cargo. The official and the driver would then share the remaining unpaid duty between them. And as they were now traveling with false documents, drivers would have to bribe personnel at subsequent military and police roadblocks between the border and their destination. 45 benefits, however, were not confined merely to an indirect association with the second economy. Many of the elite also played a more central role in these informal activities. With their bureaucratic power base disintegrating, state managers had been forced to switch to additional economic entrepreneurial projects in order to maintain their social position. Jean-François Bayart gives a good illustration of how one arm of the bureaucracy, the Zairean Air Force, FAZA, adapted to the conditions of a collapsing state. No longer enjoying regular pay, FAZA cargo pilots turned the Air Force into an unofficial transport company during the 1980s. Taking advantage of Zaire's ailing road network, they were able to take goods into the interior and sell them at a profit. FAZA ground crews 238. However, were angered that they did not share these prots. Consequently, they took less care in maintaining the cargo planes, which resulted in a number of crashes. This persuaded the cargo pilots, now that they had started an additional unofficial passenger service, to bring the ground crews into their operations. Not to be left out, their pilots also began using their position within the state to supplement their wages. They stole aircraft parts to sell in parallel markets. Eventually, the whole Air Force was grounded due to a lack of spare parts. Undeterred, FAZA personnel then went on to sell the Air Force's fuel supplies. By the 1990s, Zaire had an Air Force in name only. 46 The demise of FAZA reeks, in microcosm, the wider collapse of the Zairean state. By the mid-1990s, the game was up for the whole Mobutu regime. The state had exhausted its power and the formal economy had totally collapsed, as had the regime's bureaucratic structures. As a result, TNCs were now reluctant to risk investing in Zaire, while international financial institutions and foreign governments, especially now that the Cold War was over, were no longer prepared to stomach Mobutu's excesses and the country's massive external debt. Mobutu attempted to cling to power, despite the growing strength of opposition groups. Forced to liberalize the constitution, he still managed to stall his opponents with a series of political maneuvers, including constitutional conventions, the postponement of multi-party elections, the funding of numerous bogus opposition parties, and by simply buying off opposition leaders. In the end, the country was left in constitutional deadlock, just as it had been at the start of Mobutu's 32-year reign. The president refused to relinquish control of what remained of the executive and the army, while opposition leaders in parliament failed to command the political strength to remove him. Eventually, Mobutu would be ousted by force of arms. This came in the form of the Alliance de Forces Démocratiques pour la Libération du Congo-Zaire, AFDL, led by Laurent Désiré Kabila. The rebellion was precipitated by the influx of 2 million refugees into eastern Zaire after the Rwandan genocide of 1994. When the forces of the former Rwandan government began using these refugee camps as a base from which to attack ethnic Tutsis in Zaire itself, these communities retaliated. They then, with the new Rwandan government's support, began to march on Kinshasa to topple Mobutu himself. The AFDL reached Kinshasa in May 1997, and Kabila took on the presidency of the renamed Democratic Republic of the Congo. Mobutu's own death from cancer a few months later symbolized the demise of one of the most predatory states Africa has ever known. Yet the suffering of DRC citizens did not end with Mobutu's demise. The east of this country has become a classic example of rebel groups being able to topple an incumbent government, but then not being able to rebuild an alternative state. Today, DRC is still in a condition of partial collapse. It is ruled by a regime in Kinshasa unable to project its authority in the country's massive hinterland. In the east, to use Philip Röntgen's words, all functions of sovereignty are thus privatized. 47 rival militias control this territory, who themselves enjoy considerable support from outside powers. DRC's vast mineral wealth, combined with this power vacuum, has precipitated continued insurgency involving most of Congo-Kinshasa's neighbors. Militias and their backers vie for control over the mines that can bring vast individual riches to those that can export their contents. A United Nations, UN, report published. And questions raised by this chapter. 1. Why had the post-colonial African state reached a point of crisis by the 1980s? 2. How successful was civil society in countering the power of the vampire state? 3. To what extent have African states collapsed over the last 2 decades? 4. Who prospered most in the 1980s and 1990s, state elites or members of civil society? 5. Assess the performance of the state's own survival strategies. And glossary of key terms. Authority is psychological relationship between the governed and their governors, which engenders a belief that state personnel and institutions should be obeyed. 239. In 2001, for example, estimated that one of the protagonists, the Rwandan National Army, which was theoretically in the process of withdrawing from DRC at this time, netted $250 million by extracting gold, diamonds, and coltan over an 18-month period. Ugandan military leaders similarly benefited from their army's presence across the border. The UN panel concluded that the war in DRC had become a very lucrative business. 48. A lasting peace has therefore been difficult to broker. Caesars and elections have occurred, but the restoration of a single state authority in the east of the country is in none of the militias, nor their external sponsors' interests. As a consequence, violence continues to up regularly and the death toll rises. Competition between connect entrepreneurs in DRC has cost the lives of 5.4 million people since 1998. 49. Most of these casualties were civilian non-combatants trying to survive in this dangerous stateless environment. In this respect, these 5.4 million individuals have become the ultimate victims of Mobutu's crises of accumulation and governance. And Democratic Republic of the Congo, DRC, 50. Territory, 2,344,885 square km. Population, 62.6 million. Colonial power, Belgium independence, 1960. Major cities, Kinshasa, capital, ethnic groups, over 200. Lubumbashi currency, Congolese franc Mbujimai. Urban population, 35.2%. Languages, French. Life expectancy, 43 years. Kiswahili. Adult literacy, 67%. Chwilaba. Infant mortality, 112 deaths. 1,000 inhabitants. Religion, traditional exports, diamonds. Christian gold. GDP per capita, $134. Copper. Corruption. The abandonment of legal rational practices by officials in order to secure personal gain. Crisis of accumulation. The failure to create wealth through the productive investment of surplus capital. Crisis of governance. The failure of states to provide political structures able to represent civil society. Disengagement, exit, and survival strategies. The act of distancing civil society activities from the state, bypassing state authority, for instance, by the use of parallel markets. Insurgency. An ideological challenge to state authority from within civil society, using violence. Unproductive investment. Economic activity that fails to produce a profit or a surplus of capital. Warlord state. A state, usually unstable, that seeks to serve the private interests of its leaders, and does not seek to generate legitimacy among its citizens or provide public service. And further reading. There are several excellent books that cover the issues raised in this chapter. Robert Bates's work is informative for those who wish to read more about how the African developmental states failed the agricultural sector. Sarke Pundeas, likewise, is revealing on corruption, and the volume edited by I. William Zartman investigates the phenomenon of state collapse. Much has been written about civil society's disengagement from the state. Victor Azarya and Naomi Chazan's article is the pick of the crop, while Michael Bratton's review article gives a avur of additional research in this area. Janet McGaffey's book on Zaïre's second economy is also well worth investigating, as is Dennis Tull's article on what happened in the absence of central state authority in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Those interested in state survival strategies should refer to Patrick Chabal and Jean-Pascal Delas's volume, as well as William Reno's book. Azarya, Victor, and Naomi Chazan. Disengagement from the State in Africa, Reactions on the Experience of Ghana and Guinea. Comparative Studies in Society and History. 1987, 19, 106-31. Bates, Robert H. Markets and States in Tropical Africa, The Political Basis of Agricultural Policies. Berkeley, University of California Press, 1981. Bratton, Michael. Beyond the State, Civil Society and Associational Life in Africa. World Politics. 1989, 41, 3, 407-30. Chabal, Patrick and Jean-Pascal Delas. Africa Works, Disorder as Political Instrument. Oxford, James Curry, 1999. Kapunde, Sarjan. Politics and Corruption in Africa, A Case Study of Sierra Leone. Lanham, University Press of America, 1995. McGaffey, Janet, ed. The Real Economy of Zaire, The Contribution of Smuggling and Other Unofficial Activities to National Wealth. London, James Curry, 1991. Reno, William. Warlord Politics and African States. Boulder, Lynn Renner, 1998. Tull, Dennis M. A Reconfiguration of Political Order? The State of the State in North Kivu, DR Congo. African Affairs. 2003, 102, 408, 429-46. 240. Zartman, I. William, ed. Collapsed States, The Disintegration and Restoration of Legitimate Authority. Boulder, Lynn Wren, 1995. Chapter 11. The last decade of the 20th century brought dramatic political changes to Africa. The whole continent was swept by a wave of democratization. From Tunisia to Mozambique, from Mauritania to Madagascar, government after government was forced to compete in multi-party elections against new or revitalist opposition movements. To use South African President Thabo Mbeki's words, the continent was experiencing a political renaissance. One prior to 1990, opposition parties had been outlawed in most African countries. As Chapter 6 highlighted, the political norm was for a highly personalized executive to govern through tightly controlled one-party structures. There was little room for dissent or, legal, challenge to this ruling elite. Only in Botswana, since 1966, has political pluralism been maintained throughout the post-colonial period. The Gambia, Senegal, and Mauritius sustained multi-party competition for significant lengths of time, but not for the entire independence period. These four states were the exception. Elsewhere, the democratic picture was bleak. Africa had become a continent where governments were removed by force, not by elections. By contrast, competitive democracy bloomed in the 1990s. As late as 1988, one-party states and military governments were dominant, see Table 11.1, and Africa was still in an era of one leader, one ideology, and one political party. Two reasonably free and fair elections did occasionally occur in these countries, when the military returned to barracks, for example, Nigeria and Ghana being good cases in point, but these elections never amounted to an ongoing commitment to democracy. Follow-up elections were rarely held. Yet by 1999, the number of multi-party constitutions on the continent had risen from 9 to 45. Granted, several of these multi-party democracies amounted to paper exercises only, but many more proved to be fruitful. Momentous occasions such as that when Kenneth Kaunda, President of Zambia for 27 years, respectfully bowed to the will of the people in 1991, or Nelson Mandela's 1994 victory in South Africa's RST non-racial elections, demonstrated that multi-party democracy had gained a foothold, however precariously, on the African continent. This is why it is appropriate that the null theme of this book should indeed be democracy. And democracy. Democracy literally means rule by the people. It is the idea of popular sovereignty, where individuals participate in their society's government. At its most efficient, this will involve the whole community meeting regularly to make decisions, with each citizen's vote having an equal weighting. The city-states of ancient Greece are the most frequently used examples of this direct form of democracy, give or take the exclusion of women and slaves from the franchise. Yet the democracy enjoyed in the Western world today differs considerably from that of classical Greece. It is largely a 20th century invention, and it is representative democracy. The institutions of modern states are far too complex to be governed directly by the people. Citizens, on average, are too busy living their own lives to become involved with the minutiae of government. This is why they empower politicians to rule on their behalf. In any form of democracy, however, the governors must remain accountable to the governed, and in the case of representative democracy this is 244. Principally achieved through regular elections. Each citizen should have an equal opportunity to vote for the candidate they feel will best serve their interests. What is more, laws should be in place, and adhered to, allowing free competition between individuals to win these votes. Freedom of speech, association, and assembly are all of paramount importance, as is the right to stand for office, a free press and a secret ballot. With these guarantees, citizens can collectively select representatives of their choice, and, perhaps more importantly, have the opportunity to remove those offshoots that have disappointed. Abraham Lincoln's ideal of government of the people, by the people, for the people sums up the concept of representative democracy well. 3. In the West, multi-party competition has become the accepted mechanism for delivering this type of democracy. Parties assist in the aggregation of differing views and interests found within society, and they also offer the electorate alternative public. 245. Policy choices. Should the incumbent ruling party be perceived as not serving the people's interests, then they can be voted out of office and replaced by a more popular party. Historically, it has been this multi-party competition that has fostered the most productive examples of open, representative, and accountable government. The emphasis on multi-party competition, however, is not universally accepted as the most appropriate method of representing the people. Marxists, for example, argue that there can be no true democracy without social justice. The equal political rights found in liberal or bourgeois democracies do not equate to equal economic rights. Indeed, Marxists regard access by the masses to multi-party competition as merely creating a false consciousness. Citizens are duped into supporting political structures that only serve to perpetuate the hegemony of the bourgeoisie and economic exploitation. Liberal democracy was also largely rejected in Africa in the first 3 decades of independence. As Chapter 6 demonstrated, the continent's political leaders considered pluralist competition to be destructive. They favored more unit and centralist mechanisms of government. The argument ran that multi-party politics would only serve to deepen ethnic divisions, as well as deke the new states from their primary task of nation-building and economic development. Consequently, one-party states became the most common form of political representation. Some of these ruling parties, such as TANU in Nyerere Tanzania and KANU in Kenyatta's Kenya, did manage, to a degree, to link the governed and the governors. It was more common, however, for African political parties to atrophy, isolating presidential monarchs from their people. The absence of a legal opposition left the continent's political systems too open to abuse by ruling elites. Nor could Africa's leaders claim their governments were benign developmental dictatorships, where economic benefits were provided as compensation for absent political rights. Economic advancement did not materialize. Consequently, by the mid-1980s, even Nyerere conceded that the one-party experiment had failed Africa. Always a sincere believer in popular representation, Nyerere called upon his party to open up Tanzania to multi-party competition. And Tanzania was not alone. After 1990, the whole of Africa was immersed in political reform. The pattern was familiar. First, isolated demonstrations would break out in urban areas, with protesters targeting structural adjustment austerity measures. These demonstrations would then become more sustained and organized, with demands moving from the economic sphere to more general political reform. Before long, full-scale multi-party democracy became the rallying cry of these protesters. Eventually, the ruling elite grudgingly conceded to this political pressure. Constitutional changes were made to permit the registration of opposition groups, and this opened the floodgates for further political concessions. Governments were soon drafting plans for a return to full pluralist competition. In most of Francophone Africa, for example, this involved constitutional conferences, followed by referenda of the people. By 1995, most countries on the continent had met the initial demand of multi-party democracy, the holding of reasonably free and fair elections. There can be no doubt that these momentous events spectacularly changed Africa's political environment. Africanists were left reeling at the speed of this democratization process, but what had prompted this swift return to multi-party democracy? In 246. Answer to this question is offered in the RST section of the chapter. A more difficult question to answer, however, is what are the chances of political pluralism being consolidated on the continent? 2 decades after the initial round of multi-party elections, Africa is still far from being a bastion of democracy. Cynicism has returned to many Africanists who initially considered the events of the 1990s to be nothing short of a pluralist revolution. Today, a typical African state still has authoritarian rexes and veers towards patronage as a method for generating legitimacy. Competitive elections do have an impact, but they feature alongside illiberal forms of governance. The second half of the chapter will therefore consider a series of obstacles hindering the consolidation of democracy on the continent. Yet, one should not be too cynical. Africa has not reverted to the earlier era of one-party states and presidential monarchs. Meaningful elections are being held on the continent, and regime change is occurring as a consequence. Opposition parties, intermittently, do replace incumbents. Pluralism has now become part of the political system, albeit a form of pluralism that exists within a odd legal rational environment. The impact of this contradictory electoral authoritarianism on the relationship between state and civil society in Africa is discussed at the end of the main body of the chapter. A case study then follows charting Zimbabwe's fall from democratic grace. But note even here the contradiction. Pluralism was not extinguished in Zimbabwe, despite President Robert Mugabe's steadfast authoritarianism. Multi-party competition survived. This would not have been the case in the earlier one-party era. 247. Plate 11.1 Voting in South Africa's RST non-racial elections, DAAR, 1994. Photographer, Gideon Mendel. And explaining the emergence of multi-party democracy. Simply put, Africa's re-embrace of multi-party democracy during the 1990s can be explained by an agreement among all the players involved. State elites, who for so long were ideologically committed to more authoritarian forms of government, were now converted to pluralism. Similarly, civil society expanded its campaign for the same goal. It was also a period where the international community backed these political trends. This agreement between state, civil society, and international agencies, however, seems remarkable given their divergent interests just a few years, or even months, earlier. Why were all three now citing multi-party democracy as the way forward? What had changed? An explanation can be formulated via four interlinked phenomena: the state's loss of authority, a new international political environment, the rejuvenation of civil society, and precedent. Each of these factors is considered in turn. The state's loss of authority. By the 1990s, Africa's political environment was ripe for change. The previous chapter highlighted the problems now faced by state institutions. Starved of resources due to the crisis of accumulation, and lacking legitimacy due to the crisis of governance, state authority was in terminal decline. The old governing formulae where presidential monarchs could skillfully combine a mixture of accommodation and coercion were no longer effective. Elements of civil society were in a process of disengagement, or, in some cases, actually violently rebelling against the ruling elite. For many African countries, the prospect of total state collapse was a serious possibility. Several ruling elites chose to ignore, as best they could, this crisis of authority. Their states became more and more inverted, with governments abandoning their public obligations. These polities were well on the way to becoming warlord states. Liberia and Zaire/Democratic Republic of the Congo, DRC, being good cases in point. By contrast, other African leaders heeded the warning signs, and attempted to steer their regimes out of danger. The game was up. Faced by anti-government protests, the only thing the presidential monarchs could now do was to utter pious, self-serving calls to discipline and order. 5 In previous years, the full weight of the state would have been directed at these malcontents, and the protests crushed. Now, the state had few replies. Its powers of coercion were diminished, and its abilities of co-option starved by a lack of resources. Previous state survival strategies were no longer enough to ensure the regime would endure, and a different, more effective, set of tactics had to be employed. The reinvention of multi-party democracy in Africa can therefore be seen as a reaction to this crisis of authority. State elites considered the dissolution of their monopoly over political activity to be the only survival strategy left. After all, what better antidote to a crisis of authority is there than a re-legitimization of the state through multi-party elections? It was not that presidential monarchs had suddenly been converted to pluralism. In most cases, this was a concession forced upon them, and given grudgingly. It was a case of leaders weighing up the impossible costs of delaying these reforms, against 248. The short-term benefits that could be gained. 6 Indeed, many ruling parties thought they could control the pace of this reform, remaining in power indefinitely. When the incumbent National Party, for example, decided to engage the African National Congress of South Africa, ANC, in negotiations, few of its members would have envisaged full multi-party democracy arriving just years later. Similarly, when the presidents of most francophone countries established constitutional conferences, many thought they could manipulate proceedings, steering these towards their own interests. Few expected the far-reaching reforms that actually emerged from these political assemblies. To some extent, the gambles undertaken by ruling elites with this ultimate survival strategy paid off. As it will be seen, a considerable number of incumbents managed to stay in power, even after free and fair elections took place. There can be no doubt, however, that these state elites' search for legitimacy, and subsequent partial abandonment of authoritarian structures, lay at the very heart of Africa's conversion to multi-party democracy in the 1990s. The changing international political arena. Embattled leaders were not only experiencing internal pressures for reform. The international environment also now favored a move towards political pluralism. Whereas, before, state elites had come to rely on external patronage to prop up their regimes, even when internal legitimacy was lacking, in the 1990s, this source of support had largely dried up. A change of emphasis in how foreign governments and international financial institutions, IFIs, gave aid to Africa came with the end of the Cold War. As it was seen in Chapter 8, state managers had previously been able to market their countries in terms of ideological allegiance and strategic importance. The United States supported its allies in Africa as an investment against communist encroachment, backing such governments as Kenya, Morocco, and Zaire, while the Soviet Union assisted states with socialist leanings, Ethiopia and Angola, for instance. Concentrating on their Cold War priorities, neither Washington nor Moscow seemed too concerned that these countries were largely autocratic and had poor human rights records. The collapse of the Soviet Union, however, had massive implications for African state elites. The writing was on the Berlin Wall. 7 Soviet clients now had no external patron to turn to, whereas allies of the United States received less unconditional support given Washington's strategic interests had diminished dramatically. The winds from the east, as President Omar Bongo of Gabon lyrically stated, were truly shaking the coconut trees. 8. Indeed, those international agencies still interested in providing aid to Africa only did so with significant conditions attached. In terms of economics, for example, aid recipients were required to undertake structural adjustment reforms, see Chapter 9. It was these reforms that provided the catalyst for embryonic pro-democracy movements. Political conditions were also attached to aid packages. Assistance would be suspended or resumed as a direct consequence of a regime's human rights record and its commitment to democratic reforms. For example, international aid to Kenya was 249. Suspended in 1991, when President Daniel Arap Moi halted his country's transition to pluralism. Hastings Bunda, in Malawi, came under similar donor pressure in 1993. Talking for all the continent's leaders, President André Kalingba of the Central African Republic stated, "We have to accept the fact that those who lend us money for development want us to provide a choice of political parties." 9. And given that state managers still relied heavily on the patronage of the international community, the West eventually got what it wanted: a rejuvenated civil society. The most significant pressure for democratic reform came from African civil society itself. Churches, trade unions, ethnic associations, women's organizations, professional bodies, farming cooperatives, community groups, and eventually political parties, had all at some time played a key role in the GHT against colonial rule. These same associational organizations would also contribute significantly to Africa's second liberation of the late 1980s and early 1990s. Once political space had been created by the decline of state authority, opposition forces took their chances and began to challenge the state elite. There was a feeling that anything was now possible. The facade of government was visibly crumbling, and the emperor was indeed naked. 10. The transition process was initiated by the reaction to structural adjustments, austerity measures. Thousands of urban Africans took to the streets. Such bread riots had always been a feature of the post-colonial period. Previously, they were usually short-lived, quickly put down by the state's coercive agencies, and a conciliatory adjustment to public policy made. This time, however, the state was less able to quell the demonstrations or provide token gestures, and consequently the protests became more sustained. Before long, these gatherings took on a more political nature. Zairian protesters, for example, were now openly chanting Mobutu, voleur. Mobutu, thief. 11. It was at this point that the leading institutions of civil society took on the organization of this popular protest. New groups formed specifically to campaign for multi-party democracy, while older associations, previously co-opted by the state, began to delink themselves from the ruling elite. Politicians, sensing the changing political mood, similarly entered the battle. Those in exile attempted to return to their countries, others came out of retirement, and yet more defected from the ruling party to join the growing opposition. As it was seen in Chapter 4, churches and mosques were often a significant force within the anti-authoritarian campaign. Difficult to ban, and very probably more legitimate than the government itself, religious organizations offered national opportunities for people to assemble. Consequently, church and mosque pulpits were used to hold governments to account. Archbishop Desmond Tutu, for example, with black opposition parties having been outlawed in South Africa, proved to be one of the most effective advocates against apartheid, both nationally and internationally. And in Malawi, nobody had dared criticize the rule of Hastings Banda for decades, yet, in March 1992, Archbishop James Kayana and the country's Catholic bishops, 250, did just that. Banda's own denomination, the Church of Scotland, likewise called upon its congregation to pray for this profoundly lonely man who is locked in the prison house of power. After these brave opening salvos, others within Malawian civil society amplified these calls for multi-party democracy. 12. Trade unions also played a major role in the transition to pluralist elections. In Niger, for instance, the largest labor federation, the Union des Syndicats de Travailleurs du Niger, USTN, put immense pressure on the ruling elite to concede democratic reforms. Previously, this organization had largely been controlled by state co-option. By the late 1980s, however, the USTN was at the heart of the opposition movement, coordinating strikes in support of protests elsewhere. This action successfully brought Niger's formal economy to a standstill, and multi-party elections followed in 1993. 13. Zambia, however, is perhaps the best example of trade union activity securing pluralist democracy. Frederick Chiluba, as the leader of the Zambian Congress of Trade Unions, ZCTU, had for a long time been an irritant to Kenneth Kanda's UNIP one-party state. The government tried on numerous occasions to co-opt ZCTU, without success. When UNIP's tolerance ran out, Chiluba was imprisoned. This changed little, as, on his release, he again rejected a place on UNIP's Central Committee. Thus, when the opportunity arose in 1990 to challenge Kanda's political monopoly, the ZCTU proved to be an ideal popular and organizational base for the Movement for Multi-Party Democracy, MMD. The MMD subsequently defeated UNIP in elections in 1991, and Chiluba himself became the new president of Zambia. 14 church groups and trade unions, along with other associations including human rights activists, students, legal professionals, medical practitioners, and academics, provided leadership for a rejuvenated civil society. Through this leadership, mass discontent was channeled into a call for multi-party democracy. It proved to be a political demand that enfeebled state managers found difficult to resist. Precedent. In accounting for Africa's democratic transition, the issue of precedent should also be considered. African leaders, both within government and civil society institutions, were well aware of parallel events in Eastern Europe. As the power of the Soviet Union waned, there had been a chain reaction of civil society risings in Moscow's satellite states. People power had overthrown communist governments across the East, from Czechoslovakia to Romania, and eventually even in East Germany and Russia itself. Protesters had successfully taken to the streets. African leaders also observed what was happening on their own continent. Nelson Mandela's release from jail in 1989, for example, and the subsequent dismantling of apartheid, demonstrated to all that even the most powerful state elites were vulnerable to pressure from below. One by one, African regimes were open to pluralism. With one-party states toppling like dominoes, the way forward seemed inevitable to most. It would take a brave, or a foolhardy, leader to try to stem this tide of history. Most eventually committed themselves to try to ride this wave of democratization. 251. And the obstacles to democratic consolidation. By 1999, most African states had constitutions in place that encouraged political pluralism. Reacting this, more than 140 multi-party elections were held in the last decade of the 20th century, compared with less than 70 competitive polls held in the 3 decades prior to this. 15 some of these polls were odd, but others represented a reasonable reaction of voters' wishes. Given these facts, there can be little doubt that post-colonial African politics had reached a critical juncture. The holding of elections, however, is not the sole prerequisite for democracy. A mature democratic order requires that the rules of the political game endure between elections. Continued accountability and representation are far more important than the simple mechanics of conducting a poll. In this sense, the danger is that the 1990s wave of pluralism was simply a one-off response to a particular set of political circumstances. It may be that, just like the multi-party polls at independence, or those following the military's return to barracks, these 1990s events were isolated elections, merely serving, temporarily, to re-legitimize the state. It could be, to use Christopher Clapham's phrase, a case of one man, one vote. 116. Richard Sandbrook highlights exactly this point when he states, Africa's hostile conditions encumber not so much transitions to democracy as the consolidation of enduring democracies. 17. Despite post-colonial Africa's overall poor democratic record, the large number of multi-party elections held at the end of the 20th century have generated a glimmer of hope. Amid the fall of presidential monarchs and, in several cases, near state collapse, pluralist competition represented a way forward. Importantly, this democratic momentum has endured. Events since the turn of the century suggest that political pluralism, although compromised, has survived. Although not ubiquitous, meaningful elections continue to occur in Africa, and several significant regime changes have transpired as a result. These elections exist, however, alongside persistent autocratic behavior. Consolidation, and a secure democratic future, is by no means guaranteed. Major obstacles still need to be overcome before Africa can even start to contemplate a new political order based on pluralism. Several of these obstacles are now considered in turn. The need for a credible opposition. To state the obvious, multi-party democracies need multiple parties. If the electorate is unhappy with its government's policies or conduct, it needs an alternative political force which it can vote into power. Credible opposition choices, however, are not always guaranteed. At the opposite ends of this particular problem, Zimbabwe provides an example where there was an absence of an alternative party, while Côte d'Ivoire and Kenya demonstrate the converse impediment, too many parties. The 1995 general election in Zimbabwe was remarkably free from instances of intimidation and malpractice. Yet, as Lee Salakso writes, unfortunately, the progress in the practical arrangements of the polling were accompanied by a lack of any alternatives or even counterforces to the ruling party. 18. Robert Mugabe's regime was unpopular. Procedural democracy was in place, yet ZANU-PF faced no serious 252. Opposition. This had also been the case in the general elections of 1985 and 1990. It was easy for Mugabe to claim to be at the head of a multi-party democracy when there was little by way of an organized opposition. Yet, as it will be seen in the case study below, when such an opposition did emerge at the end of the 1990s, Mugabe ditched his democratic credentials and used political violence to ensure continued ZANU-PF victories. Given this Zimbabwe precedent, one has to ask whether others among the continent's more established democracies are in danger. Botswana, South Africa, and Namibia, for example, have all consistently held free and fair elections since independence/liberation. Yet, the results of these elections have always been predictable. The ruling party repeatedly enjoys a landslide victory. Consequently, these political systems are yet to be truly tested by genuinely competitive polls. Would these contests remain free and fair if there was a chance of the incumbent party actually being defeated, losing its control of state power? The mark of a true democracy is where the rules of the electoral game continue to be observed, even under pressure. Indeed, political scientist Samuel Huntington goes further. He considers that free and fair elections have to result in 2 turnovers of government before a state can be properly classified as a democracy. This, he argues, is the only proof that pluralism is sincerely working. 19. It shows that both incumbents and opposition are committed to the rules of the political game, and, above all, that they are willing to concede defeat if that is the people's wish. For 2 turnovers of government to occur, of course, a state requires more than one party with a realistic chance of being elected. Botswana, South Africa, and Namibia are not yet in that position. Elsewhere in Africa the converse has been the problem: too many parties. Political reforms have led to hundreds, maybe thousands, of parties mobilizing across the continent. When Chad moved to pluralist competition, for example, over 60 movements registered with the state authorities. 20. Democracy, however, cannot be measured by the quantity of competitors alone. The quality of these parties is also important. Rivals should be able to offer alternative leadership and policy choices to the electorate. Yet, John Wiseman describes many of the organizations that have emerged in the new pluralist era as merely vanity parties. 21. They serve more as a vehicle for party bosses than as a genuine aggregation of ideological or policy demands. Often these movements consist of just one charismatic leader, supported only by a handful of acolytes. Even the larger parties, with wider support, often revolve around a big man. Election campaigns therefore become competitions between personalities rather than ideas. Wiseman, pointing to this absence of issue-driven politics, notes that opposition platforms are usually remarkably similar in Africa. They are based on support for multi-party democracy, a defense of human rights, criticisms of government corruption, and an attack on statist approaches to economic policy. None of these elements are negligible or unworthy, but they hardly add up to an ideological masterplan for reconstructing society. 22. The concentration on the politics of personality has often led to factionalism within Africa's opposition movements. This partly explains why such a remarkable number of incumbent leaders and their parties survived the transition from one-party to multi-party politics. Where pro-democracy forces remained coherent, successful. 253. Campaigns against the presidential monarchs were mounted. The United MMD in Zambia, for example, defeated Konda, the Alliance pour la Démocratie au Mali helped oust Traoré, and the Alliance for Democracy in Malawi saw off Bunda. Divided oppositions, however, fared less well. In many cases, the various opposition factions ended up competing more with each other than they did against the incumbent. Côte d'Ivoire proves to be a case in point. Here, 26 parties registered after the constitution was amended. Of these, 17 elected candidates in the 1990 elections. Only the Front Populaire Ivoirien, FPI, could make any impression on Houphouët-Boigny's status and his incumbent party's well-oiled electoral machine. Even the FPI, however, led by history professor Laurent Gbagbo, had little appeal beyond the educated urban classes. 23 Consequently, Houphouët-Boigny won by a landslide. Kenyan politics also suffered from a divided opposition. Moi, detested in many areas of the country, still won 2 presidential polls during the 1990s. On both occasions he emerged victorious, despite winning less than 40% of the vote. More coherence and cooperation among the opposition parties would almost certainly have defeated this autocratic president in 1992 or 1997, bringing a new lease of life to Kenyan politics. Yet, this was not to happen until 2002, after Moi had retired and a united opposition coalition narrowly managed to break KANU's 40-year monopoly of power. This brief examination of opposition groups indicates that the consolidation of multi-party democracy is still a long way off in Africa. Elections are not about charismatic leaders espousing little by the way of a policy platform. Nor should democratic polls merely require voters to select one ambitious political clique from another. Likewise, electoral contests cannot just be about a population offering predictable loyalty to the movement that historically won liberation for their society. Until Africans are offered a genuine choice between competing policy programs, then true multi-party democracy remains a distant goal. The need for a strong civil society. A second prerequisite for democratic consolidation is a strong civil society. Healthy associational activity can act as a powerful independent counterforce to prevent the state from monopolizing the political process. In a multi-party democracy, it is essential that civil society is present both to cooperate with, and to challenge, the government. This helps ensure the public interest is always paramount, and that governments continue to respect the rules of the democratic process. In the past, African civil societies have defeated imperialism and brought post-colonial predatory states to their knees through disengagement. The question now, however, is whether contemporary associational life is strong enough on the continent to help preserve newly won multi-party democracies. This preservation will require the growth of Africa's middle classes. After all, there cannot be a liberal, or bourgeois, democracy without a bourgeoisie. 24 It is the middle classes that have the wealth, the time, and the education to organize groups that can monitor and influence the state. Professionals can provide an intellectual challenge. 254. To the ruling party, church, mosque, and human rights groups can provide moral advice, women's associations can keep issues of gender to the fore, and an independent media can assess the government's dissemination of information. Without this independent associational activity, there is a grave danger that the state will become too dominant and abuse its power. Yet, as it was seen in Chapter 5, few African countries have a powerful and independent middle class. The state itself has been the focus of class formation. In this respect, it could be that multi-party elections, rather than opening up the political process to all Africans, have instead just initiated new personnel into the state elite. Indeed, there is no guarantee that civil society leaders who defeat the old guard and set up a new government will act in the wider interests of the population. It may be that, just like their predecessors, once in power, they will be more content to pursue just their own, or their narrow constituencies, interests. Frederick Chiluba, the hero of the Zambia's transition to multi-party democracy, for example, was charged with 168 counts of theft after leaving office in 2001, and, in a separate 2007 case, found guilty by a British court of fraud to the value of $46 million. 25 Chiluba is not the only president of the new political age to face corruption charges. The key is whether this new, or amended, political elite is more committed to the ideals of democracy and representation than the old guard. The sincerity of most who campaigned for pluralism cannot be doubted. Now that they are in power, however, the commitment to multi-party democracy may diminish, or become merely instrumental. Only an active civil society, continuing its independence from the state, will be able to check new ruling elites, ensuring they keep to their original pluralistic promises. The need for stronger economies. The maintenance of multi-party democracy also relies on governments looking after the economic and social welfare of their citizens. Should a ruling party fail to provide what the electorate expects, then they will soon be voted out of office. Accountable governments have therefore to meet many demands, as well as a sound economic environment in which one can prosper. Healthcare, education, social provision and transport infrastructure are just a few of the basic services that are expected by citizens. This is why, in Western Europe, multi-party democracy developed alongside the construction of the welfare state. Resources in Africa, however, remain scarce. It may be that newly elected governments will have trouble meeting the demands of their citizens. However representative these regimes may be, many simply do not have the means to service the politics of the pork barrel that democratic systems demand. Consequently, severe economic problems could lead to a loss of legitimacy, and even to the collapse of pluralism itself. In Nazi Germany, for example, many citizens were willing to abandon liberal democracy altogether in favor of National Socialism. Nationalist socialism, it was considered, would be a more efficient form of rule, given Weimar Germany's political and economic failings. In light of this example from history, political leaders should always heed Afrovagitanga's advice. Democracy is founded on full bellies and peaceful minds. 26 In Africa, only an improved economic performance can guarantee this. 255. The need to separate the state and ruling party. Multi-party democracy also needs a neutral state whose institutions provide a level playing field on which political parties can compete fairly. By winning an election, a party has the right to rule through these institutions, in the national interest. Political leaders should not use the power and resources of the state to specifically bolster the position of themselves or their own party. This would give the incumbents an unfair advantage at the next election. Democratic consolidation thus needs a new political environment across Africa in which there is a clear distinction between state institutions and those of the ruling party. This clear distinction is yet to emerge in many African countries. Although multiple parties are now allowed to compete, opposition groups often do so at a clear disadvantage. In more serious cases of state-sponsored electoral fraud, official registers may inadvertently be incomplete in opposition areas of the country, constituency boundaries will be gerrymandered, ballot boxes will be lost, while others will be stuffed with pre-prepared voting slips, and, if all these methods fail, then the state's electoral commission could always simply declare a titious result. These illegal practices are only available to the ruling party who control the institutions of the state. Electoral rules can also be manipulated in a more subtle manner. Referring to Zambia again, Chiluba's MMD may have defeated Konda's UNIP in 1991, yet UNIP was not spent as a political force. It took its place as the loyal opposition in parliament, and successfully rebuilt support among the electorate. Fearing UNIP's revival as the 1996 elections approached, Chiluba moved to defeat Konda's presidential campaign, not through winning more votes in an open election, but by using the power of the state. The MMD majority in parliament was ordered to amend the constitution to prevent RST generation Zambians from running for president. All concerned knew that Konda's parents were born in present-day Malawi, and with Konda out of the race, Chiluba successfully secured his second term of office. Ruling parties have also manipulated presidential term limits to favor themselves. At the advent of multi-party democracy, a majority of African states adopted new constitutions which stipulated that individuals could only serve a maximum of 2 terms as president. Yet, in practice, after this prescribed time period had elapsed, 8, 10 or 12 years later, many incumbents wished to stay in power. As a consequence, ruling parties used their majorities in state legislatures to amend their respective constitutions. President Nujoma of Namibia was the RST to successfully compete for a third term of office in 1999. Following his lead, Conti of Guinea, 2001, Ayadima of Togo, 2002, Bongo of Gabon, 2003, Kambara of Burkina Faso, 2005, Deby of Chad, 2005, Museveni of Uganda, 2005, and Biya of Cameroon, 2008, all mounted successful bids to scrap or otherwise circumvent a 2-term limit. Although these constitutional amendments were lawful, this manipulation of electoral rules to suit incumbents clearly disadvantaged opposition parties. It sent the message that those in power have the right to dictate the rules of the political game. One should note, however, that not all African states have been willing to follow this route of blatant constitutional manipulation. Sounding a more positive note for Africa's potential democratic consolidation, President Obasanjo of Nigeria was forced 256 to suspend his bid for re-election in 2006 when it became evident that he did not have the votes in parliament to secure the required amendment. This echoes similar failed attempts for third terms by Mulazai of Malawi and Chiluba in Zambia. Furthermore, there are other African leaders who have bucked this trend altogether. Individuals such as Mandela of South Africa, who only served 1 term, Konare of Mali, Kirikau of Benin, Rawlings of Ghana, Moi of Kenya, Trovoada of Sao Tome and Principe, Mwinyi and Mkapa of Tanzania, Monteiro of Cape Verde, René of Seychelles, Chissano of Mozambique, and Kaba of Sierra Leone have all voluntarily stepped down from office after 2 terms, in compliance with their national constitutions. 27 Returning to Africa's more autocratic regimes, ruling parties have not just used their power to constitutionally improve their chances of re-election, the illiberal among their number also appropriate public resources to boost their power. With access to the national treasury, for example, incumbent parties can mount extensive and elaborate election campaigns. Opposition groups, starved of funds, cannot compete with this public spending. President Daniel Arap Moi, for example, took full advantage of his privileged position during Kenya's 1997 campaign. Government spending was augmented by $100 million prior to the elections, increasing the country's money circulation by 35%. Or 28 Moi effectively bought the votes he needed for victory. Other resources that incumbents readily utilize are the state-owned media and the security forces. Almost all state newspapers, radio, and television on the continent provide a pro-government outlook in their reporting. By contrast, opposition groups find it hard to get their views and policies expressed through these media. One study of the 1996 election in the Gambia, for example, found that President Yahya Jammeh commanded 83% of radio and television airtime dedicated to the campaign, leaving the opposition parties at a distinct disadvantage. 29 It should come as no surprise that Jammeh succeeded in winning the subsequent multi-party elections. Agencies of coercion are also at the ruling party's disposal. The police and the army can be used to disrupt anti-government rallies and harass opposition leaders. This is of particular advantage during election campaigns. Few Africans are surprised, for example, when they hear that the police have banned an opposition election rally for health and safety reasons, or that an opposition leader's entourage is held up at a routine police roadblock immediately prior to a meeting. In Uganda, for example, ahead of the 2006 elections, President Museveni deployed the police force of Uganda against his competitors. Opposition campaigning was disrupted, while Museveni's main rival, Kizza Besigye, was arrested and detained, accused of treason, concealment of treason and rape. Although none of these charges were upheld, nor the specific timing of this action explained, Besigye was denied a full opportunity to win the office of the president. Museveni was returned to power. Indeed, state intimidation can be even less subtle than that deployed in Uganda. Voters at one polling station in Equatorial Guinea, for instance, were apparently told that any person wanting to vote for an opposition candidate could do so in a separate ballot box to be found behind the building. A soldier would show them the way. 30 All the above cases are extreme examples of the ways governments use state institutions to manipulate elections. Most of the multi-party polls held in the last 2 decades have been declared reasonably free and fair. Yet the fact remains that 257 incumbent parties have a major advantage over their rivals. Until there is a clear separation between state and ruling party institutions, there will not be a level playing field, and democracy will not be consolidated. A shadow is cast over the whole multi-party experiment when many incumbents still share the views of President Pascal Lissouba of Congo-Brazzaville. He reasoned, "You don't arrange elections if you are going to lose them." 31. The unleashing of ethnic mobilization. AFTH potential problem that democratic consolidation will have to overcome is the perennial issue of ethnicity. The fact remains that imposed colonial borders have caged different ethnic groups within a single state. Competition between these groups was previously restricted by the one-party state and centralist structures. Multi-party democracy, however, opens up the possibility of full-scale ethnic mobilization. After all, as Claude Ake points out, liberal democracy assumes individualism, but there is little individualism in Africa. 32 Africans interact on a more communal basis. In this respect, there is a possibility that African political parties will come to mirror the ethno-regional divisions within their societies. The recent revival of ethnic tensions in Congo-Brazzaville, Kenya, Malawi, and Zambia, among other countries, certainly suggests this. The danger with competition based on ethno-regional identities is that a victory for one group may be seen as a total defeat for another. One tribe is to rule over the rest. Under these circumstances, it may be difficult for the losing ethnic group to accept the election results. Indeed, if an ethnic group feels that its interests will not be served within a nation ruled by its rival, then outright secession may be sought. The consequence of this could be dismemberment of the state, just as occurred in the edgeling democracies of Yugoslavia and Czechoslovakia, and within the former Soviet Union. Yet, so far, secession has not been a popular demand on the continent. Most Africans are still committed to the project of nation building and accommodation within inherited nation-state structures. Indeed, ethnicity may be a positive contribution to democratic behavior, offering an aggregation of demands. Pluralism, after all, revolves around the competition of interests. It is a way of resolving such conflicts peacefully. As long as all respect the rules of the game, then democracy will survive. Harvey Glickman's conclusion seems to be sound. While democratization trends provide opportunities for expansion of ethnic conflict, they also allow opportunities for controlling such conflict through institutional mechanisms. 33. The threat of the military. Along with the need for a strong opposition, civil society, and economy, the requirement that state institutions and the ruling party be separated, and that ethnic conflict be successfully managed, the behavior of the military is also critical in a period of democratic consolidation. 258. Chapter 7 has already examined how the coercive agencies of the state have previously intervened in African politics. Time after time, the military usurped civilian politicians. However, for democracy to survive, the men in uniform will now have to adopt an apolitical role, leaving issues of regime change to the electorate. A universal end to military intervention in African politics will not materialize immediately. The 1990s saw several instances in which security forces vetoed election results, installing their own governments instead: Algeria, Nigeria, Burundi, Congo-Brazzaville, and the Central African Republic. Even when some of these countries subsequently returned to multi-party competition, there was often a tacit understanding that candidates must have the approval of the army. In Nigeria's case, the 1999 return to pluralist competition saw Olusegun Obasanjo elected as president. Earlier, General Obasanjo had previously run Nigeria's 1976–79 military government. Did this hand back to civilian rule represent the army endorsing the electorate's choice, or was it the people endorsing the military's nominee? Electoral victories for successive, military-approved, presidential candidates in Algeria beg the same question. The Algerian army has effectively vetoed the possibility of an Islamist party coming to power. This is something the state's electorate apparently wanted in 1990, before this poll was annulled prior to a second round of voting. Elsewhere, in Madagascar, the military was closely associated with regime change in 2009. After a sustained period of rioting, and under intensifying pressure from mutinous soldiers and large crowds of protesters, the incumbent president Marc Ravalomanana resigned and handed power to a military council. The military, in turn, transferred authority to opposition politician Andry Rajoelina. Once again, there can be little doubt that, behind the scenes, the military enjoys a veto over any political outcome it considers undesirable. It is a sobering thought that even the Gambia suffered a military coup in the last decade of the 20th century. This brought to an end 29 consecutive years of multi-party democracy. Going by this evidence, consolidation will take several generations to complete. Political culture. All the above considerations can be drawn into the idea of political culture being the shared political ideas, attitudes, and beliefs that underlie a society. Naturally enough, all individuals have their own views and interests, but more stable societies usually have some general political principles held in common. Ideas of liberal democracy, for example, permeate the whole of society in Britain and the United States. Most individuals, whether they are politicians or laypersons, respect and defend the rules of the political game. Consequently, democracy as a method of conflict resolution is valued in institutions throughout both the state and civil society. African polities have to replicate this political culture if multi-party democracy is to survive. Normally, one would look to political leaders to be at the forefront of defending their society's political culture. It could be argued, however, that many of the political elites in Africa, both incumbents and opposition, are only using multi-party. 259. Democracy instrumentally. In other words, they support pluralism because it is a method of retaining or gaining power, not because they inherently believe in its moral value. Take Zaire's politicians Etienne Tshisekedi and Ngozi Carly-Bond, for example. Both formed political parties attempting to benefit from the new era of multi-party competition. They also made late bids to join Laurent Kabila's rebellion against Mobutu Sese Seko. Earlier, however, they had both been quite happy to serve Mobutu. Such political chameleons, or political entrepreneurs, cannot be trusted as the guardians of democracy. As Robert Fatton observes, when the old guard, the dinosaurs, abruptly discover that they are after all good Democrats, a country's release from authoritarianism may be facilitated, but its future as a democratic society can only be endangered. 34. A drift back into personal rule and neo-patrimonialism is highly likely unless other political forces can check authoritarian tendencies. The masses could be one obvious source to keep notions of representation and accountability foremost in politicians' minds. Yet there is no real evidence to suggest that a multi-party political culture is ingrained in the African masses either. Botswana, for example, has enjoyed pluralist competition since independence in 1966, but, despite this, An opinion poll conducted in the 1980s found that only 47% of a representative sample considered multi-party democracy essential. The study concluded that, among those with less than a secondary school education, there is not yet a significant majority in favor of the idea that the public should have a voice in who should rule and for what purpose. 35 The majority of Botswana were content for the political elite to rule on their behalf, and expected only minimally to participate in the political process. If this is the case in Botswana, then it would not be unreasonable to expect there to be even more deference to politicians in other African countries, and deference is not an effective check against potential authoritarianism. Pluralism also requires a political culture where Democrats wear victory or defeat gracefully. Africa's weak democratic environment, however, has resulted in a reality whereby fewer parties have accepted the results of multi-party elections than have been willing to participate in them. Certainly, there have been numerous cases of grace in defeat, but there have also been a worrying number of contested, ignored or manipulated results. Above, it was seen how ruling parties have the ability to control polling outcomes, but opposition challengers also abuse the democratic process. If their party does not poll well, a common reaction of opposition leaders is for them to declare the whole electoral contest a fraud. The results are rejected, parliamentary seats boycotted, legal action initiated, and appeals made to the international community. In several instances, these actions have been warranted. The opposition was not permitted to compete on level terms with the incumbent ruling party. Yet, more often than not, African elections are reasonably free and fair, with any irregularities unlikely to affect overall results. To make accusations of fraud in these cases, is to damage a country's democratic culture. It can even lead to violence. In Angola during 1992, for example, multi-party elections were held after 17 years of civil war. The MPLA government defeated UNITA in free and fair elections, yet UNITA's response was not to form a loyal opposition, but simply to return to the bush and carry on its insurgency campaign. What UNITA could not win by the ballot box, it continued to seek by force of arms. 260. In too many cases, African elections fail to be a definitive mechanism for determining who governs. Instead, they are increasingly becoming merely a starting point for negotiations over who gains what amount of power. Elections in Kenya during 2007, for instance, ended in clashes between supporters of the two main political parties. Serious violence was precipitated by allegations that the state had rigged the poll in favor of the incumbent president, Mwai Kibaki. Eventually, the conflict was quelled, and a grand coalition government formed, served by a cabinet of 41 ministers. Peace negotiations had ended the violence, and politicians from both parties had gained the access to the state they sought, but one has to question to what extent the electorate's choices were satisfied by this outcome. The coalition government decided not to hold new elections, leaving Kenya's leaders with a compromised democratic mandate. The government in Nairobi was only a product. 261. Table 11.2 Chapter Summary, Obstacles to Democratic Consolidation in Africa. Lack of a credible opposition, alternative personnel and policy program choices required by electorate, coherent opposition parties needed, not numerous vanity parties with limited support, weak civil society to act as a counterbalance to state hegemony, civil society groups to avoid co-optation by state, Instead, to provide a permanent independent check on state power, stronger African middle classes needed to sustain civil society activity, weak economies productive economy needed to allow state to supply goods and services to electorate, scarce resources could persuade electorate to abandon democratic processes, no separation between state ruling party to guarantee free and fair polls. Avoiding manipulation and ruling party of the electoral process, constitutions not to be amended solely to suit the interests of the ruling party, state resources not to be used to bolster ruling party electoral campaigns, all parties to have equal access to state-owned media, state security forces to underpin democracy, and not be used to intimidate the opposition, potential of uncontrolled ethnic competition reinvigorated by freedom of democratic ethnic connect competition, need to ensure ethnic competition is conned within democratic processes, potential of military may seek to vet candidates holding a veto over electoral intervention process, weak democratic respect for democracy needed amongst ruling elite, no political culture, abandoning of pluralism once in power, respect for democracy needed by opposition, no abandoning the democratic process if failed to win power, respect for democracy needed in civil society, no deferral to a state that abandons the democratic process, education and experience of democracy needed on the continent to ensure its longevity. Of agreement among an elite political class, not the people. As it will be seen below, a similar negotiated power-sharing arrangement emerged in Zimbabwe too, in the wake of this country's 2008 election. If, after electoral defeat, the RST reaction of a losing party, government, or opposition is to make unsubstantiated charges of fraud, rig the result, negotiate a better outcome under the threat of violence, or actually to take up arms, then democratic consolidation is still a long way off. This is a political culture that cannot sustain pluralism. Success and failure with the considerations discussed above have left African countries at various stages of democratic transition. A few countries never started the reform process, where incumbents were able to resist the pressures for liberalization. Others have stumbled along the way, with authoritarian practices resuming, military intervention occurring, or a descent into state collapse. More have made hesitant progress, involving genuine liberalization of the political arena, but with authoritarian practices still in vogue, while a number have displayed more positive signs of a democratic culture. It should be recognized, however, that none of this last category is free from the danger of retrogression. Newly won democratic concessions are easily reversed, and several more countries are bound to fall back into old habits. Conversely, no state on the continent is incapable of making further progress. Even those that have collapsed completely may wish to start the rebuilding process with multi-party elections. Consequently, after an amazing period of change in Africa, the continent today is certainly more democratic than it was 2 decades ago. Progress, however, is inevitably slow. In terms of democratic consolidation, Africa can be characterized as taking a metaphoric 1 step back to each 2 steps forward. But where does this leave Africa's shifting relationship between state and civil society? Both state and civil society have benefited from the move to multi-party democracy. In terms of the state, the previous chapter saw most African governments in a pincer movement between the crisis of accumulation and the crisis of governance. Legitimacy was declining rapidly, states were inverting, and, for many, a complete collapse beckoned. In this respect, the transition to multi-party constitutions has to be seen as the deployment of yet another state survival strategy. The presidential monarchs set about mounting a tactical retreat through the offer of democratic reforms. It was their last hope to re-legitimize the state, and thus to retain a degree of power for themselves and their clients. The price paid for using this particular survival strategy was the liberalization of African political systems. Political space that previously was deliberately restricted by the elite became liberated. Civil society could now openly and legally challenge the ruling party. To survive, incumbents had to win elections and then to cope with an official opposition within state legislatures. Indeed, many of the old guard failed in their attempts to do just this. They did not possess the skills of manipulation, resources, or public support to survive the transition to the new system. Others did make it into the new era, however, and although these politicians may well still possess 262 their old authoritarian rexes, they are all aware that they now have new responsibilities towards the electorate. Both democracy and the state can only be strengthened by this recognition. Civil society, or at least parts of it, was also strengthened by the transition to multi-party competition. Churches, trade unions, human rights groups and professional associations have all gained confidence and experience with respect to participating in the political process. Having forced the old regimes to concede democratic reforms, they are now in a position to help ensure that pluralist competition survives. In many cases, civil society activists and organizations have actually replaced the old guard. Again, this rejuvenation of pluralism in Africa has had positive results. The depth to which this democratic culture has permeated society, however, has to be questioned. Leaders within these social institutions may be fully committed to the new era of pluralism, but to what extent has the peasantry in Africa been converted? Does this form of politics offer them anything but an occasional chance to vote? Indeed, it may be that multi-party democracy has only served to expand the political class on the continent, with circulating elites now encompassing leaders of both the state and civil society. Government, under these circumstances, would only be accountable and representative to these higher echelons of society. If this is the case, the vast majority of Africans will still be left with few benefits from government. The links between the governors and the governed remain weak. Only a consolidated democracy together with economic development will produce a political system that is truly relevant to these people. In this respect, more successful democracies arise from popular demands for a share in a going concern. They are less effective if they emerge as a last-gasp attempt to hold together a concern that is on its way down. 36 There is no doubt that the political environment in Africa has improved dramatically since the 1990s. There is a possibility that these reforms mark the start of a positive political journey that will benet many over the coming decades. It would be remiss, however, to be over-optimistic about Africa's political future. This would be relying too heavily on hope, and ignoring the hard evidence presented above. Currently, Africa is dominated by hybrid electoral autocracies. It is painfully plain to see that the consolidation of future widespread multi-party democracy in Africa is possible, but by no means guaranteed. 263. And case study, Zimbabwe's fall from democratic grace. Zimbabwe, formerly Southern Rhodesia, is a landlocked country located in central southern Africa. Like its neighbors South Africa and Namibia, Zimbabwe emerged from the colonial era later than most states on the continent. This was due to nationalist forces not overcoming a distant imperial power. They instead had to defeat a locally entrenched white minority government. Indeed, the intransigence of Rhodesia's settler population, attempting to stall decolonization, dragged the country into civil war. 264. Nationalist forces were obliged to GHT a bush war of attrition, costing an estimated 40,000 lives. The Patriotic Front, PF, an alliance of the Zimbabwe African National Union, ZANU, and the Zimbabwe African People's Union, ZAPU, eventually forced the Rhodesian government to the negotiating table, and an agreement signed at Lancaster House, London brought independence to Zimbabwe in 1980. Aside from a number of sunset clauses that temporarily guaranteed limited white representation, Zimbabwe's RST constitution sought to underwrite a non-racial multi-party democracy. Accordingly, at independence, a competitive poll took place, with ZANU-PF victorious, and its leader, Robert Mugabe, being installed as Zimbabwe's RST Prime Minister, see Table 11.3. ZAPU joined the government, while members of parliament from the Rhodesian Front, with their guaranteed sunset seats, formed an official opposition alongside the United African National Council. Zimbabwe had thus followed the path of most African states at independence. A new liberal democratic constitution had been agreed, political parties had competed relatively freely and fairly, against the odds, and a new regime had emerged corresponding to the will of the people. Unfortunately, the 1980 elections represented the high tide of Zimbabwe's democratic history. Despite experiencing decolonization later than most African states, the pattern of Zimbabwe's post-colonial political development was familiar. Mugabe and ZANU-PF oversaw both a centralization of the state and a personalization of power. Mugabe's primary objective, in this respect, was to neutralize sources of opposition. Initially, although there were differences between the two constituent parts of the Patriotic Front, ZAPU had agreed to serve as a junior partner in Mugabe's ZANU-PF government. ZAPU's leader, Joshua Komu, was invited to be a member of Zimbabwe's RST cabinet, along with 3 of his party colleagues. Mugabe, however, was to terminate this coalition within 2 years. The Prime Minister was wary of ZAPU's legitimacy, generated by its role in the liberation struggle, and its solid support amongst the country's largest minority ethnic group, the Amandeb of the Matabele region. When a cache of arms was discovered on a property associated with ZAPU, in February 1982, Mugabe struck. The Prime Minister dismissed Komu, accusing him of plotting a coup. Other ZAPU leaders were detained and accused of treason. Mugabe explained his actions. ZAPU and its leader, Dr. Joshua Komu, were like a cobra in a house. The only way to deal effectively with a snake is to strike and destroy its head. 37 Komu's dismissal and his colleagues' treason trial, however, ignited civil discontentment in Matabeleland, which, in turn, prompted thousands of former ZAPU combatants to desert the National Army. Mugabe's response to this deteriorating security situation was brutal. The Prime Minister's loyal 5th Brigade, recently trained by North Korean advisors, was deployed in Matabeleland with a view to neutralize all opposition. Approximately 20,000 to 30,000 people lost their lives as a consequence of this security action. ZAPU, although still able to muster considerable ethnic support in the 1985 elections, was effectively broken. Sporadic violence continued until a weakened ZAPU leadership agreed to sign a unity accord with ZANU-PF in 1987. The two parties theoretically merged at this point, but the fact that the new party retained the name ZANU-PF, with Mugabe very much at its head, alludes to where the power remained. With the defeat and co-optation of Zimbabwe's most prominent source of opposition, Mugabe had come closer to realizing his overall objective of creating a one-party state. With ZAPU disabled, Mugabe turned his attention to consolidating his own powers. Using ZANU-PF's majority in parliament, the Zimbabwean constitution was amended to abolish the office of prime minister in favor of a new executive president. Mugabe assumed this position in December 1987. The new president's location as head of state and commander-in-chief, with powers to dissolve parliament and declare martial law, left few doubting Mugabe's intentions to place his residence of Zimbabwe House at the apex of political power. Likewise, the president's dominant role in appointing military and police officers, senior civil servants, and the managers of Zimbabwe's parastatal corporations put Mugabe RMLY in command of the country's patron-client network. Further constitutional reforms also confirmed ZANU-PF's ascendancy over the legislative branch. The 20 seats temporarily reserved for white MPs by the Lancaster House Agreement were abolished in 1987, while 3 years later, Parliament was expanded to a total of 150 members. This extension permitted the President to personally appoint 30 MPs. The success of these reforms in creating a de facto one-party state can be measured by the absence of opposition representatives elected to Parliament. ZANU-PF's political dominance in the period between the ZANU/ZAPU Unity Agreement of 1987 and the poll of 2000 was overwhelming, see Table 11.3. Zimbabwe had arrived at a position, discussed in the main text of this chapter, where its elections failed to offer any meaningful choice between parties or policies. The country's democratic institutions were only procedural. Robert Mugabe, however, never enjoyed the unfettered power of earlier generations of African presidential monarchs. His hold over Zimbabwean politics came close to this goal during the 1980s and 1990s, but the longevity of ZANU-PF's iron rule could not be sustained into the 20th century. Economics and the wider democratization of the African continent conspired against the president's ongoing program of political centralization. By the end of the 1990s, Zimbabwe's de facto one-party state had resulted in a crisis of legitimacy. The Zimbabwean economy in the decade after independence had fared reasonably well. Good rains and a return to peace produced an average of 3.6% growth during the 1980s. Yet, this growth had slowed dramatically by the mid-1990s, and the economy had entered recession by 2038. This turn of fortunes can be accounted for by Zimbabwe's debilitating levels of debt service, the high running costs of its inefficient parastatal corporations, and drought. Simply put, Harare was having difficulty raising enough foreign exchange to pay its international creditors, and to maintain its bloated state industries. Consequently, in 1990, Zimbabwe negotiated a homegrown package of structural adjustment measures with the World Bank. Abandoning its more socialist-oriented policies, ZANU-PF now oversaw reforms that removed price and wage constraints, reduced government expenditure, particularly in the areas of health and education, devalued the Zimbabwean dollar, shrank subsidies on basic consumer staples, relaxed protective measures on non-productive import substituting industries, and radically restructured several parastatals and other public enterprises. The social and political effects of this Structural Adjustment Program, SAP, were far-reaching. Provision for mass education and health had been ZANU-PF's success story. In 1980, Zimbabwe had just 177 secondary schools teaching 66,215 pupils. 4 years later, there were 1,206 such establishments with 422,583 children enrolled. 39 likewise. 267. Zimbabwe's primary health care services expanded rapidly after independence. 40. With the implementation of structural adjustment, however, user fees were introduced. In order to reduce public spending via recovery measures, Zimbabweans were now expected to meet, or contribute towards, the cost of their welfare provision at the point of access. The social achievements of the 1980s therefore suffered. For instance, after fees were introduced in 1992, the number of rural women who attended state clinics to give birth fell by 20%. Maternal mortality rose from less than 80 to over 110 deaths per 100,000 births between 1990 and 1993. 41 new school fees, although limited to urban children, likewise added to citizens' budgets at a time of hardship. Unemployment was also rising. In urban areas, between 1986 and 1991, the number of job seekers rose from 18 to 26% of the potential working population. Adults under 25 years of age were particularly harshly affected. Up to half of this demographic were out of work. 42. The prospect of 40,000 to 50,000 SAP retrenchments among civil servants and parastatal workers added to the gloom, as did the removal of state food subsidies. Average prices for basic consumer goods rose 250% between 1990 and 1994. 43. Certainly, in hindsight, much has been made of the impact of the SAP on Zimbabwe's subsequent political and economic development. President Mugabe himself blamed International Monetary Fund imposed policies for most of the economic ills that later beset his country. In truth, however, it is much harder to disentangle cause and effect. A long list of woes account for Zimbabwe's continued economic downturn during the 1990s. These include drought, ZANU-PF's non-implementation and mismanagement of the SAP, steadfast protection of parastatals, and a refusal to cut the military budget as part of an overall retrenchment of public spending. What is important for this particular case study, however, is the effect on political legitimacy that the SAP policies and the economic recession precipitated. As a consequence of financial hardship, there was now a growing perception, particularly amongst urban Zimbabweans, that ZANU-PF could no longer provide. Mugabe's popularity, born of his part played in the liberation struggle, and the social improvements of the 1980s, was beginning to wane. This in turn, put the focus on opposition politics. Like many urban dwellers across the continent, politically aware Zimbabweans were now demanding alternative sources of policy choices and leadership. The call was for a functioning pluralist democracy. one of the RST groups within civil society to challenge the ZANU-PF regime, was one of its closest allies. Prompted by the harsher economic climate, former Patriotic Front guerrillas lobbied for financial recognition, in terms of pensions. The so-called war veterans' demands were met. Mugabe, realizing that he needed the continued support of this client group, agreed to pay a one-off sum for each of these ex-combatants, $5,000, and a monthly salary of $210 thereafter. The fact that over 50,000 individuals qualified for these payments, when there were fewer than 30,000 Patriotic Front soldiers demobilized in 1980, says a great deal about the unsustainable financial demands of ZANU-PF's patronage networks. 44 Hit hardest by the SAP reforms, urban workers also began to mobilize in the later 1990s. Initially, as a direct response to retrenchments and cuts in services, professional 268 groups, such as civil servants, teachers, doctors, nurses and lawyers, took sporadic strike action. Eventually, however, the ZCTU, Zimbabwe Congress of Trade Unions, got involved. ZCTU, led by Morgan Tsvangirai, was persuaded to break its ties with ZANU-PF, and campaign independently. General strikes were called in 1997 and 1998, protesting against increased taxes levied to pay for the war veterans' pensions, and against deteriorating labor conditions generally. As was the case with other African countries, this labor-led opposition, which focused initially on specific hardships, soon evolved into a broader call for multi-party democracy. As a consequence, the Movement for Democratic Change, MDC, was formed in 1999, with Tsvangirai at its head. Reacting to this challenge, and the potential loss of the de facto one-party state, Robert Mugabe embarked on a radical strategy to re-legitimize his government. A policy of land redistribution was proposed. Land reform had always been one of ZANU-PF's goals. Colonial rule left half of Zimbabwe's arable land in the hands of just 1% of the population, the white commercial farmers. As part of the Lancaster House Agreement, the United Kingdom had pledged to help fund land resettlement. Yet, the 1980 to 2000 period had seen slow progress in redressing this inequality. The momentum of redistribution had been hampered by the Zimbabwean government not having sufficient funds to compensate white farmers for the loss of their livelihood, at market prices, while the government in London was unwilling to bankroll any settlement unless the outcome would genuinely relieve poverty. The UK government sought a programme that was properly planned, transparent, and would actually deliver land to the landless poor, rather than to Mugabe loyalists. The United Kingdom did authorise payments totalling £44 million during this period, which saw the land still held by white commercial farmers fall from 50 to 29% of total arable land, but Mugabe now needed a quicker pace of redistribution to shore up his party's legitimacy. 45. The issue of land reform was written into a proposed new constitution presented to the Zimbabwean people in 2000. Impatient with the British insistence on conditions, and desperate to regain popular support, ZANU-PF was serving notice that its previous willing buyer, willing seller policy was to be abandoned. Mugabe now planned to go ahead with compulsory land redistribution, without compensation. The president's land for legitimacy strategy got off to a bad start. Generating widespread surprise, the Yes campaign, pressing for the new constitution, lost the February 2000 referendum by 45% of the poll to 55%. Civil society groups ran a well-organized no campaign, which capitalized on fuel shortages and the crippled economy, to defeat a complacent ZANU-PF. The fact that civil society was becoming politically active once again boded well for any future democratic reforms. The biggest beneficiaries of this defeat, however, were the MDC. Although taking a backseat with respect to the referendum itself, the MDC returned 42.7% of the vote 4 months later, in parliamentary elections. Urban voters, by withdrawing their allegiance from ZANU-PF, had made Zimbabwe a competitive multi-party democracy. ZANU-PF, however, which had campaigned under the slogan "Land is the economy is the land," still clung on to its overall majority in the House of Assembly, see Table 11.3. 269. Despite the setbacks of 2000, the Zimbabwean government continued with its land-based re-legitimization strategy. Ignoring the referendum defeat, ZANU-PF, using its majority in parliament, amended the constitution anyway, announcing that it would repossess 1,471 commercial farms totaling more than 11 million hectares. In order to implement this policy, the government turned to its ally, the War Veterans Association. In a series of land invasions, the veterans, whose ranks had swelled to include many younger veterans, evicted white landowners and occupied the country's commercial farms. An intimidation campaign left several farm owners and workers dead, with many abandoning their property as a result. By 2009, only 500 of the original 4,500 commercial farmers still remained on their land. The beneficiaries were 127,000 peasant households and 8,000 new, African, commercial farmers. Alongside the allocation of land plots to the war veterans and peasant farmers, ZANU-PF officials made sure that they exercised their bureaucratic power to allot a small proportion of this land, but some of the most valuable, to themselves and their clients. 46. After all, patronage networks had to be rejuvenated, in addition to generating popular support. As a re-legitimizing strategy, however, the land redistribution program fell short. Although 135,000 households had directly benefited from the seizure of the commercial farms, the economy did not. Compounding earlier problems, the colossal disruption to agricultural output sent the Zimbabwean economy into free fall. A list of indicators tell their own tale. The national economy shrunk by 1/3 after 1999, average per capita purchasing power returned to 1953 levels, 35% of the population lived below the poverty line in 1996, but this share grew to an estimated 80% by 2003. The commercial production of maize, the national staple, dropped 86% between 2000 and 2005, and the volume of tobacco exports, once the country's leading foreign exchange earner, fell by more than 60% after 2000. Indicative of the scale of the economic collapse was that Zimbabwe, once a food exporter, the so-called breadbasket of southern Africa, became food insecure. More than 1/3 of the population became reliant on imported food aid. With a nation running at 500 billion per center in 2008, and the Zimbabwean dollar becoming worthless, even those who had received land through the redistribution program must have questioned ZANU-PF's competence to rule. 47 Having failed to replenish its legitimacy, the Mugabe regime resorted to coercion in order to retain power in the 21st century. Assessing Zimbabwe's prospects for recovery, Moss and Patrick, in a 2006 report, came to the conclusion that Zimbabwean society has undergone intense stress stemming from organized violence and intimidation by the state. The security forces, intelligence services, and an array of government-backed militias have terrorized civilians, committed gross human rights violations, and been deployed to infiltrate and disrupt the opposition. In some cases, tactics from the guerrilla war including re-education camps, propaganda bombardment, and all-night Pungwiz clandestine political meetings have been revived. Hundreds of thousands of citizens have been forcibly relocated. These conditions have produced high levels of suspicion, low levels of trust, and a steep deterioration of social capital. 48. 270. Between April and June 2008 alone, the MDC reported the assassination of 85 of its members, with 1,734 more being beaten. 49 Morgan Tsvangirai himself suffered a severe assault, alongside 4 arrests. To a large extent, the coercion campaign succeeded, albeit temporarily. ZANU-PF did remain in power. The ruling party increased its parliamentary majority in 2005, amid accusations of vote rigging, while Robert Mugabe won the presidential election of 2002. In 2005, the incessant intimidation even manufactured a split of the MDC. By contrast, the ruling elite was very much intact. Its legitimacy, however, was not. By 2008, the game was up. Coercion alone could not keep Mugabe in power, especially given the ongoing economic catastrophe. A political watershed was reached during the presidential and parliamentary elections of that year. Despite the murder of opposition candidates, widespread violence, and vote rigging, Tsvangirai's branch of the MDC won a majority in the House of Assembly, and Tsvangirai himself took a lead in the RST round of the presidential poll. Mugabe, however, remained head of state, emerging victorious after a delayed second round of voting. Tsvangirai had withdrawn his candidacy on the eve of the presidential runoff, amid intense violence. The MDC leader stated that he did not wish to continue to risk the lives of his supporters by asking them to vote for him a second time. This political stalemate, with the MDC controlling parliament and Mugabe entrenched in Zimbabwe House, together with continued economic strife, prompted negotiations. ZANU-PF's remaining survival strategy was to manufacture a power-sharing arrangement with the MDC. It would try to increase its legitimacy by governing alongside the opposition. Negotiations between the two parties eventually agreed that Mugabe would remain president, while Tsvangirai would serve as prime minister. Cabinet seats were split evenly between the parties. In a similar manner to the Kenyan case discussed above, after an election, violence, and negotiations, Zimbabwe ended up with a government of national unity. In this respect, Zimbabwe's democratic evolution had stalled. Political leaders were not chosen, nor public policy selected, by the electorate. The political elite negotiated amongst themselves to allocate power. No doubt ZANU-PF thought it could outmaneuver the MDC within this coalition government, retaining de facto power and patronage, while the MDC hoped that they could press home their more legitimate claim to govern relatively free from intimidation and violence. Consequently, the power-sharing deal brought a degree of much-needed peace and stability to Zimbabwe. It did not, however, advance democracy. Territory: 390,757 square km. Population: 13.3 million. Colonial power: Britain. Independence: 1980. Major cities: Harare, capital. Ethnic groups: Ama and Bulawayo Mashona Mutare White Zimbabweans. And questions raised by this chapter. 1. Why were so many multi-party elections contested in Africa during the 1990s? 2. Will multi-party democracy be consolidated on the African continent? 3. Are Africa's political cultures a suitable host for multi-party democracy? 4. To what extent did the move to multi-party democracy alter the relationship between state and civil society in Africa? 5. Did the 1990s democratization process re-legitimize the African state? And glossary of key terms. Consolidation of democracy, ensuring that the democratic process endures beyond the RST multi-party election. This will be assisted by a favorable political culture, a strong civil society and a supportive economy. Democracy, a form of government where sovereignty rests with the people. Double turnover criteria: the view that the democratic process has not been proven until elections have removed two regimes fairly and peacefully from office. S. Huntington. Military veto, where the military instigates a coup d'état in order to block the civilian political process. Political culture: the shared political ideas, attitudes, and beliefs that underlie a society. Rejuvenation of civil society, a reference to the revitalization of African associational life in the 1980s and 1990s, caused by organizations delinking themselves from government co-option and by civil society moving into political space vacated by the state. And further reading. Those interested in learning more about multi-party democracy in Africa during the 1990s could start with John Wiseman's own book, 1996, and then go on to his edited collection, 1995, for some detailed case studies. Michael Bratton and Nicholas Van. 271. Languages: English currency, Zimbabwean dollar, replaced Kizhona by the US dollar in 2009, ISI and DEB. Life expectancy, 37 years. Urban population, 38.3%. Adult literacy, 91%. Religion: traditional. Infant mortality, 58.8 deaths/1,000 inhabitants. Christian exports: platinum. GDP per capita, $133. Tobacco. Cotton. De Waal's volume is also worth a look, as it offers a comprehensive, more statistical, approach to the subject. In terms of journal articles, 3 papers stand out. Patrick Malosi and John Holm provide a fascinating study of Botswana, where democracy has been in place since 1966. Claude Ake looks at how traditional democratic values have been incorporated into modern African states, and Christopher Clapham puts the recent wave of democratization into its historical context, and offers hopes and fears for the future. Ake, Claude. The Unique Case of African Democracy. International Affairs. 1993, 69, 239-44. Bratton, Michael, and Nicholas van de Waal. Democratic Experiments in Africa, Regime Transitions in Comparative Perspective. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1997. Clapham, Christopher. Democratization in Africa, Obstacles and Prospects. Third World Quarterly. 1993, 14, 3, 423-38. Malusi, Patrick P., and John D. Holm. Developing Democracy When Civil Society is Weak, The Case of Botswana. African Affairs. 1990, 89, 356, 323-40. Wiseman, John A., ed. Democracy and Political Change in Sub-Saharan Africa. London, Routledge, 1995. Wiseman, John A. The New Struggle for Democracy in Africa. Aldershot, Avebury, 1996. Conclusions. State and Civil Society in Post-Colonial Africa. The relationship between state and civil society should be of considerable interest to political scientists, whichever country or countries they choose to study. It is a conceptual approach that helps to place basic political events into some kind of historical and social context. Isolated political incidents gain greater meaning, and political outcomes are easier to explain. Indeed, for Africanists, this technique is invaluable as it allows a sense of order to be imposed on the multitude of potentially confusing individual episodes that seem to owe from the continent on an almost daily basis. Africa, throughout the post-colonial period, had to endure an uneasy relationship between state and civil society. Each party clearly needed the other, but there was considerable inefficacy in their engagement. It was a case of states trying to dominate civil society, yet failing to command enough power to complete their hegemonic ambitions. Civil society, for its part, mastered various techniques of distancing itself from state exploitation, but it was never in a position to rid itself entirely of predatory regimes. As the balance of power ebbed and owed, it became clear that, in the long term, few Africans would actually benefit from this political stalemate. The continent, quite rightly, may not have wanted simply to mimic the systems of government found in Europe and North America, but the political institutions that did emerge after independence comprehensively failed to maximize the continent's economic welfare and political freedom. Africans were left somewhat enviously considering their own position compared with the material wealth and liberty being generated in the West. It is no coincidence that these more prosperous countries enjoyed a generally positive, though by no means perfect, relationship between state and civil society. 275. Chapter 12. At the start of the post-colonial period, African civil societies were in the ascendant. Indeed, they were much more vibrant than their partner states. Ethnic ties, for example, were perhaps the strongest social bonds to be found on the continent. These had become more coherent during the colonial era, and would be powerful conduits of political mobilization throughout the independence years. Similarly, it had been civil society that had actually overthrown the colonial state. Associational activity among ethno-regional groups, trades unions, professional societies, and community organizations had all combined to make the nationalist movements the powerful forces that they were. Decolonization was largely a case of Africans acting collectively to topple the mighty European empires that had ruled over them for the previous 70 years or so. African states, by contrast, were relatively weak at independence. Most obviously, the colonial inheritance had left them with arbitrary boundaries. Ruler-state borders, reacting European rather than African interests, divided some traditional communities between different nation-states, while others found themselves caged together with potential domestic rivals. Virtually nothing had been done previously by the imperial authorities to build a collective consciousness among these people, so now, after independence, it was up to the new governments to build nations within these artificial state territories. Similarly, the nationalist governments also had to develop economies rapidly. Colonial policy had resulted in underdevelopment. This produced an urgency to increase these countries' productive capabilities, for only in this manner could investment capital be raised, enabling diverse modern economies to be created. Without economic success, African states would be unable to command the resources needed to provide the social welfare that civil society now demanded. After all, a significant element of political legitimacy is the ability of governors to supply adequate public services to the governed. Yet, African political managers had not been left with suitable state capacity, nor established institutional tools, to do this job. This made the provision of effective government problematic. The departing colonial powers may have bequeathed to their successors liberal democratic constitutions, but these hastily erected pluralist institutions had been built on woefully weak political foundations. European imperial rule had usually consisted of 7 or 8 decades of bureaucratic authoritarianism. No political culture of democracy had been nurtured, and no tradition of political pluralism established. The inherited mechanisms of power were as unfamiliar to the new state leaders as they were to members of civil society. In hindsight, then, it is not surprising that African countries abandoned liberal democracy soon after independence. Faced by complex, economically disadvantaged, and divided societies, as well as by untested and weak governmental structures, the continent's political leaders chose to rule through more centralist institutions instead. This, it was argued, would help states create both unity among their people and strategies to produce economic development. As a result, Africa entered the age of the one-party state. In this era of centralist rule, political pluralism was curtailed, with any formal representation now being channeled through one-party structures. Remaining civil society institutions were co-opted, harassed or banned. Local government became local. 276. Administration directed from the center, economic activity was discouraged in the private sector, while public corporations dominated, and parliaments and the judicial functions of government were usurped by the executive. Indeed, with even the one parties soon experiencing atrophy, African core executives now had a monopoly over formal political activity within their territories. At the apex of this highly centralist state there usually resided a presidential monarch enjoying the power of personal rule. These autocrats had little to fear by way of formal political challenges to their leadership. No constitutional mechanisms remained to unseat them, and civil society had all but been excluded from the political process. Indeed, political competition within post-colonial Africa was now limited to the infighting found within the state elite itself. In this environment, factional politics dominated, with various wings of the bureaucratic bourgeoisie maneuvering in their attempts to gain, consolidate, or to increase power. Often it was the military that benefited most from this internecine conflict. Using its access to the resources of violence to stage coups d'état, on numerous occasions the army captured the state for itself. Civil society, now largely detached from the formal political arena, stood on the sidelines and was forced to accept the leadership of whichever faction of the state elite was in the ascendant. Skillful manipulation of his, rarely her, lieutenants, however, often resulted in presidential monarchs being able to lift themselves above this factional infighting. Indeed, they could use internal competition to their advantage. Presidents made sure that potential challengers were too busy fending off their own rivals, and thus too distracted to mount any threat to the president himself. Consequently, political leadership was often remarkably stable in post-colonial Africa. Big men, such as Mobutu, Gaddafi, Konda, Moi and Houphouët-Boigny, for example, became almost permanent features on this continent's political landscape. All of these leaders, however, had to deal with the central paradox of the African state. The continent's post-colonial regimes were lame leviathans. Despite having accumulated a monopoly of formal political activity within the country, these states still did not have enough power to project their authority into all areas of their territory or society. Similarly, they were overdeveloped. In order to maintain a hegemonic position, states had accumulated virtually all the formal economic and political functions of a society, draining civil society of considerable potential in the process. Yet, even with these massive powers, states still failed to deliver. Africans were left with little by way of welfare services or political representation. Legitimacy, as a consequence, was compromised. State elites had, however, to offer civil society something. They could not survive by coercion alone. And since centralization had seriously undermined the state's legal rational credentials, other sources of legitimacy had to be found. It was therefore client-patron networks that formed the main links between state and civil society for most of the post-colonial period. These patronage chains allowed presidential monarchs to buy legitimacy from their people, in return for distributing goods and services. The president looked after his lieutenants, the lieutenants attended to their own clients, and intermediaries could be found right the way down to the local patrons operating at village level. In this manner, unequal exchange took place between the governed and the governors, and a degree of legitimacy was generated. 277. State elites, however, could not rely solely on these domestic networks to secure their position. There were rarely enough resources generated internally to keep such patronage mechanisms oiled and functioning at the required level. This is why Africa's international links were of major importance in the post-colonial period. The concept of international sovereignty ensured that state elites gained access to resources available from the external environment. As representatives of their people, government officials could appropriate capital from foreign trade and aid. During the Cold War, when foreign powers were not especially concerned about their African clients' human rights records, these external resources proved to be a massive asset to elite power. It was almost as if the continent's rulers gained greater rewards for servicing the interests of the international community than they did for representing their own people. The end of the Cold War, however, saw a withering of indiscriminate international aid. In the New World Order and the era of structural adjustment, donors now gave funds for specific purposes, with stringent conditions attached. At the same time, domestic economic problems reduced the availability of the already limited internal resources. Client-patron networks were consequently starved and began to contract. Africa had reached a political watershed. State legitimacy began to fail, and with no constitutional mechanisms present enabling a re-legitimization of political systems, something had to give. In a few cases, the state's agencies of coercion were still strong enough to mount a coup d'état. Elsewhere, state authority was so diminished that elements of civil society could mount a direct and violent challenge to government authority, usually via insurgency campaigns. In most cases, however, there was a further period of stalemate. Although states were now critically weak, and had difficulty controlling both citizens and territory, civil society itself still did not possess enough power to overthrow the ruling elite. Under these conditions, Africans opted for a less dramatic challenge to state authority. This came in the form of disengagement. Through withdrawing from formal markets and operating instead in the second economy, Africans slowly undermined their rulers. In most cases, this prompted inverted states, that scaled down their public services. In other instances, warlord states emerged, where no pretense of legitimacy was maintained, and on a few extreme occasions, total state collapse occurred. Most regimes, however, managed to steer their countries away from this extreme of total collapse. Africa's state managers of the 1990s attempted to re-legitimize their rule by submitting their governments to multi-party competition. Leaders were willing to take the risk of losing control of this democratization process, and consequently being ousted from power, because many considered this to be their only remaining chance of securing a political future. The last decade of the 20th century, therefore, brought a tidal wave of multi-party elections to the continent. Some of the big men perished in this exercise, but many more survived, either by consolidating genuine popularity among the voters, or by manipulating the electoral process itself. Although a considerable number of these political contests were far from free and fair, many more were true reactions of the people's wishes. Consequently, these polls did indeed go a long way to re-legitimize the African state. Civil society had been brought back into the constitutional political process. 278. Is it fair to say, then, that Africans have rid themselves of their centralist vampire states? Have the predatory governments that so dominated the post-colonial period now been defeated, just like their colonial predecessors? Indeed, this could be the case. The continent is now left at a critical juncture. The states that have emerged from the political upheaval of the 1990s certainly retain many authoritarian reflexes from the past, yet governments today are now more accountable to their people. A resort to exclusive personal rule has been discouraged by the partial restoration of legal rational institutions. Similarly, civil society is once again permitted to participate, and is more engaged, in the political process. This improved relationship between state and civil society does not guarantee, but dramatically increases, the possibility of bringing a brighter political future to the continent. The key is to translate this potential into reality. The electoral authoritarianism that dominates Africa today needs to be transformed into a more efficient form of representative government. This struggle to consolidate democracy will be no less challenging or remarkable than the nationalist campaigns at independence, or the revolt of civil society in the 1980s and 1990s. It is a victory that nevertheless needs to be won if more Africans are to benefit from the political process.